philosophy into science. There's no leisure funds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another night of the Oceanic Esports Dota 2 League. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, a very exciting day, I must say. There's a lot to talk about. But I'm going to ask you first, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. It's been a week for me. Had some scheduling conflict last week, but it's great to be back. I missed watching these games, and we're at week number 2 now of the Oceanic Esports League. A lot of development. There's only so much more time left. We're approaching the midway mark, and for our first matchup, Your Soul's Mine up against Power of Friendship. Both of these teams have not done too well in their first few series. Your Soul is Mine's currently 0-1-3, with Power of Friendship right above at 0-0-2. So they've got to start raking in some more wins, if they want to climb their way up, just to kind of even it out before the midway mark, just to ensure themselves better placing. So these matches are starting to get a bit more important as the weeks pile on.
They certainly are. Of course, the viewers would have heard in the background, John, I've got the new announcer pack attached. Thought we'd just throw it out there. Usually I keep everything default just because some people are a little bit picky. But we've got the announcer pack on for tonight. And of course, John, the Pudge, not the Arcana, but rather the Persona, is upon us. And I wonder whether either of these teams will go ahead and pick it up today.
That's a tricky one, Mike. We have definitely not seen a lot of Pudge for very good reason. Of course, it would be nice to see it, just so we could finally see the damn Persona and get it over with. But whether or not this cosmetic makes it a viable hero, tricky. I'd wager we won't see it. Honestly, I'd wager we won't. It's just been so long gone from meta that it's hard to force teams to go into it. We'll see as it unfolds. You've got a bit of an opening here already from both sides. Solid, not too unpredictable bans from both. You've got the Clock Mag being taken out by Power of Friendship. So you're not going to see the Juggernaut plays coming out from Your Soul's Mine. That's something they've gone back to. And we've seen it pop back into meta with melee cores. The Clockwork has been particularly potent as well across many regions. And it does play really well into the resurgence of heroes like Darkseer. So you're not going to have that combination on hand. Your Soul is Mine. They take out much more standard bans. Tusk, Mars, we've seen this banned for the past patch or so now, so not too surprising. The Void Spirit Opener, you've got some flexibility for your Soulless Mine. They combine that with a Sky Rat they do pick up now. So they've got solid control, solid burst. There is some wombo combo you can play there with the Remnants into the Flare. I think that's pretty potent for early burst potential and early ganks. So your Soulless Mine does have some early aggression building up. Power of Friendship with the Ench. I mean, we've seen the aggression with the creep plays. Maybe you tie that up with a much more aggressive offlaner for the Phosphor Ench. So far, though, they just take the Spec. They already know they're against the Void Spirit. They can sort of drag it late with the Spectre. And they're just going for a little bit more of a cautious opener here from Power of Friendship. When you do start with the Ench support, though, I think that does leave you vulnerable to, especially in this case with a Spectre, you could really open yourself up to, say, a Doom counter pick. So that takes care of the Enchantress, for one, takes care of the creeps, and it takes care of the Spectre pretty well as the game goes on. So yeah, Power of Friendship should consider banning out the Doom if they wanted to. I think that's been a fairly common pick nowadays as well.
How is it that we've gone past this first ban phase? Spectre made it through. Doom made it through. Venomancer made it through. I mean, how are these heroes getting through? I was casting a different tournament yesterday, John. One of the games, they led all those 3 picks, and guess what? One team picked all those 3 heroes and won in 20 minutes. Because, you know, Veno, Doom, and Spectre right now is quite broken.
That they are.
I don't know, Power of Friendship. I mean, they obviously just go into the second pick Spectre. Now, you did mention there is plenty of counter potential, obviously, right? You've picked it up very, very early. But it's still a Spectre, John. I don't know what to say. Like, even with the counters out there, it just, once you've approached a certain time in the game, this hero doesn't die anymore. It doesn't happen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one to keep under control. So your Soulless Mine with a Void Spirit Sky, I think they have the potency to really get those early mid rotations out to the Spectre. They've got to be very cautious about the haunt timings and really get a grip in the jungle. I think that's the mistake a lot of teams make against Spectre. And even wider, right? Like, even with a resurgent of Sven, you make the same mistakes. You ignore the jungle, you let these heroes free farm, they come out of the jungle looking insane. So you've got to reel in the tempo there. Your Soulless Mine, knowing that they're going up against the Spectre game, need to really draft a bit faster. I'd say look into offlaners that are a lot more independent. So the Doom is still looking pretty good for the offlane if you wanted it. It just accelerates by itself. And again, we're at this point in the bans where it's just not being taken out, along with that Veno you mentioned. Those are pretty decent picks for your Soulless Mine if they get to pick them up, and pretty potent to fight against if Power of Friendship actually takes it themselves. So really, rather fast bans, just ignoring all these meta heroes.
Well, that they are. Final ban out now from Power of Friendship, and then we get to see a bit more coming out. They got rid of the Underlord last for your Soulless Mine, and what I'm really curious about as well, John, this Skyrath Mage hero that I'm seeing here on the Dire side, what are they gonna do with this hero? Like, what is it for lane dominance? Is that what we're looking for? Do you think we're gonna see it paired up with, you know, like a Legion Commander or something, like the old school kind of combinations? Maybe a Void, like a Faceless Void.
Yeah, those are all potent combinations. I'd say the Void Spirit Sky is already really potent. The amplification you get from Silence is great. The hold you get from the Remnant's already great. And Power of Friendship, I mean, we called it. They take the Doom, so now they don't have to worry about it. They've got their own way to force these early fights. Void Spirit hates the Doom. You know, it's just that Doom is so pesky. Once you cast it, you're done. Void Spirit has no presence. And Power of Friendship now, they've got ways to set the tempo for the Spectre. They've got ways to sustain their offlane. Your Soulless Mine, they've got to reel this in a bit. Like, they've still got a decent combo, but their lanes are looking rather rough to play.
Well, they get the Treant Protector now, so that safe lane of your Soulless Mine should be relatively safe with that Treant Protector. Obviously, we know with this hero is you tend to just drag on the game forever because you just keep healing up towers and allies and everything like that. Only problem being is you are still up against a Spectre who loves dragging out games. So, it's maybe a bit counterintuitive, but may I bring your attention along to the odds, John? We didn't really bring this up from the Picklebet guys, but the odds right now, your Soulless Mine, $1.88 in comparison to the Power of Friendship at $6.60. So, according to Picklebet, chances are that even if your Soul is Mine has a terrible draft, they'll probably win the game. I wouldn't go as far as saying $6.60 though. I think that's way too far.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's I think it comes down to how many games you've got sampled. So Power of Friendship's only played 2 series, whereas Your Soul is Mine has played 4. So that probably plays a bit into their calculation for odds. I would actually say based on just the teams Power of Friendship had to play, a pretty nice looking chance. I'd actually put it a lot more in draft. We'll see. Power of Friendship, they get the Witch Doctor, which again, I mean, you've got Sustain, Witty Enchantress. You've got Doom, who has his own inbuilt Sustain with Scorched Earth and Devour. Now you've got the Witch Doctor aura. You've got a lot of ways to play early. You've got a lot of ways to mitigate this early aggression. Your Soul is Mine. Witch Doctor can help sustain a push, which is really the only weakness of Power of Friendship's draft. They lack a natural sort of pushing hero. They might see that come out for their mid, but it's looking pretty tied in for a draft around a Spectre. This is all playing into their key timings perfectly, and Your Soul is Mine. You mentioned the stalling with Treant, and that's still in play. They've got decent team fight and hold to combine with their Void Spirit and Rat Mage. They need more to come out. Like, we've seen 2 supports, unless they go flex with their Treant, which we've seen at least from Ice Ice Sites. It's really been Ice Ice Sites since KYXY in Asia that's been doing that as much, but there's still the option there for Your Soul is Mine. I'd like to see a lot more active of an off lane. They need to be able to pierce through the sustain that Power of Friendship has, and it's looking a bit tough. They ban out a lot of the big offlaners you'd like to see here. That works really well. Maybe they go for Core Phoenix to go with Treant, then you have some issues with EXP. You're running a Treant and Sky support duo. Those both need EXP. The Sky especially. Like, we've seen that time and time and again. If you stall out the level 6 timing on the Sky, it just doesn't have the impact in those rotations you'd want it to have.
Okay. Your Soul is Mine. 4th pickup. They go for the Sand King. All right. I mean, it's one of those heroes, John. It hasn't been very popular as of late. I personally believe there is a slot for Sand King in the meta, but he might need a buff or two here and there. I mean, there were some changes made to Caustic Finale in the last patch, and, you know, we've seen some moments of brilliance from this hero, but does it incite confidence into you, John?
Not quite. Not quite. I think the issues I have here is that once you hit the level 10 spike for the Treant, so once you get the Invis talent up, you're getting so much more value from your sentries because you can hunt down the Sand King on the same spots. If he's creep cutting, you'll also be able to spot the Treant. So if they're going to try to go for this counter push play on the line with their Treant or Sand King cutting lanes, the vision game from Power of Friendship should be able to find that, for one. So the stalling tactic you get with the Sand King in that case kind of loses its momentum. But if they play around those early epicenters, get a good timing in the blink, they've got a lot of AoE here from Your Soul is Mine. And they can pierce through the early sustain Power of Friendship has, but they really do need to play fast. Not want to stall this game out against the Spectre. Maybe your Sand King has a better time in lane, just because Caustic Finale is, as you mentioned, it's been reworked to be pretty good again. So you can harass out the Spectre because it's a melee hero. You just really do have to push that aggression. You can't allow the Spectre to breed here. And Your Soul is Mine is looking like they want to play that pace. They just have to execute it now.
Okay. Final banouts now coming out. The AM and Quap were removed from either side, and now we'll see the Zeus also being removed from Your Soul is Mine. So just wanting to ensure this Void Spirit has a good time. And it is generally very important for a Void Spirit to have a decent laning phase, you know, because if you don't, you just tend to farm and then you miss your timing, and, you know, it's one of those heroes.
Yeah. It's a combination with the Spectre as well, like Hunt Thunder God's Wrath, of course, is some classic old school Dota, you know, just the global ganking capabilities. I think you're fine with this if you're Power of Friendship. Again, what we're looking for from here, if it's not burst, it's more of something that allows them to push. You see, Your Soul is Mine, they get that with their Terrorblade. So they can transition from a big team fight, burn down towers, and try to play fast. This is looking pretty good to hit their own spikes, right? Like, you've got the Sand King blink timer that's going to be key. The level 6 and maybe the Orchid timing for your Void Spirit. Level 6 timings for your sports, but once you hit all those marks, you have a lot more uptime fight. The Spectre has Haunt, which you have to play around. You've got Doom, which is also fairly long, so the uptime for Power of Friendship is a lot lower. They're going to have to play a slower game, they're going to have to farm up, and that's something Your Soul is Mine can abuse. So they've got to really play pretty quick, because that flips towards late game. When you've got the Terrorblade, by the time you reach late game, suddenly you're constrained by Metamorphosis, and the Spectre doesn't care as much. And Power of Friendship, yeah, they take the Ember. That gives them magic damage for the Terrorblade, gives them mobility to kind of be all around the map as well. Doesn't quite give them push, but I think in this case, they really just want deep push, and the Ember Spirit does give you that. So rather balanced drafts, it's going to be really key for Your Soul is Mine to play faster, and it's rather really balanced drafts from both sides.
I'd say so. I do like this, and it looks like it's going to be a rather explosive game from these two. Of course, Power of Friendship. Well, I was going to say Power of Friendship want to drag out this game as much as possible, but the TB does tend to transition quite well as well. So I suppose only time's going to tell how this one goes, John. Again, Your Soul is Mine, the heavy favorites in this first game, in this first BO2 game. We'll see what Power of Friendship can do. I mean, I don't doubt these guys at all. I think they've got plenty of potential. They've got the Power of Friendship, John. You can't really ask for much more.
No, you certainly can't. And they've got to live up to that name. We'll see if they can carry that. It always kind of disappoints me sometimes when you've got these kind of play on names. Like Your Soul is Mine. That will always remind me of Shadow Fiend. And we don't have a Shadow Fiend here. So, no, it's just, it takes a little bit away from that impact of the name. So, on that end, Power of Friendship, it's never going to be irrelevant, regardless of what hero lineup you have. On that meta note, they should have the edge here, Mike.
They should. We'll get into it very, very soon. This is, of course, game 1 of a BO2. Should be a lot of fun. And by the way, John, I was thinking to myself last night when I saw that I was casting with you again. I was thinking it's been a while since we've casted with each other. It's been a bit of time, hasn't it?
That it has. Yeah, it's like, well, on paper it's actually been like a week, but
it's a long time for us.
It just feels like, it feels like a long time when you've covered like a bunch of games in between, right? Which is, I think it's the longest we've gone without casting with each other while casting other stuff. So it's an interesting thing to happen. Not very common, but you know what they say, Mike? Distance makes the heart go fonder, right?
Something like that, John. I don't know. I don't know about that, John. We have been distant for quite a while. I mean, in terms of actual distance, you are in the Philippines, so I suppose so. If you want to, use that unit of measurement. Still, we'll go into game number 1. By the way, John, I hope you're not cheating on me while I've been away for the last week. Just, No?
I mean, I'm not the one hanging out with other people on cams, Mike.
Oh, no, hold on a minute. That wasn't, it's not serious over there. That's just for the money, John. You're something special to me. Don't worry about them.
Yeah, so you say, Mike. So you say. Still, you're looking at these lanes, looking at these heroes. I mean, Terrorblade plus Treant can be aggressive early on, and this is something that they're gearing up for. If you look at Hahagwo, he has gotten the Nature's Grasp, which you tend to see. So expect that first Metamorphosis to really count. We always talk about that.
They see Shifsa. They're going to go. Pop the meta with the Nature's Grasp, and Shifsa is gone. Hahagwo going to get the first kill, and well, what can you do? Spider Boy, he's looking at the Terrorblade, but there's just no way to contest this bounty rune now. He'll just have to leave him be.
No, and this is the beauty of these two supports.
Is this 4 bounty runes, John?
It's looking like it. You don't have Short Potato in position. It looks like they expected someone else there. They're gonna have to just surrender it, which is not what you want. That's a really big start. Yeah, that's a huge start. Like, you've got the bonus gold, you've got first blood, you've already forced one hero back into base, so they've got to walk back, take away some of that early sting. Now, the one silver lining for Power of Friendship is that Metamorphosis is going to fade. So at least for this first wave, you're not going to have to deal with that. But you can see the supports here. They're still waiting for some more aggression.
That they are. We have another pause coming out, but I was about to say Spider Boy is going to have to be a little bit cautious. So he is alone. No skill points yet. Of course, he can still afford to go for the level 1 Scorched Earth, but even if you do, like, with Savior coming in from the right side and you've got the train on the left side, one Nature's Grasp, if it's landed nicely, it really shouldn't be too hard to get through the Doom. I mean, he's sitting on 3 armor right now with that Ring of Protection. It's not going to be too hard to get through him. Assuming you could just keep him down, they haven't necessarily got lockdown per se, but the slows might just be enough.
Yeah, and this is one spot where Shiftza is not going to be able to do much. Like, if he goes for level 1 enchant, you can slow one of the heroes down, which is nice, but not amazing. And if you go for your heal, it doesn't heal fast enough in these hero levels. So it's that shaky point for Enchantress, right? Where you just can't really support in that sense outside of trying to trade hits.
Spider.
And again, yeah.
He's got to be careful. He shows himself, and there it is. Concussive shot. He went for the Devour. He's going to try for the TP plane. He will make it out. Nice TP play out from Spider Boy. He will have to commit a very, very early salve, but he does survive.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Your Soul is Mine wanted anyway. You know, they force out the early regen while the first Metamorphosis is down, so you've got a little bit more leeway there. Still, that lane's going to stay even. The mid lane is where you've got the Spirit Brothers, but
he does go down with Sabi on the Sand King. Just level 1 Witch Doctor kill. It was just the Paralyzing Casks and Short Potato with the Spectral Dagger and some right clicks. Got the job done.
Yeah, and this is not a great start for a Sand King. Like, I'd say Sand King needs level 4 to be really comfy. Whether or not you go for the second level in Sandstorm or the second level in Caustic on top of 1 level of stun, it really depends on the lane, but this is not where you want to be. This slows down your EXP progression, and now Savior's stepping a bit too far.
He is. The stun will fly out. Short Potato wants to continue this chase, but Savior will be just fine to get out of there. This does buy Wasabi a bit of time to get some CS in. I was going to ask as well, John, is it very usual you just go for the first level on Burrow Strike? I could have sworn you went for Sandstorm instead, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I tend to see Sandstorm and Caustic a lot more often. Burrow Strike's only when you run a tri-lane first to secure First Blood, and I mean, Your Soul is Mine wasn't set for that. Maybe they had something else in mind. Now you do at least have the stun and Caustic, and there you go.
Well, you can kind of see what they're doing now. I mean, the stun into all the magic burst of Savior, of course, is going to probably mean a kill onto that Witch Doctor. Or maybe that's the reason why they went down that skill build. Not that it matters anymore, because he is level 2 now. Of course, John, the one lane we haven't really looked at, that mid lane. 9 going to be up against F18. F18 having a very good time so far on the Void Spirit with 13 and 5. And it looks like he's not going to get pressured at all.
No, and we've seen this matchup before between these Spirit Brothers. It does tend to be fairly even with the edge towards the Void Spirit, just with what he can block, and that's a lot of kills in that Spectre lane.
Yeah, Wasabi, he goes down again. Pretty much the same story, just all spells being used up with a few auto attacks, and they get the kill, but even top lane, Haha. He's going to have a go at Spider Boy, 45, and Spider Boy, he's running straight through the Nature's Grasp, trying to get out of there. He'll take a bit more damage, but with the Scorched Earth, he will be able to run out of range of Haha.
Yeah, and you're seeing the effect of the Doom, right? Like, that bonus armor he's getting now is starting to be into play. Literally unkillable. Not a very tenable spot still. You know, like, he can regen up when the Devour's up in the Scorched Earth, but you're down to 2 tangos. Spider Boy's going to ship out a fresh set. This is a really fantastic start for HTW, and they're going. Yeah,
he's gone. He's going to go into the tree line and try to juke this out. Haha is going to be on the chase, and just great Nature's Grasp placement from Haha. Understanding he'll probably try for the juke spot. But bot lane, John, Wasabi is in trouble again, and so is Savior. They'll make the chase. Savior does go down. Wasabi, he'll be the one to get out with his life intact, and will salve up. But I've got to say, power of friendship with this bot lane. All these kills going the way of this Witch Doctor is probably going to be a lot, though. Yeah, F18 mid lane. Going to be in a bit of danger, but he does make his way out. Shifter, unable to finish off the kill. Haha. Great TP in just to make sure F18 can get out of there.
Yeah, this is still wasting a lot of time for our Void Spirit, though. Like, he has to walk back to base, TP back in. This is free space for 9. He's going to hit level 5 once he's back in.
Wasabi dying again. This is the 4th kill for this Witch Doctor. He hasn't even got Melodict yet, John. He's just... He's gone 2-2-0.
That is not typical. That's not a very typical performance for the Witch Doctor, but they're making it work, and Your soul is mine. Like, this stun-oriented has its downsides. You know, once you start missing out on those kills, you're not clearing out these waves. So the Sand King's presence in terms of laning isn't amazing, and now these runes as well.
Short Potato, he just keeps rushing forward onto Savior, but now the Burrow strikes out from Wasabi, but look at him, he just turns around. Back onto Savior, but now, with all this damage coming in, he should be dead. And Wasabi wants the last hit. He needs a Burrow strike, and he has one in a second, and that should mean death for the Witch Doctor, and it does. Wasabi able to pick up his first kill of the game, and that's actually a pretty worthwhile one, considering he did give a killing spree away to this Witch Doctor.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice pickup, and you did see a trade though up top. Spider-Boy did find the Terrorblade, and in the end, Power Friendship's still gonna be happy about that. You traded basically a support to take out the opposing Pause 1. That's Spider-Boy bouncing back bigger in his own lane, and at the least now in the bot lane for Your Soul Is Mine, Wasabi's at 5. So you've got level 3 stun, you've got level 2 caustic, you've got a lot more damage flying out, but it's not too long from now where you'd expect Short Potato to sort of transition to the jungle anyway. It's that timing for the Spectre to just start farming up. So Your Soul Is Mine needs to push a little bit more aggression in that lane or down mid before that happens, because you look at Power of Friendship, they're already starting to gear up. They're slightly behind in net worth, but they're a lot more aggressive with their positioning. Like, Shifts is already in the opposing jungle, just playing with those creeps.
Wasabi, Burrow Strike into the epicenter. Short Potato gonna go down solo. Wasabi, great use of that epi. Understanding there was nobody there to help out the Spectre, but now the paralyzing cask flies out, and it does not bounce the right way to kill off Wasabi, and in fact, looks like very, very soon they might make a jump onto this Witch Doctor. In fact, concussive shot is there. That'll be it. They seem to be just satisfied with the fact that the Spectre is dead.
Yeah, they need to maintain that aggression. Just constantly keep that spec down. Wasabi has to make that lane work out, but Savior?
Savior needs a savior, and Wasabi is going to be that savior. Short Potato still going to make that chase. Wasabi might die because of this, though no, he'll be fine. They don't have the lockdown. And top lane? Shifter? Being chased a little bit. Pretty out of position here, but HTW, also unable to just hold him down, is probably going to have to let him go, or maybe not. He'll see him again. And you know what, John? Although, you know, Shifts is basically running away from HTW, the fact that he just wasted so much time, I'd call that a pretty decent win.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you're giving Spider-Boy free space to escalate onto Doom. You're keeping constant checks on his TB's progression. You're keeping the movements of Soul Is Mine in check. And this is sort of compensating for this slower start for Short Potato anyway. So you're mitigating that snowballed start. YSIM wants to hit, and you're forcing them to clump up down mid when they're not quite ready to commit. Like, they're still trying to find openings. They're still giving space to Short Potato, and he's rushing a Midas on the spec, which
Wasabi
isn't too unusual, though.
They've got Haunt, John. Wasabi's going to be a little bit careful. He'll hold out for now. Maybe up until the Spectral Dagger's up? No, he won't bother. He's just going to hold on to that Haunt for a better opportunity. See that later on. Still, F18 could be in a spot of trouble here. 9 does have Shifts around in the dire jungle, but they do get Short Potato. Wasabi just turns around, apparently, with the Burrow Strike Epi. With the concussive shot from Savior was just enough.
Yeah, they've got to respect the power of the Sand King. Like, they were dominating that lane earlier, but if you play around Epicenter like this, if you're not afraid to throw it out, and with maxed Burrow Strike, it's not very hard to land all those spells. So you do have to give your Spectre some space to grow here, because you're delaying this Midas timing. And if you miss that out,
they're haunting on Wasabi. Everyone just goes on Wasabi, apparently, but here comes F18. He's had enough of this bot lane. He wants to clean up, but he is out of mana. Still chasing down Astral Step on the Witch Doctor, healing up the best he can. Still alive somehow. In fact, should be dead. But no, he survives through the damage from the Skywrath, and now 9 is the one to go down. F18 still chasing. With the Aether Remnant, he locks him in. What a sniper. F18. And this Witch Doctor should finally be gone, and he is. Going to be a 2-for-0 trade. Shifter will be able to run his way out of there. Great little rotation out from the Void Spirit.
yeah, they're really making this aggression work for YSIM. Like, because they pop the meta, they get to go push a tower, and this is how they should play. They're still hunting for more. Do you know which shifts is still around?
Why not? If you've got the mana, if you've got the HP, just make the dive, and that's exactly what they do. And of course, HGW will join his team at the 10-minute mark to just take a free tier 1 tower. No cart necessary.
No, and this is the pace of game that YSIM wants to bring out. They've got the Terrorblade, they've got a faster pace of game, which is how explosive they can be. The first haunt for Power of Friendship just falling flat. We haven't even seen the first Doom as well from Spider-Boy, so a lot more things need to come together for POF for them to really kick into gear. And Your Soul Is Mine now. They've got the driver's seat. You know, they're at the point with the early drums on their TB that they could just keep forcing this aggression as long as they've got Metamorphosis up.
Oh, Short Potato going to be in danger again. F18 going in concussive shot to follow up, but it's not going to be quite enough.
Oh.
The Arcane Bolt, not going to be enough damage as Savior going down to 9. A very close call for the Spectre. He barely gets out with his life intact, but mind you, John, with this Spectre, it's not really going to be that effective if you're not farming, and that has kind of been the case.
Oh yeah, it's been a painful game for Short Potato. Like, he had that dominating lane for a while. You look at net worth, he's at 3.3k, right below the Treant from YSIM. So not a very good spot for a pause 1 spec. Again, they're saving for the Midas build-up. This is really stalled out for Midas, naked Midas, by the way, not even boots up. So this is not impressive. They need to still buy some time for that spec. And this is the weakness of POF's draft. They just play a lot slower compared to YSIM.
Yeah, Short Potato not having a good old time. Of course, the mid lane is going to be forced in here from Power of Friendship. They've got F18 in the chains with a follow-up stun, and F18 will actual step away. He'll be alright for now, but Spider-Boy, he wants to chase, so he pops the drums, but gets caught by the Remnant. Meanwhile, Shivsa does go down to Wasabi. They do get the Doom off, though, on the Terrorblade, but now the Overgrowth out from Haha with the follow-up damage from Wasabi, and the Epicenter 9 is going to go down, and Spider-Boy cannot survive. And everybody from Your Soul Is Mine and is out of there.
That's such a big win for Your Soul Is Mine. They just constantly bait POF in, and POF, they need to know their own timings. Like, they can't afford to dive like that. If they do, they need their Spectre to commit Haunt, and with that kind of opening, Your Soul Is Mine straight into another objective. This is just beautiful plays from them, timing it around their Metamorphosis, taking these objectives, and constantly forcing POF to be on the defensive.
They're going to fight for it though, John. They want to defend, but the tier 1's gone. Still, they'll jump in with 9, but the Burrow Strike is going to be out from Wasabi, and Savior is going to be the first one down. Now the cask with the Death Ward out. Wasabi is taking a lot of damage, and he does go, but F18 will be alright. They'll lose 2 for the sake of that tier 1 mid, and that'll be it. They get the hell out of there.
Yeah, I'd say that's still worthwhile for YSIM. Like, they get a big objective, they can start hunting down these farming spots the Spectre wants to spend time in now. It's not as secure near that mid lane, and that just gives Your Soul Is Mine more opportunities to lock this map in. So they're getting themselves that timing they want, they're getting themselves the tempo they want. It's still a struggle here for POF. Like, they're 4k behind at 13 minutes in. That's a pretty substantial gap, and that is looking still rather drastic for Short Potato. So there's a lot of catching up still. It was really down to 9 to start finding more in December Spirit. It's more on him to set the pace along with the Doom. And it's been a slower start for Ember. Like, he had a decent enough laning start, but oh, Short Potato.
In trouble. It's just off the back of Wasabi and Haha. The Overgrowth just committed, but it's a Spectre. You'll take that anytime you can. And concussive shot shifts up. Oh, they bit of mispositioning there with the spells from Savior. And so Shifsa will be able to get himself out. But they're going to be more than happy. Like, you killed the Spectre this many times. You know you've got the game in the bag if this just keeps up.
Oh, definitely. Like, you're just not giving this Spectre room to breathe. The Midas is just not doing enough to compensate for that slow restart. You're at the point now from YSIM where you've got a Meteor Hammer on your Treant, so Haha gonna have more presence. There's a follow-up stun after the Overgrowth, after the Burrow Strike as well. So they have a lot of control from Your Soul Is Mine. They've got some really great ways to add onto their push and some really good ways to shove back these lanes as well. So POF, with this kind of key item progression in Your Soul is Mine, they don't have anything popping up just yet.
No, they do not. 5k net worth lead here for YSIM, but top lane, they are going to engage onto Wasabi. It's a lot of damage, but he's still alive, still 9.
Oh.
Will make the chase as the Ember with the chains out. Wasabi still alive, but does finally go down. Power of Friendship. I mean, they've killed Wasabi 5 times this game, John, but I have a funny feeling.
Oh,
I was about to say Wasabi doesn't care about dying. Now with that Spectre kill, I can guarantee he doesn't care about dying.
Oh, 100%. Like, you trade a Scorpion for a Spectre. Like, you're going to be very happy with that. That was a 4-man rotation for a Sand King up top. That is not worthwhile for what you got. You can't even shove in that top tier 1 because you're playing against a Treant with no pushing heroes. So it's just no objective progression here for POF. They're still clumping up, but now you're getting more reinforcements up top, and there's just no push happening anymore.
It's that classic Treant Protector. And of course Wasabi on the Sand King, just not allowing them to take any towers. And if you don't take any towers, you don't have any space to farm, in which case, you just don't get farmed. That's what's happening right now. Your Soul is Mine just playing this really nicely, and speaking of towers, John, bot lane, HTW, is just going to take a free tier 2 tower if nobody's going to be here. And they are rushing over with the Doom. They do get it off on the TB. Savior just trying to get out of there with the concussive shot, but he cannot. The Remnant was out from 9, and now the TB will also die. Nice rotation out from the side of Power of Friendship.
Oh yeah, it's a good pick off to get. You still have some salvaging coming out here from Your Soul is Mine with the Witch Doctor pick up top, but this is the first big win for Power of Friendship, and just finding that core TB, staving off the tier 2 push. Now they've got a little bit more room to breed. That's being used successfully as well.
They jump in on the Ember top lane. John 9, he's in a bit of danger. The Meteor Hammer actually going to land perfectly from Haha. Oh, he predicts the movement. And Shifsa, he came in, but that's not the place to be right now, Shifsa. That was not it. Savior will happily take the kill. And it just continues the absolute slaughter of the Power of Friendship. So they now go after the tier 1 top tower.
Yeah, they're just cleaning up this map, and no, Power of Friendship, they're
Short
trying.
Potato, it's going to run in. He's going to try and bait them in here. A nice deny out from Short Potato, actually. But Wasabi is just fine. They don't really... No, they do have detection. Short Potato, there's the sentry being placed. Wasabi, he has the burrow, he just hasn't used it yet. The Doom going to be in danger. Spider-Boy needs to run out of there. Now the Death Ward out from the Witch Doctor, but it's on to Savior. Haha just going to run straight into it now. Haha, get out of there. Wasabi, the Burrow Strike, he'll be fine, but now F18 does come in. He wants to 4v1 him. He's got the Aghanim Scepter up. The Astral Step is there. Short Potato does go down. Now the Witch Doctor falling low, and here comes Wasabi, but the cask bounce, bouncing twice towards him. Wasabi still out, but no, he does go down to Shifsa. F18 still just man fighting all of them at once. He does dissimulate back to the middle. Now the Overgrowth Shifsa, he is, well, not Shifsa, but F18 trying to survive. Remnants forward from 9. Aether Remnant gonna latch onto the Doom. F18 still in the run, John. He is not dying, but now the chains are out. 9 has secured the kill, and Savior wants to avenge his dead teammate. And he might just get it. Spider-Boy, no, he'll be fine. 9 gets another chains off. And that'll be Savior gone.
That's one heck of a clown fiesta top, just slowly trickling in. Both sides finding some pickoffs here and there, but in the end, Power of Friendship does come out on top a bit. At least a lot of those kills were on to 9. He gets his first actual item. So you've got a Yule's up on your Ember. You've got a lot more presence with that now, and that does help Power of Friendship find more on the map. It's still a scary prospect for them, though. They're still 6k behind, 15 to 20. In that entire time, while those fights were breaking out, that was free time for HTW to farm up. You could argue the same thing was happening for Short Potato, but considering the lead you do have on this Terrorblade already, it's just winding even more. Like, look at HTW. He's going straight for the Satanic now after the SNY. This guy is going to be a really tanky Terrorblade, and you're going to have to throw everything at him just to stop him from taking control in these team fights.
That they are. Shifts are now up with 9, going to go after Haha, but that is a very difficult kill to try and get. 9 not going to land with the chains, and Haha should be just fine. He'll get out of there. Does go underneath an observer ward, but it's fairly obvious he's in the tree line somewhere. And mind you, John, they're still trying to get that top tier 1 tower. They have not gotten one yet, Power of Friendship. And as it stands, I don't think they're getting one anytime soon.
No, this is just such a classic Treant game. Like, you mentioned it, but you can't push in. You just can't push in with this kind of draft into a Treant. Like, this would make KYXY very happy. Yeah, I tell you. Like, I remember how many games that guy dominated in his Treant, and this is the exact same story. Like, Your Soul is Mine in that downtime. They took out the tier 2 bot, so they've got this entire bot lane exposed, the entire bot jungle just under their control, and that just continuously shrinks down the space Power of Friendship wants to farm in. That's why they're pressuring this top tier 1 badly, because they need access to this further part of the Dire jungle, and they just can't get it. Just trying to eke out some space here. You look at our Spectre, like, Short Potato has been stuck at Midas power treads for a while. That is just such gnarly progression for a Spec to have at 20 minutes in.
It is. It is a tough time for Short Potato. With a 7k net worth lead for YSIM, it only is set to get worse. That's a 7k net worth lead when you have a Doom on the other side of the map. That's, you know, it's usually the other way around, and you even have a Midas on Short Potato. I mean, you look at HTW, he's just doing it the old-fashioned way on the Terrorblade. No Midas necessary, and of course F18. He's been doing a fantastic job on the Void Spirit. And, I don't know, Power of Friendship, I don't think the game's over by any stretch. In fact, Dota Plus is still saying they've got an 18% chance to pull off this victory, and I believe that is just the Spectre effect coming into play here. But,
yeah, for sure. It's, I mean, you've got ways now. I don't think we ever mentioned, but they've got the Blink and Spider Boy, which, honestly, we haven't seen the biggest impact, but at least now you have a way of jumping in. Maybe you doom up the Terrorblade before anything else can pop. Like, that can lead to success. We saw that happen once, like, in that chase behind the tier 2 towers in the Dire jungle, the Dire triangle. It just didn't pan out. They need to really commit. I think when you have this Blink and the Doom, you just chase a target down, doom them up, commit the haunt. Just bring out everything to find that one key pick off, and just keep doing that every 2 minutes. That's how Power of Friendship bounces back at this point.
They're trying for that top tier 1 tower again. Haha is just there. He's not going to let it happen. This is just so demoralizing to watch. Just look at this, John. Shifts is trying. Shifts may as well be healing up that tower by hitting it at this rate. Meteor Hammer, gonna just not land on anything from Haha apart from the creeps. Of course, they'll burn the creeps out. More creeps coming in, but they're almost there at that tier 1, but here comes F18 onto the Enchantress. They commit the Overgrowth. They'll get one, and they're probably going to get the second as F18. Do they have lockdown? Yeah, they definitely do. Wasabi was in there with the Burrow Strike. No tower for you, they say.
Whew. And it's going to heal up. And, I mean, they popped Haunt there as well. This is not the Haunt we were looking for. They need to be aggressive, not defensive with these haunts. There's no turn opportunity. Short Potato even actually haunted into HTW, which was a scary prospect if HTW wanted to man-fight that one. That would have been a pretty clean-cut kill. Still, now it's YSIM's turn to push, and this is the low committal push they can get done with a Treant. Just Meteor Hammer down the tower, have the creep wave, whack it a couple of times, and you're doing more continuous damage than Power of Friendship has done towards any of these tier 1 towers.
That is true. As time goes on, it's just getting worse. Like, they're just picking up more utility on YSIM. Short Potato does have the R-Sharp now, at least, so there's a bit of faster farming going on here for this Spectre, but we are 22 minutes in. Just trying to work towards that Manta style and get those stats up, tank up a bit. Of course, purge off the silence as well from F18, which... and the Skywrath for that matter. But look at the positioning of Power of Friendship. They're just kind of stuck in their own triangle right now. It's just the top lane and the triangle. That's really all they have, it seems.
That's really it, because of how aggressive YSIM's been in shoving every lane out. taking control on the map. They don't even actually have that much vision. Like, the vision game for YSIM, it's currently down right now, but they've still got control here. Power of Friendship just can't get too much farm done, and you're talking about some item builds. I want to highlight something from our Witch Doctor, Mike. He's got double cloak, and one of them's in the backpack. For whatever reason you do that for. Like, I would honestly just stick that up. Maybe hide the dust for now. Still, they smoke up.
I'm quite intrigued to see what the point of that is. I mean, obviously one of them's for the Glimmer Cape, right? That's fine.
Yeah.
What's the second one for? I mean, do they stack once you get a Glimmer Cape? Is that why?
Yeah, like, this does stack. It's just
okay.
You wouldn't buy two, especially not as a support. For the most part, you know, it's like you would probably prioritize the Glimmer Cape first, then consider it if you need more. It's curious. I mean, I'm fine with two, actually. It's just, why put it in the backpack?
It's a good question, John.
Bothers me.
I don't blame you, John. Oh, haha. He's going to find that Tinker Ward they placed. It just makes things so much worse for him. Like, they've lost that ward now, so haha is back to doing Tree Protector things. There is going to be a group up from YSIM in the mid lane. They are trying, but he's got a Blink Dagger up. So he just blinks to the north, and they can't reach him. And now the rest of his team is either going to go for a Roshan, or they're going to take the final spot left to farm, which is the Radiant Triangle. And it looks like it is going to be the latter. So here we go, YSIM roaming in. Power of Friendship can't really afford to give this position up. It looks like they will hold the high ground, but HTW started a Roshan now. Horn, gonna be Yard. Spider-Boy does not get the stun, but he does get the Doom off on the TB still. He got the meta out in time, so Spider-Boy is taking way too much damage, and he will just drop. Now Wasabi just holding everyone else back with a 4-man overgrowth. Oh, they're gonna melt. Oh, this is just... It's a massacre, John. It's a massacre. Short Potato, he's gone. And there's the Ember. Wasabi. It's just beautiful play. Just baiting all of them in onto the staircase, holding him down. I don't know what else to say, John. It's just beautiful, isn't it?
Oh god, that was just not timed right. Like they had the haunt first, and then they blinked and doomed. I mean, it didn't line up. Like it just didn't line up. There was enough time for Your Soul's Mind to react. The counter fight potential from Power of Friendship's just not there, and your Spectre is not nearly big enough to manhandle these heroes. You were talking about the progression on our Ember, right? With the Eul's pickup being super important. It did nothing. Like, he just can't get enough done with just the Eul's when you're talking about a Eul's and an Ags on, you know, F18 on a Void Spirit. When you've got the Satanic on HTW, and now you have to deal with a second life. I mean, they're gonna try. They're still clumping up down mid. This is a tall order now.
Look at Haha. He's just sitting in that tree line waiting for his next target. Wasabi, he'll go after the Enchanted Creep, but they have found the Spectre with the Meteor Hammer dropping, and now the Mystic Flare. Short Potato is already so low, but he'll try and fight back. Savior gonna run up, but here comes F18 with the silencers. He does not connect on the Spectre, so he'll keep the chase up. F18 not able to actually find Short Potato, but they do take the Witch Doctor. And that'll be it. A 1-for-0. Into the mid-tier 2 tower they go. And everybody else from Power of Friendship is just backing off.
You know, the beauty of this timing on the push for Your Soul Is Mine, they had the Metamorphosis up early in the rush. They only have to wait about 20 seconds now for the Metamorphosis to be up onto the high ground push. So they don't need to back out. They could just keep going here. They've got the Epicenter backup. They've got Overgrowth backup. They have everything they need to force this fight out.
Just seems easy here for YSIM on this high ground defense. They've got to try and get a defense out, POF. Do they have buybacks? Well, they don't really have many. Hit the Remnant. Gonna land. Shifts are gonna get jumped on again, and now 9. What's he doing there? Short Potato gonna jump in, trying to start the fight up, but there's the Overgrowth. Now the Sunder, HGW, he pops the Satanic, he saves his teammate, and he'll be fine as well, going after that Spectre. But does he have the damage output? Short Potato is man fighting back. They'll lose the Aegis. Meanwhile, F18 also going down to the Ember 9. He bought back. HGW Now a bit of a sitting duck, but Wasabi is around the area trying to help. You have the Guardian Greaves there, and that'll heal him up just a little bit. Wasabi looking to tank the death for the TB, or maybe not even that. In fact, they'll go back in. Burrow Strike not going to land. Wasabi, which way we going? Reflection is out, but here comes F18 straight on the Witch Doctor, and he just gets bursted down, but he'll buy back. Spider Boy, out of position, is... Oh, that's a nice stun coming out with a 3-man Melodict. Do they have the damage up? But Wasabi, he does drop. F18, he'll be in the air right now, but HTW will continue chasing that Witch Doctor. He wants the dieback. They'll get it. But F18, he'll be right. He actual steps out. Still HTW, man fighting with Haha, and they get a nice Meteor Hammer stun out. Now the Sunder out from HTW. Still trying to fight up against the Spectre. But Short Potato is not taking too much damage, or maybe he is.
Oh my God.
There's that Mystic Flare, but at least they kill off the TB. Spider Boy, however, will also go down. And in the end, YSIM, I believe, pulled off the victory. It was a 4-for-4 with 2 buybacks out of the Radiant side. Pretty even fight. And they actually want to go high ground again.
I mean, why not? They know the buyback was expended on at least 1. They know the Doom's down. They know the Haunt's down. They can get some chip damage in. Just have to be cautious. Hold on. 9.
Savior. He'll probably melt here to 9. Overgrowth going to be expended. Savior. Don't tell me he gets out. No, he doesn't, surely. Living Armor and Sleight of Fist will be out from 9. Nice little pick up there for the Ember. You know what, John? I mean, the first 20-25 minutes of this game was not really that close. But now, with this high ground defense coming out from POF, it's looking a lot closer than it should be, especially considering YSIM does have a 14k net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, they played their hearts out in that defense. They managed to get the targets they wanted to. They ate through 2 lives in the Terrorblade, mind you. So they actually did have enough to sustain themselves. Your Soul is Mine did go a lot more offensive, although.
F18 is in trouble. Nature's Grasp. F18, he'll be right. They didn't land the stun. Wasabi is going to be there to counter. In fact, 9 gets Burrow Striked up, and they might just have the lockdown for it. He has no buyback. That was a dieback from the last team fight, and now the Witch Doctor. He can't afford to die either. He also bought back before. That's 2 heroes down for quite a while now, and YSIM should be able to get the first racks of the game.
Yeah, and just like that, they're back on high ground. They're going to get the tier 3s. Now, you do still have Doom and Power of Friendship. You've got Haunt. You can make this work. It's just really difficult without that Ember. They're going to have to find a way to reach the back line well, and they just can't.
Sabi doesn't connect with that Burrow Strike, but there's that mid-racks going down. Do they want more? They definitely do. They've got another minute without that Ember. So try it for the bot racks, at least the tier 3 tower. There goes your meta, HTW. He'll do it the old-fashioned way. Well, Shifts is going to try and harass him a little bit, but you've got so many heals coming in for HTW that it's not really affecting him at all. And, well, they still don't have 9, so that bot rack's going. They're going to try with the Death Ward onto Wasabi. Burrow Strike going to be out on the Doom. Wasabi does go down. Now the Haunted from Short Potato. But YSIM, they back off. F18 is thinking about it. Eventually thinks better of it, and they will leave.
Yeah, it's all things considered a lot better for POF than you'd expect. They hold on to at least an additional lane of racks. They managed to punish an overextension from her Sand King as well. So they hold on. You know, they hold on to the hope that their Spectre is going to carry through for them. And you can see Short Potato, when you do give him the space to be big, when you give him the attention he wants down mid, in the middle of a fight, I mean, he can really wreak a lot of that damage back. He's got his level 20 talent spike with a plus 400 HP. And he's got a lot going for him. Now, after that push though, HTW did finish up his MKB. So there's a lot more damage flying out onto her Terrorblade on top of everything else. And he's working his way towards an Abyssal. So you're going to have these tools up relatively soon for the Terrorblade. And you've also got the Lincolns now for F18, so it's a bit trickier to land that Doom the first time. They've got to watch out for that.
Spider Boy, BKB going to be out. He does try for the Doom, but F18 has a Lincolns up. Oh, it's upsetting. Haha. Nature's Grasp not going to land still. Nice Hex out. F18 just controlling the Witch Doctor. They do get at least the support pick-off. In fact, he's still looking for more. He wants to go after Short Potato. Does land the Yules. Aether Remnant will lock on, but who have they found there? Looks like YSM. They'll ignore the Spectre. And instead of that, they'll go after that final outer tower in the top tier 2.
Yeah, and that time has given them the cooldowns off of Metamorphosis, so they could opt to just siege the high ground if they wanted to. Haha is a bit isolated, though.
I mean, they've chased him for so long that I really don't know if that matters anymore, his death, but he doesn't have buyback. So that's one positive here from Power of Friendship. Still, their top tier 3 is being forced in here from HTW. Yule's going to be out. F18 going to jump in on the Ember, forcing that BKB, and here comes Short Potato. Burrow is out from Wasabi, but it's not going to be good. In fact, he might just go down here on the back 9. In danger, we'll be right. HTW pops the Satanic, trying to survive. He's still going, HTW, but it looks like Short Potato is going to be able to get the kill. An ultra kill for the Spectre. F18, that was not the Dissimulate and the Rampage. What happened?
Oh, it fell apart. Like, their control disappeared without that treant. Like, they had a Hex on Haha. They needed the Overgrowth on top of everything else. Without the follow-up, without the setup from Treant, the execution of that teamfight gets a lot harder, and it's been a massive factor for the past few fights, but Short Potato lives for too long now. He's got the Abyssal up, but the tankiness shoots up even more. The ability for our Spectre to take control here is even higher. And I think one major factor that's going into this is the fact that our Terrorblades went all out on offensive items beyond the Satanic. So you don't have anything like Manta to perhaps get a silence off. You don't have anything like a BKB. Just stand your ground and keep hitting without worrying about any debuffs or control. That is costing YSIM now. Like, this is a big bounce back in for Power of Friendship. They hold onto their high ground. They get some shove out for themselves in an aggressive spot as well.
Yeah, Wasabi should be right. They're trying for that mid-tier 1 now. Feeling very confident here from the side of Power of Friendship. There goes that tier 1, but the TP is coming in from HTW. He does not have meta. He's going to try and fight, but the Doom comes out from Spider-Boy. Now the Overgrowth is there from Haha with the Meteor Hammer, but it's no good. HTW, he's already gone. Now Wasabi goes down. And suddenly Power of Friendship, I mean, that net worth lead that they had on YSIM is really starting to dip back the way of the Radiant side. And is this really that point where they can't kill the Spectre? I mean, it's just Short Potato. He's at the top of the net worth port now. They're going to try again. Hex is out with the Metamorphosis. It's a lot of damage. He is still surviving, but F18 jumps in. Short Potato will still be alive. In fact, he just comes out of the Glimmer Cape and starts fighting in HTW. He'll get jumped on. He does go down. Oh, Short Potato. He'll run out of there and survive, mind you. He'll TP back to the fountain. Now Spider-Boy going after Savior. He's on the run. Witch Doctor will buy back. Aether to lock down Spider-Boy, and F18 going to jump back in, but here's the Horde. Savior is in trouble. Glimmer Cape is going to save. Spider-Boy still trying to go onto F18, but they commit the Overgrowth just to be able to get out of there. Oh no, YSIM, what have you done?
They're streaming in one by one. This is not what you want here. Like, we've seen our Terrorblade die multiple times back to back. Just getting controlled up, and you can see what he's queuing up next. He skips the Abyssal. He knows he needs the BKB, but now you only maintain a 5k lead. The Spectre's above you now in net worth, and we're at the 37-minute mark. This is when Spectre's just insane. You're gonna hit the level 25 talent. They're gonna take the second rush with Aegis and Cheese on the side of Power of Friendship, and this is where it gets a bit scary for your Soulless Vine. Like, yeah, they've still got ways of fighting in, but now they're constrained by their Turbo. They're constrained by Metamorphosis at this point, and Spectre, I mean, Haunt is nice to have, but it's not necessary.
Epi, Burrow is out on both supports. It's a great initiation. They do kill off Shifter, but now F18 going back into all of them, but he doesn't have the damage output. So Wasabi is going to have to go down. Savior trying to get out of there. Remnant's forward from 9. He wants the chains out, and he does not get it quite yet, but now he does. Savior does die, and John, no buybacks.
This is not a good spot for Your Soul's Mind. The one thing they've got is, with a Rax advantage, the lanes are shoving in. At the very least, that mid lane's going to shove in hard, so Your Soul's Mind does have a little bit more leeway in forcing Power of Friendship back, but that lead is gone now, Mike. It's just 1k on the side of Your Soul's Mind. You take a look at Dota Plus, whew, that's one heck of a bounce back. 45% probability now for Power of Friendship, and if they keep winning these next few fights, then I'm fairly certain that will just climb back up. So you're running into damage issues now from Your Soul's Mind. That's down to the fact that your Skyrat is magic damage, your Sand King's magic damage, even your Void Spirit to a certain extent is a magic damage dealing hero, and they've got a lot of mitigating factors from Power of Friendship. That Glimmer Cape for our Witch Doctor is working wonders. I'm taking a look at him, and he still has that cloak in the backpack. It's still just put it in. You know, take that clarity off, have more magic resist, and you're gonna live even longer. Staying now from Power of Friendship is so hard to play against. Right? You've got Nature's Attendance, you've got a mech on the Enchantress. You've got the Voodoo Restoration on top. They are just staying alive by a sliver of HP. But that is all you need on the side of Power of Friendship.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. It's looking really, really good. YSM just barely holding on to a 2k net worth lead. HTW, by the way, John, he has switched over. He doesn't want the BKB. He wants the Eye of Skadi, which might actually be the play here in this game. I mean, the thing is with HTW is he's not really getting disabled that often. It's really just the Doom that is being used up on top of him every single time by Spider-Boy. So BKB's probably not going to do much. Does go for the Eye of Skadi instead. Even then, I don't know, you start to question, can they kill this Spectre? Like, he's level 25. He went for the illusion damage talent at 25 rather than the dispersion. So not even feeling like he needs that added dispersion to be able to win out these team fights. And that's saying something. If the game goes on until he's level 30 and then he gets all his talents as well, I don't know what you do.
You can't do much. And I love the build up here from Short Potato. Like, he's going straight for the Butterfly next, knowing that, well, actually, you're not getting anything from the evasion because the MKB is already preemptively there from HTW, but you've still got a lot of damage flying out. You basically ignore all the other right clicks in this game, especially from that Void Spirit. So you only really worry about HTW, and we've seen it before, the Spectre handles that Terrorblade already. So they're just piling on top on the Spectre, just getting more damage out, getting more attack speed up. And it's for Your Soul's Mind. Like, not only do they have to kind of find the right itemization and find the right openings, they are constrained by Metamorphosis. Like, if they take a fight and they pop it.
We have a literal 50-50, by the way, with Dota Plus now. So, flip a coin, I guess. That's the way this game's going. They do smoke up Power of Friendship, just trying to use 9 as bait in the mid lane. Eventually, they just break the smoke. Nobody's really coming their way. Looks like they're just on defense duty right now. Like, haha, he's just going to make sure they can't force in the mid lane too much. And Power of Friendship. I don't think they're in any real rush here to try and go high ground. This really seems unnecessary to try and force it if you are this Radiant side.
Yeah, it's like, they've got the spec, they don't feel the pressure. I mean, you would at least want to even up the objectives. So perhaps start eyeing those tier 2s for Power of Friendship just to ensure they've got more space on the map, although.
Savior might end up dying for that attempt. Wasabi will go clean up the Witch Doctor, and now they do just jump in with the Horde. Savior still running away. Magic Lamp does proc, but it's not going to do enough. But Wasabi is also around. And Wasabi is going to be the second to fall, and this is all for a Witch Doctor, mind you. In fact, they're going for a third. F18, he's a man on the run. And luckily for him, he does have a Haste Rune active. So he will be able to outrun Power of Friendship. He does go back down to the bot lane and start split pushing that out ASAP. But here come the TP rotations. 9 with his Ags, Remnanting in. 8th Remnant, not going to latch on F18. He does get chained up. It'll be a big pick-off if they can kill off the Void Spirit. And he does not have anything like a BKB to really keep him alive. F18 still just astral stepping away. Looks like he will be alright.
It's a bit of a scary spot when you can't even really go for a deep shove on any lane because of just how mobile these heroes from Power of Friendship is. And just the reach you have from the Ember Spirit's just insane at this point with that Ags. And that just takes away a lot more of the bounce back potential for Your Soul Is Mine. They are still clumped up bot. They're still eyeing this lane. They're aiming to just keep that in. And they have stalled out the progression of Power of Friendship on objectives. They haven't pierced the high ground. These tier 2s up top and down bot are all relatively healthy. So you have stalled out there for the Radiant side. Again, they don't mind. They've got the Butterfly up and Short Potato. This Spectre is just looking so scary. Even with that MKB and the Terrorblade, it's just not enough. You just can't stand there and hit. So Your Soul Is Mine still has some catching up to do. You look at HTW, he switched out again from the Scotty back to the Abyssal. So it looks like he does want to get that control back, get a little bit more of the tankiness from that Abyssal as well. And we'll see if that pays off, because it's been a struggle for the past few fights. I'd say the past 3 fights for our Terrorblade has not gone well. So we're going to have to see something work here, because this is the hard carry. This is what's supposed to carry you at this point in the game.
It is. Getting tougher and tougher. Power of Friendship. Obviously wanting to try and make that Roshan play, but for now they'll go for the high, well, not the high ground push, but the mid lane push. Aegis does expire on 9. I'll just chill out and wait for that next Roshan. YSIM kind of just doing the same thing and biding their time. The Abyssal Blade will be up fairly soon for HTW. In fact, I believe he can barely just afford it now if he does want to. So we'll go for the Vanguard. Or maybe not. He'll save for buyback, perhaps. It's just... is that going to be enough? You really start to question, is an Abyssal Blade what you're missing here?
No. I still think some sort of defensive item like, say, a BKB, maybe a Manta's arguable, but for the disassembly play with the SNY, but a BKB definitely helps. Just, I mean, you still worry about Doom, but you don't need to worry about Cask, you don't need to worry about this War Stomp that Spider-Boy has held onto for the entire game now. You don't need to worry about any of that, even the control from 9. They do manage to take the tier 2 top now. So that's Power of Friendship finally starting to take more objectives. YSIM is just trying to shove all the lanes they've got control over in. They're still not quite able to find any hole to exploit. They do get Missile up. This does leave HTW without buyback, so you've got to be a bit cautious with how they take the next few fights. One bad fight for the Terrorblade, and that could spell the end of their high ground.
Pretty much for sure. HTW... oh, HTW, no, not that way. Don't run to that top lane, sir. Oh, he's gone. He's thinking about it. Spider-Boy's waiting on the high ground. Thinks better of it. He'll just send some illusions in, and there we go. Hit the creeps. Spider-Boy will show himself.
That is that's pretty disgusting. Like this is one thing that always gets you when you're playing Terrorblade, but Illusionist Cape, although.
Yeah, they do jump in. They've found Shivsa, but Short Potato with the Haunt in. Overgrowth out from Haha. They are still dropping. Savior, the first one to fall perhaps. Still alive, but no, Shivsa does get the kill. They go in for another. Haha will be targeted by 9. Meanwhile, Wasabi with the Epicenter is not really doing anything. There's just no damage. Wasabi goes down. Now HTW forced to back off. They'll buy back. There goes Shifsa getting another kill onto Haha. He's on a triple, but Short Potato does go down to the Mystic Flare damage of Savior. Of course, they also get the Witch Doctor. That was HTW with the damage on the Terrorblade. And so it turns out, John, that Mystic Flare is the answer.
Yeah, I mean, they got the damage out. There was a bit of a mistake from Power of Friendship. I believe our Spectre, he had his Midas up instead of the cheese. He did have the cheese at some point. You'd want to swap it in. But they force out a lot of buybacks from YSIM. They know that if Power of Friendship takes the next fight, if they find any kills on those buyback heroes, they just have a big advantage. So Your Soul is Mine has to be cautious. They don't have Metamorphosis on their Terrorblade. Their damage output's sort of mitigated because of that, and their buybacks here from Power of Friendship anyway.
It's actually kind of insane how much damage they can do with that that Mystic Flare, by the way, John. They have the Ancient Seal plus the Veil of Discord on Wasabi, so just amping that much magic damage up does really melt the Spectre. Still, they'll buy back on the Witch Doctor, jumping back in, trying to defend this higher ground, but there goes Spider Boy. He'll buy back. Now 9, just man fighting by himself, and Short Potato will also come in with the Abyssal Blade onto Wasabi. He's a tanky boy, but they'll doom him up, and that should mean the Sand King's gone. 9, looking for more. He'll try the chase into HTW. F18 sticking around there with Savior, trying to make sure everyone gets out of there safely. Savior does not, though. He does get stunned up through the TP and will go down.
Oh, haha.
Oh, haha!
He did it! The madman, he did it!
Oh, haha! I mean, that's brilliant. There's the tips coming out. He is such a sneaky tree protector. You just forget about him. He overgrowths and then he just disappears. I didn't even realize this whole time he's the one with the Scythe device up, but apparently he is.
Oh yeah. It's like, that's why when you lose this guy, you just lose a lot of control. That's why they were dropping some of those early fights from YSIM. I mean, they still lose some heroes there, right? They lost 2 heroes without buyback. It's a pretty big blow, but they salvaged that with the melee racks. That is an opening, though, so that's Roche for Power of Friendship. That is an Ag's blessing as well.
F18.
That's going to be big, whoever they give it to.
He's having a gander, John. F18 wants to have a go with this, I think. He's looking. Can he get the timing right? The Roshan is very, very low. Nature's Grasp, he does jump in. The Roshan, he does get at the Aegis. F18! Oh, F18. I mean, this man... John, his back is broken. F18 is carrying so hard right now. Takes the Aegis away from POF. What a player.
Oh, definitely is. Like, oh, that just really turns it all around. Like, they take away a bit of that advantage. They force the Ags upgrade onto 9 instead. So instead of just getting a second spike on another hero, they just get a little bit more gold and slot efficiency on the Ember, which isn't too ideal, but it's also not the worst thing. But still, with the second life for F18, they to hold out even more. This puts Power of Friendship in an awkward spot. They really needed the Aegis to start making progress on objectives, which, again, they've stalled out beyond any tier 2s. They haven't made any progress on the higher ground. And Your Soul is Mine is still staying in this game. There's a slight advantage towards them now in terms of Dota Plus's algorithms,
Dota
however
Plus.
they work.
Yeah. No, I don't think Valve knows how Dota Plus works, John. Pretty sure they've just got an AI that just starts drawing squiggly lines across the map. Short Potato, you can't die like this. Gets caught out, Epicenter procced with the Metamorphosis. Now the Hex, he eats the cheese, trying to buy time for his team to make it, but no, he is surrounded. 9 comes in now, the Burrow Strike is out. Wasabi does end up getting 9. Oh, that is not the way you want to lose this game. They'll buy back on the Ember. There goes your Witch Doctor. Now the Hex is out again. And that means Shivsa is going to die. HTW on an ultra kill. They want another. F18 making the dive in. Spider Boy. Oh, the Doom into the Lincoln Sphere again. Oh, F18. There's your Rampage out from HTW, and they've called it. They've had enough. HTW will go for a Fountain Dive. What a game to start us off for the night, John. My goodness.
That was just one hell of a performance from Your Soul is Mine. Like, they had an amazing early game. They had the number of Power of Friendship. Then Power of Friendship make use of those gaps in the plays of Your Soul is Mine to find those openings. They kill HTW 3 times in a row without any contribution from the Terrorblade. Then they get cocky. So this is really a great microcosm of the nature of man, you know, to climb up, then the hubris and the fall. Just a beautiful story told here, and Your soul is mine. They made that both of these teams made that hell of a ride there for game one.
And that's what I was talking about with the odds. Like, it just felt so off. I mean, Power of Friendship, they were one decent team fight away from winning. It was that close. Still, that'll be it for the game one. We have a game two coming up in just a moment. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon for the second game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 of this best of 2 series between Your Soul Is Mine and Power of Friendship. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, draft started. I was a bit late to the party. We do see a Void Spirit gyrocopter, and I saw your face when you saw that gyrocopter. What are you thinking, sir?
It's a fallback. It's a stable core a lot of teams like to go back to. It's really early for a gyrocopter to come out. Like, if Your Soul Is Mine wanted to Terrorblade, that'd be pretty nice. Decent enough. Like, the timing spikes is not as amazing. You've got some early magic damage for Power of Friendship to play with in that case, but you have all the room in the world. In fact, you could even maybe try to go for the Morphling if you wanted to. Morphling into Gyro, as we know, is always sort of hilarious to see because you turn that Scatter Blast against it. Power of Friendship, they're trying something different. You've got Gyrocopter Shaker, so this is not a very typical opener, and Your Soul Is Mine, I think they go with something that you find a lot more palatable. Void Spirit plus Earth Spirits. You've got two brothers together, Mike, and it's one of those Spirit brothers that you don't see too often, but when it's there, it makes work happen, and this is, considering the performance Your Soul Is Mine had, I'm looking forward to see what they do with Nerd Spirit.
Can I just say, by the way, I'm really happy the Power of Friendship did ban out the Treant Protector. I mean, I know I was harping on about every other player, but man, haha, that guy's ridiculous on that Treant Protector. He's a menace, John. I would not get. That wasn't. If you were playing against that, you'd rather abandon the game and move on to game 2. It's just, it's just not worth playing at that point. So good on him for getting rid of it. But what is happening with this Power of Friendship draft? Like, why do you first pick Gyrocopter of all things? It's just, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of secret plan. Maybe they're baiting you. Like, are they trying to have some psychological warfare with Your Soul Is Mine? Were they banning Gyrocopter last match? I can't remember that.
No, definitely not. Like, if there's one thing that Power of Friendship should ban, it should be a Morphling. Like, you do not allow a Morphling to be Gyro Shaker, because that's just a free Gyrocopter morph. That's a free Shaker morph. You don't want to have to deal with that if you're Power of Friendship, but if they don't ban it out, I think this is decent. You're not showing anything to really control something like the Morphling. Now, again, the Morphling's tempered out of favor. It's fallen out of favor, but I think it could make an appearance. This could be a support Gyro. There were some rumblings about support Gyro. I mean, it used to be a thing a long time ago when people didn't know what they were doing. It used to be, and I believe I've seen it a couple of times elsewhere. Like, I don't think it's the easiest thing to pull off, but there are certain tempos you can hit. I guess you could flex it down mid. Mid gyro is the thing you see every now and again. Maybe they see the Void Spirit. They're like, all right, we can for matchup. It's not particularly amazing, but it's also not the worst on paper. So I'm not sure. I'm not very fond of the gyro. I think we've made that perfectly clear for pretty much the entire casting career. We've just seen so much Gyrocopter. I mean, they might do something different here. So you never know, right? You never know. It might be interesting. They go with the Underlord next, so this is very stable. You've got some nice AoE here from Power of Friendship, some really good hold. So the root, the Pit of Malice, into the Fissure, into the homing missile from the Gyrocopter. You can keep people locked in there for days, pump them up to really get the damage out from the Gyro. It's looking decent from that point of view with the synergy they have with each other. It's really straightforward, nothing flashy, and it gets the job done. So it's a solid foundation for Power of Friendship to build off of.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I mean, you brought up the Morphling before. It's still in the pool. I don't see why you don't just go POS 1 or even mid-Morphling here. I mean, with the ES and Gyro already being out, I mean, hell, even the Underlord with the Pit of Malice can be kind of useful if that's your only option. Your Soul Is Mine. They're having to think about this third pick, but the Morphling is certainly looking like an option. Of course, the problem is you have other POS 1s that are still there. You've got the Spectre. You've got the Faceless Void. Yeah, it's not banned out. You've still got both those options. You've even got the Sven, John. And we haven't seen much Sven, but it has been quite popular in other regions. And for now, ES Darkseer is upon us.
Yeah, and that is a really good setup for a Sven. Like, you were just talking about it, but we were having a chat before the cast about the reappearance of Darkseer and how that enables something like the Sven. You could easily just pick it up, vac into the stun, killing everyone off. That sounds pretty good to me. Like, you do have a good hold here from Power of Friendship. You've got some natural Heaven's Halberd builders. At least the Gyrocopter can make it. The Underlord can kind of make it too, so there is that. But I think a Sven will tie this draft up nicely. Or if not the Sven, maybe look at, say, a POS 5 Clock, which is greedy with an Earth Spirit Darkseer, but then you get the potential to just run down one lane. Earth Spirit Darkseer Clockwork lane, you just run around with Battery Assault, with Ion Shells running up. Once you've got a level in the Surge up as well, you can't run. You're just going to constantly bully that lane down. And a Gyrocopter isn't a hard hero to kill. But they have baited us. They do pull out the AM. So they're going to do something else with the Gyro, maybe down mid, maybe support. They pull out the AM here for Power of Friendship, which is interesting. Like, you don't have the best of hold here from Your Soul Is Mine, right? You've got the Silence from the Earth Spirit and the Remnant, but it's not the most solid lockdown. So there's some room there for the AM to dance.
I really want to see a support gyrocopter now. Just because you've talked about it. There's a Spectre coming out. So they'll go for the Spectre Darkseid, which has also been extremely popular. Just Surge Spectre, and then people just die. It's a pretty easy kind of thing to do for Your Soul Is Mine. And we'll go into the next ban phase. Your Soul... I'm kind of wondering what this Radiant side bans out now. Like, are we banning... must be mid-heroes we're banning out. Like, this has to... It's not a mid-gyrocopter. Right?
Probably not. Probably not. It could be...
They're banning supports, John. I mean, mid gyrocopter into Void Spirit. Now, I personally haven't seen... Whoa. All right. My game just disconnected. Never mind. So, I've never seen mid gyrocopter versus Void Spirit personally. So, I don't know what to expect. I guess you can harass the Void Spirit quite nicely with Rocket Barrage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the harassment potential with Rocket Barrage and Flak Cannon is pretty decent. Decent enough. You've got a bit of a range advantage as well. You can play around with that somewhat. I don't know. It's so strange. Like gyro plus aim as well. Like the gyrocopter can play fast, but if you do, then you really are putting your hands in the aim for late game. Like you are not sharing farm with the gyro aim. There's just no way. Not enough space in the map with an Underlord to boot, right? Like there's just not enough space to sustain 3 of these heroes that farm really fast and want to farm really fast. So something's got to give with Power of Friendship if they are running that gyro mid. It's open. It's open, and it looks like Your Soul Is Mine is slightly confused. I mean, they're just banning out more supports, which is fair. To assume the gyrocopter is core. But we'll see. It looks like Power of Friendship, for their case, they ban out the Storm Spirit. They seem to expect this to be a Void Spirit support with the Earth Spirit on top of it.
So who's playing 5? Like, is Earth Spirit or Void Spirit 5? If they're really going to pick up another mid hero, like it's... Let's just wait till the next pick, I guess.
Yeah.
No more guessing. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something. They're up to something.
Oh yeah, it's something very different, very different, and I guess that's needed after a game one like that, right? Like you had 2 teams really close to each other. Both teams had really well-defined drafts with very well-defined timings. This time it's all over the place. So we'll find out. Look at that Power Friendship. They just banned a Disruptor next. Like they first now it's a Disruptor.
Yeah.
Like where do you see that for the last bans?
You don't, John. Apart from here, and this is why I argue Australia's the best region in the world for Dota, John, is because we do things so high level that there's just no way anyone else could possibly understand. You could tell me that they're just drafting terribly, but I disagree.
Oh, they got to pick. Cool.
All right, Jakiro comes out.
Okay.
So it is going to be a mid Void Spirit. Everything's normal for Your Soul Is Mine. Nice, simple draft.
Yeah,
this one, though, Power of Friendship, though. This is the one I'm wondering about.
Oh god, yeah. At least they have reserve time. Like Your Soul Is Mine, you saw that they had none. They were ticking at 1 second. They could have ended up randoming something. So they take the Jakiro. It works with Darkseer, Vac into all this other combinations. It's beautiful if they land it. So there's that. They've got decent push with the Jakiro out. I like it. It's a well-balanced draft. It can play fairly aggressive, and it scales into late. It's a Spectre. We saw what that can do in game 1, although it was Your Soul Is Mine playing against it. So this time they get to take it slow however they want, and Power of Friendship. It's special. It's something else. It's something else here. That's all I have to say about it right now.
Trust in the Power of Friendship to impress us with this last pick, sir.
This is really fitting of their team name. This is when your one guy says like, "Trust me, this will work," and they close out.
I don't know. What's happening, John? So that's a mid Necrophos then? Not yet. Mid Necrophos. Okay. And short potatoes on the AM. Fair enough. And
so
support gyrocopter. Okay. Well, I suppose there's a time for everything.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Somewhat. Like it's been literal years since I've seen it in pro game myself.
You've seen it,
I swear there was a time. I feel like we've seen it. If not together, then it happened in Echo League. So that was at least 3 years ago in like 3.5k Dota. A long time back in a different tier. But we'll see. Maybe they make it work. The Necrophos is a beautiful closeout to deal with a Spectre. As you like to mention, you Reaper's Sight, you take care of that. They've got a way to kill the Spec on Power of Friendship side. They've got some interesting timings to hit with the AM. They've got some interesting playstyles to prove with a Gyro. Although I do believe their chain stun is beautiful. Like homing missile, following up from a fissure to keep people in a pit of malice. You're not running, at least until you get some way of purging that off. So there is a lot of early aggression potency here for Power of Friendship, and it should be pretty explosive. I expect Power of Friendship to be the one faster, minus their AM, because their AM has a much more sensitive spike in the mid game, whereas your Soul is Mine, they can take their time with that Spectre. So they can fight early, but you would want to build up in that Spectre a bit more first.
See how all this pans out. It's going to be game number 2 between Your Soul is Mine and Power of Friendship. Power of Friendship, I mean, they were close last game. A lot closer than a lot of people would have expected. This AM draft, can they make it work? It just feels like one of those drafts that either works really well or just falls apart very, very quickly.
Oh yeah. This is a true test of the Power of Friendship. I think this is the kind of draft to test friendship. This is a friendship testing draft. We'll see if they hold up to their team name and overcome it. Like there's a lot of questions that this just raises. Like what does a Gyrocopter AM lane do? And you go level 1 rocket barrage. So you've got to you have to make sure you don't hit those creeps. But if you can, there's a lot of damage there.
Yeah.
At the least, if you can close that gap.
We're going to hold out for now, just go to that top rune spot, but there is quite a few heroes here from Your Soul is Mine. I doubt they really get a first blood attempt going, but you do have the Orb of Venom on Wasabi. By the way, John, apparently off-lane ES is what we're watching. Didn't even realize, but love to see it. Short Potato, gonna get rolled on. Does have the level 1 mana break, so he can't blink away, but he's actually just gonna turn around onto Wasabi. Spectral Dagger, gonna fly in onto Short Potato. More Rocket Barrages flying out from this Gyrocopter. They'll Jewel Breath him up. HTW, gonna break the gap, and now the roll in. Wasabi landing perfectly, and this Gyro does manage to survive. Throwing out another Rocket Barrage. Both teams just walking away with lower HP, but the Gyro's just kind of forced to walk all the way back to Fountain.
Yeah, you don't have much left in the tank. It's not an issue of HP, it's an issue of mana. Like, you don't want to commit that Mango just yet. You're going to need to keep spamming that Rocket Barrage to maintain presence, and they're running HTW in this offlane in an aggro try, and they're leaving F18 alone in the bot lane, so it looks like they have made Wasabi go into a support role and switch things around with F18 playing off. So it's a bit of a switch up, but we'll see how it goes. They're going to apply a lot of pressure into AM, and Short Potato's not going to have a good time here.
No, he's not. Top lane, Short Potato is going to go down. There's just not really much you can do as this Gyrocopter. Like, you throw out this level 1 Rocket Barrage, and that's it. And I guess on the brighter side, now that your AM is dead, you can farm. Maybe you could turn into the POS 1 later on.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Like, this is a really rough way to last it with a Gyro, with, like, 3 Iron Branches, so your base damage isn't great. And I have experienced it with you, Mike. You've tried last hitting on Gyro. It's not a pretty time.
Well, Potato is still level 1, and looks like he's gone.
No.
Yep.
That's not it for Power of Friendship. They've even rotated shifts up here. So they've got the Shaker ready to try to counteract this tri-lane. But it's really not doing anything. Now you've got Short Potato walking back in as well. Like, you can't expect anything from this 2 supports together with an AM. There's just no synergy.
Xavier gonna get a kill onto 9 to make matters worse in that mid lane. So now your Necrophos is dying in the mid, and It's a tough time. This tri-lane from POF, it just seems so weak. Gyrocopter, ES, and AM.
Ooh, it's not a pretty one.
And they're all level 1, by the way, John. Like, they're versing level 2 heroes right now. HTW, they're going to roll in. Wasabi trying to control off this AM. They're getting close to killing off this Spectre, but Short Potato does not want to die again like that. He will die, though. Wasabi, he'll run out of there. He might just go down to the Rocket Barrage spam of this Gyro. Or maybe not. A great Ice Path out from Haha. Wasabi's out. He's just fine.
This is just atrocious for a Power Friendship. At least Short Potato can TP in, so he can maybe find the last hit or two, but he's sitting at 1 at 3 minutes in. And because they're running this tri-lane, we can't even talk about the other lanes. They're just bashing their heads against Short Potato and hoping he gets mashed up.
I'm sorry, were you referring to 1 CS or level 1?
He had 1 CS a while ago.
Well, I mean, he's still level 1 as well. I mean, I guess it's just kind of adding... you know, fuel to the fire now. It's just Short Potato. Very, very rough start. They are going to try out to Haha on this Jakiro. Spectral Dagger. HGW is actually just fighting every chance he gets. They don't really have Wasabi around to help out this time. But Savior actually goes down mid. So the Void Spirit dying to 9 on the Necrophos, and Haha salving up, still trying to run away. He'll turn around for the Ice Path, and HTW again with another dagger out is going to chase this Gyrocopter, and here comes Wasabi. Now, I don't know if this is really worth their time, because Short Potato's been farming this whole time, but they get a Gyrocopter kill.
Yeah, I think you'd take it. If you're Power Friendship, you will just accept that your AM has gotten space from that. He's gotten 11 last hits. Still HTW with that diversion. He's still up there in terms of farming. What am I seeing? Wasabi was diving tier 3s for a courier?
Ooh, Savior. Power rune. Yeah, he was, by the way. Savior is got a nice invis rune in the bottle. Wasabi, homing missile, going to land out from the Gyro. Ooh, nice fish around as well. Wasabi, a great kick. Wasabi on the run, and he has roll, so he should be just fine. No. He's out of there. No, blink in. Short Potato wants to try, and he does get it. Close call, but they do end up securing the kill. That's great news for POF.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're starting to ratchet some control back in the top lane. And they're starting to get some space out for Short Potato, but this is an awkward spot once more. He does have his blink, so it should be a bit harder to lock in this AM now. And this does give us some, give us some time to talk here. Like,
I'm not sure if Nine knows how the internet works, John. But when you disconnect, it generally means you're not allowed to. You can't type in. You know, never mind. It just. Well, that's polite. That's polite of Knight to at least ask.
I like it.
Yeah, good sportsmanship from Knight. Savior, rolled in. Wasabi, gonna be there with a nice kickback on 9, and without that ghost form available, might just be gone. Savior, do you have the damage? You definitely should. He has the Aether Remnant. Just right up onto 9. Just as the Bounty Runes do spawn up.
Yeah, it's beautiful timing there for Your Soul Is Mine. And that does give us a bit of a chance to talk about that in the lane. You've got level 6 up in Savior. Not quite there yet with Necro, so that means Savior, he's going to get a rotation up top. Maybe just grab those bounties, but could definitely look into finding even more kills up top. So, yeah, they're going to go for it.
Sabi, nice boulder smash onto 2. Savior going to be there to help out. They want the Gyro. With that astral step, it'll be enough. HTW actually the one to take the kill. That'll be his second kill of the game on the Spectre. Things just continue to go very, very well for Your Soul Is Mine. You know, John, this bot lane, we literally haven't looked at it at all. Spider-Boy has been up against F18. They've been trading farm, but of course, Spider-Boy has found himself ahead because he's an Underlord. F18 just spamming Iron Shells.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care that the rest of their team is just tossing their heads at each other. I mean, up top, Wasabi now.
He's getting jumped. Nice kill there from the Gyrocopter, but Short Potato, he did blink in. Still, he will be alright. They want to back out from Your Soul Is Mine. Well, I say that, HTW, he's still fighting. That'll be it. So another kill going to Short Potato. Actually, surprisingly enough, Short Potato is actually rushing the Midas again.
Ah, Midas on AM?
Mid lane, 9. In a spot of bother. Reaper's Scythe, not going to be enough for Savior. And Shifter doesn't actually have mana for the Fisher. Aether Remnant is actually going to catch the Necrophos, so Savior jumps back in.
How?
I don't know. Shifter also going to get rolled on. Now does have the Fisher up, but it may not matter. They'll just dive the tier 1 tower. And Savior gets a double.
How did that snipe? I swear that hit the hitbox of the Shaker.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
I guess, you know, the folder says Dota 2 beta mic. You can't doubt that. And, you know, it's 9 to 5. Your soul is mine. Somehow making the Clown Fiesta work for themselves. There are some caveats. Short Potato, he's flying out his Midas on the AM. So you've got this Midas AM now. You can escalate in terms of EXP. The offlane is going a lot better for Spider Boy, so you're going to have an early timing on the mech, and the moment this Underlord pops out, to start getting that mech in use, you know, you're up against a Necrophos, there's a lot to sustain there from Power of Friendship. At the same time, your Soul is Mine, they're looking good with we have yet to hit the point where we should even consider Spectre Haunts, but they've not been held back by that. They're just constantly aggressive, and every chance they get, they just apply that pressure.
Oh, they're going to that AM. Short Potato in danger. And roll. Actually going to be stopped, but HTW will have the damage output. And now the chase will be on for this Gyrocopter again. They don't have any way to lock him down, so they'll let him go. Well, they're going to have roll in 3 seconds if he's not careful. In fact, they are pinging it out now, placing a nice Observer Ward down. And they'll stick around the Gyro. He'll be just fine. They already got the AM anyway, so I don't think they mind too much. Shifter gonna come up to the top lane on this ES. HTW, homing missile, gonna follow him down. Shifter, Fisher is gonna land. He does have help. They're gonna roll it onto that Gyro. Rocket Barrage gonna be shared, and that is gonna be a dead support Gyrocopter. HTW now on a dominating spree.
I don't understand what they're trying to do anymore from Power of Friendship. Like, they have tried multiple times to kill HTW, and it ends up hurting themselves. I think at some point you give up. Just stop jumping that guy. Maybe focus on someone else. Maybe try to hunt down the supports. Still, 11 to 5. I'm sure Your Soul is Mine does not mind us at all as they continue to build up. They've got level 6 in the spec. They've got drums.
Well, it's time to fight then. Wasabi rolling on Short Potato. There's the drums being popped by HTW straight onto that AM, but that Mana Void does take him out. Shifter with a very nice Fisher to just set it up. That's still one thing you've got to be worried about as the Spectre. Even with that low mana pool, you don't want to get Mana Voided like that.
Oh, definitely not. Like, there's a certain edge you have to push yourself to, and that was a bit too far over it. And Short Potato with that kill, he's feeling great. You know, he's up there in net worth, surprisingly enough. He's above the Spectre, of course, and is number 3 behind only his Underlord, although
Haunt is going to come in. They're going to the mid lane. 9. Should be fine. Haunting back towards the top lane. HTW may try to go on somebody, but no. Short Potato should be just fine, and so should the Gyro. It'll be your first Haunt of the game, not really leading to anything. I believe the idea was to just try and snipe 9 there on the Necrophos, but he just was a bit too healthy at the time.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much to eat through now. There's something I want to point out. You look at Short Potato, Mike. Like, he's had that Midas, right? He's still going into the Battle Fury. So, just double farming for AM. Just grow big.
Okay, alright. Seems a little greedy, but, you know, maybe it'll work. Top lane, they're going to try onto Haha. That'll be enough. Mana Void will be there from Short Potato, and now perhaps a bit of a chase on HTW. They shouldn't really have too much lockdown, but they're trying. HTW taking a fair bit of damage. He'll be okay in the end. I mean, look, if he keeps up this farm like this on the AM, the Battle Fury is probably going to help the cause.
Yeah,
and he has overtaken the Spectre.
Yeah, that's mainly because hasn't really been farming. Like, HTW's just been going hunting, and it has started to stop paying off. You see Power of Friendship pulling ahead in that fort, of course. You've got these smoke rotations out now. They're looking towards mid. That's going to be a juicy target. We haven't seen a really big use of the Reaper sight from 9. He did pop it at some point, but they need to start locking in some early kills, and the HTW...
Yeah, they're going to run back up top. Fisher going to be out. Short Potato going to start with the auto attacks. HTW now stunned up. Ice Path and Macro Pie going to be dropped, but they do get the Spectre. Nice setup there from POF. That's one of those things, right? Like the Spectre's dying. You're happy if you are POF.
Yeah, they're finding what they'd want here. They're somehow getting their AM up to a really good spot, and they've actually taken the lead back. So this greedy draft they had, we were questioning the Gyrocopter support. You're at the point where you've got the levels to really dish damage control, and it's a really nice rush for the Veil of Discord for a Gyro. So all this magic damage you do have in Power of Friendship side, it's going to be amplified by a huge amount. And that's just going to bode really well for how they're playing so aggressively. And Your Soul Is Mine, it's not as good as you'd want it to be. Like, F18's actually pretty far behind compared to our Underlord. That's a significant gap of 1k in terms of farm. That's not what you want there.
They're making chase onto the support Gyro, and they will definitely have the damage. Savior, going to be the one to take that on the Void Spirit. It's getting relatively close to picking up that Yule Scepter now on the Void Spirit, and that might mean he actually starts to rotate a bit more. So he hasn't really left the mid lane too much. Now top lane, Wasabi setting up with a Short Potato with a great setup. Love to see it from Wasabi. That was essentially just a solo kill there. I mean, you saw a dagger come out from HGW, I believe, but hey, Wasabi had it under control.
Oh yeah, and that's another important one to help Your Soul Is Mine kind of bounce your Spectre back. You're just kind of evening it out. The bigger story still is just how far behind I think they're Darks here. This is the one factor that really doesn't bode well for Your Soul Is Mine. Just
Savior.
F18 had a free lane.
Aether Remnant gonna latch on with the silence, and now the Haunts are come in. They want to take a full-scale team fight, but Reaper's Scythe and Echo being committed will take down Savior. Short Potato even TPing in to try and engage, but everyone from YSIM do back off after the Void Spirit, and that's a very, very nice trade for the Power of Friendship.
Yeah, they come out on top, they take out another tempo-setting hero away from Your Soul Is Mine, and they still somehow maintain control in this game. They've got the 2k lead on their side now. The greed has just not stopped them from growing any bigger than you'd expect. They've got such good timings on Spider Boy down bot. Like, they're playing, this is basically a 4v4 right now, but the 1v1 in the bot lane, that's where Power Friendship's really winning out. Like, you are just not getting the same efficiency out from a Darkseer, and that's not what you want when you have this solo lane for a Darkseer. This should be free farm for both sides, but F18 is just forced out.
Fine. Shifts up about halfway to that Blink Dagger now on the Earthshaker. Should be a very, very nice power spike for POF. Bot lane, looks like they are finally set to deal with Spider Boy. Roll in, not going to land, but Wasabi with that surge is going to easily get on top. Still, Spider Boy does go for the Dark Rift, and it looks like they have plenty of time to get him out. That's the thing with the Underlord, John. He just doesn't tend to die very easily.
No, definitely not. Not when you've got this early build-up into the mech and then straight into the pipe. That's just so much sustain coming out for Power of Friendship. You don't have anything to pierce through that from Your Soul Is Mine. So there's going to be an awkward moment where they're not hitting any major power spikes, although 9.
Kicked back into the tier 1. Silence out from Wasabi, but 9 still relatively healthy and does have the Ghost form available and does pop it. Yule's up. 1 charges, going to be expended, but 9 is falling. Still a great Mana Void out from Short Potato. It's not going to be enough to kill anyone. Wasabi does get out in time. F18 will also be alright. Everyone's so low. In fact, F18, this homing missile, is chasing him down, but he'll be right. It's not enough damage. They do kill off the Necrophos.
Yeah, that's an objective trade for Power of Friendship, though. Spider Boy gets to shove down bot lane. just slightly more gold as a team there for Power of Friendship, although
Savior going in. Gyro melting to the macro damage, but oh, it just dies. Yeah, it was more than enough. So, nice easy kill there for YSIM. They might even re-engage here. Savior hasn't even his rune active and is looking towards that mid lane, but no. Sees a sentry there, decides better of it. Let's just get out.
It's a good pickup for your Soul's Mind, not the biggest. The Opter support is still nice, nice clean pick off, considering that you did sacrifice your bot lane, so it's kind of in exchange for that, and they do still control at least their mid. You're not going to see any shove out here from either side anytime soon. This is just time for these pause ones to farm up. Short Potato is very close to having that Battle Fury on top of the Midas Treads. So you're going to hit that stride with the aim where he really does overtake and farm. You don't quite have that for HTW. He's just going for the standard Manta-style build-up in the spec. Although...
Shifsa. It rolled on by Wasabi. Silence out with the Magnetizer. Now the Horde to come in. And this looks really bad. Echo being committed with the Dark Rift out. They're actually controlling them with the Pit of Malice. They can't take anyone out. Oh, the Underlord. Spider Boy. Just keeping everyone alive. And it's just sad to see, though. Like, YSM commits 3 heroes. They commit the Horde. They get nothing.
They don't have the items on the Spectre to pierce through this Underlord. And, I mean, I've been talking about it, but he's got the mech. Now he's got the pipe. You can't kill the guy. You've got to focus on other heroes because you just don't have the items to mitigate any of that. Like, you don't have anything on your Void Spirit right now. You don't have anything on your Spec. You're going to need a lot more before this Underlord starts dying, and this is going to be a consistent story for this game. You know, he's going to get the Guardian Greaves up next. Maybe you see a Crimson down the line as well, and once you have that combination, that trifecta, you are really just not killing anyone on POF side unless you throw everything at them, including the kitchen sink. So they've got to find different targets to hunt down. They had the right idea earlier, punishing the Gyrocopter, just go for that.
9, mid lane. Savior just going to jump. 9 already committing the Ghost Form, but now Wasabi is going to be there to follow up. They still have Spider Boy walking in. More TPs are coming. There's the T1 tower gone. Wasabi still trying. But it's just way too hard when the Underlord's around them. Savior forced to simulate. Vac is going to be out from F18. They're still TPing more heroes in from YSIM, but it's... yeah, it's just nothing. They can't kill anyone.
Yeah, and that's the objective win for Power Friendship once more. The mid a lot bigger to take this time around. So they've got control. A bit more control in that jungle. You've got the Battle Fury on Short Potato. So the farm is just insane. You know, Midas Battle Fury. You can't ask for anything more on a free farming hero, and he's just going to continuously pull ahead. You don't see the same progression for HTW just yet. They're still all lagging behind here from Your Soul Is Mine. All of their heroes are just behind even the Underlord, played by Spider Boy, so they've still got a gap in net worth that's going to be hard to handle. And Power of Friendship, they've got a Blink and Shipza. So they can actually set these fights even better and follow up even more. And there's still no solution from Your Soul Is Mine. They've just got to play this slow, hope for the best from their spec, and try to find stragglers.
Smoke up here from Haha and Wasabi. They're looking for that AM pick-off. Short Potato going to show himself in that mid lane. We'll see Haha rotate back to his side of the river. It's going to be very hard to keep up with this this AM. He's just blinking across the map farming right now. So he'll be just fine. The smoke will lead to nothing. The Fisher actually out from Shifsa with the blink in onto Haha. He's got no defensive spells, so Haha is going to go down to Short Potato. His 5th kill of the game on this AM, and considering the start this AM had, this is a really great performance from them.
Oh yeah, it's just an outstanding bounce back for Short Potato, and he's going to be on point for that Manta really quick. I mean, you just see the Manta picked up by HTW. I don't think you're going to be trailing too far behind as this AM with their own Manta. They're invading the jungle now. They're taking these stacks. They're applying pressure on the towers. And Your Soul Is Mine, they're just trying to find space to farm.
Bot lane, tier 2 going down fast. Savior is going to show himself. Now the Haunt in from the Spectre. No, oh, he does come in. They're going to try onto that anti-mage, but Sure Potato does blink out. Still alive, but now a great back wall out from F18, and now the Echo Shifter will jump in, and they are just so grouped up, but they are not dying that quick. The Gyro does go down with Shifter, and F18 will follow them. HTW, a very fast Spectre, but he is very low on HP, and Sure Potato will get him. He just stuck around a bit too long. Now Savior gonna try and run away, but Sure Potato with the Mana Void will have enough. That's a 4-for-2 trade. And that was everything thrown out there, John. They were so grouped up. But I believe it's just Spider Boy. They just can't kill anyone if the Unlord's still there.
No, and it's gonna be worse now. He's got Guardian Greaves up. If you had issues with just the mech pipe, the Guardian Greaves makes that a lot worse. And this is the point where you start to worry. They're forced to really try to counterfight by tossing everything they have here from Your Soul's Mine. The back wall looks amazing. It's just not there. They need more items on their spec. They need more items on their Void Spirit. And that just means they need more space, which they're not getting. So they've got to be a little bit more cautious. Try to find areas on the map to take control. They need to get D-wards out because these deep wards are doing too much here.
There goes the top tier 1 tower. Bit of a fight to break out, it seems. Macro was dropped. They're going to roll on to 9. Goes form, going to be popped with the cooldown coming in, and now Shifts are just jumping in with the stuns and the Mana Void out from the AM, and they are getting shredded. Wasabi down, F18 down, and now Savior is also gone. Oh, and am I really seeing support gyro work? Is that what we've come to, John?
Hey, I told you it has a niche. It hasn't been popular in a really long time, but it's got its niche, and it's working. In as much as I hate to say it, I do prefer it on support. At least it's entertaining. And Power of Friendship, suddenly, 12k lead, 11k lead. They're tipping, yeah, they're tipping their gyro because it's working out.
I mean, I spent the whole drafting stage talking crap about this gyrocopter, and now this is happening.
Oh god. Hey, on top of that, you know, this Midas Battle Fury is working.
Hey,
the Midas Battle Fury,
yeah.
I don't know how to feel. I feel worse about that working than I do about the gyrocopter support, because I swear that was a thing before. But this is an atrocity. It's an atrocity that's working, so you don't question it.
Got a bit of hotel lag out from the Dire boys. You think? I mean, we're in 2020. You think hotels would have like upgraded their internet by this point, but apparently not.
Impossible. If they upgrade, that means they're getting less from the overcharge. They'd have to reinvest. That cuts into the bottom line, Mike.
That is true. Still pretty darn stupid. You know, not gonna. I mean, it's just kind of pathetic, isn't it? Like the fact that hotels don't actually invest in like proper internet. It's I don't know.
Yeah, it's just as dumb as governments not investing. You know,
True.
Funny enough.
Are you personally attacking Australia now, John? How dare you?
No, I'm attacking my own country. No. It's the Philippines. You know, I can't attack you guys when we've got it worse. That's not how it works, Mike. That's not how it works. Still, there you go. They've sorted it for now. And it's defense.
Ice Path going to be out onto 9. We've seen this before. Echo is there from Shifsa, but back wall is pretty darn nice from F18. 9 is falling low and does go down. Spider Boy gets the Dark Rift off, but he's the only one in the taxi. They're gone. 3 heroes going down, and if you land the back wall like that, I suppose it's not too hard to clear them out on POF.
The big part of that was that Spider Boy was too far to deploy his pipe properly. And the slam coming out from their shaker wasn't amazing. They actually had the patience there from Your Soul Is Mine to declump. So only the Spectre was caught out. That gave them so many more opportunities to counterfight. And Power of Friendship needs to be the aggressors, or at least needs to have the better spacing to truly work that out. So they managed to get like almost a 4K swing from that advantage, and they give themselves a lot more to play with here from YSIM as they finally finish the Ags and Savior. This is a big spike for our Void Spirit. This gives Your Soul Is Mine opportunities to actually go hunting, and it gives them some more damage and presence now as well. So they can finally start looking for bigger targets and start to reel back some of that control they've lost in this game.
Short Potato's getting very close to an Eye of Skadi on that AM. That's going to be very problematic. HTW still very far behind that AM, and now Shifts are jumping in, but actually not getting the Enchant Totem. HTW with the Spectral Dagger just going to try and juke them out, but Short Potato is thinking about continuing the chase, but looks like he thinks better of it. I mean, you're so close to just picking up the full Eye of Skadi, you may as well just finish off just farming that instead.
Oh yeah, gonna be really big once you have that. You're just gonna take away a lot of the they might be trying to bring out. They've got Guardian Greaves on F18 as well, so you take away the Bristle and at least one hero. Although
mid lane shifts up. Bit of danger. He was very deep, but now call down coming in.
Oh.
Here comes Spider Boy trying to keep him alive. Shifsa will go down. They might just continue the fight anyway. Magnetize used up by Wasabi onto Spider Boy. They try on the Gyrocopter first, and they do get him, but now here comes Short Potato. Committing the Mana Void. Didn't do him any good though. What does he jump to? On to the Jakiro, but they do get Spider Boy and the Underlord. Alright, so another 3 heroes going down for POF. And now 9. Still around Wasabi. He wants to have a crack. 8th the Remnant, not going to land. And now the Reaper Scythe, but the wall has been dropped. And here comes Savior. Going on to 9 with the vacuum in back into the wall. 9. He can't walk out of there. It's just way too slow. And with the 8th the Remnant holding him down, it's going to be the 4th one to die. It's the only one to survive was the AM being played by Short Potato.
That's a big set of wins for Your Soul Is Mine, and Power Friendship, they're staggering in one by one. They can't afford to do that. They've given Your Soul Is Mine a way of bouncing back in. They've bled away a big part of that lead, and this is the point where these VAC illusions hurt you a lot more. Like, this AM's just so farmed up that when you have AM illusions attacking you, it hurts a hell lot more, and this is going to be an issue now for Power Friendship because of how far ahead their AM is. The vac wall is their biggest weakness. You just can't afford to have Short Potato get caught up at all in that spell.
It's very true. 6k net worth lead is still going to be there for Power Friendship, but that has kind of dipped back the way of the Radiant side. I mean, they were just above 10k a couple minutes ago. Few bad team fights, and this is where we are now. Though they are still very, very farm. Like, there's a full Heart of Tarask up on the Necrophos now, apparently. Just a casual treads into Lotus Orb and then a Heart of Tarask. Wants the Lincoln Sphere next, apparently.
Yeah, just have all the failed saves to sustain yourself, have all the stats in Necro. Just stay alive, and you really need is the Necro to stay alive long enough for a big Reaper Sight. They seem to know F18's alone.
Fisher doesn't really land. Roll in, Wasabi gonna get started on this support Gyrocopter, but Short Potato is gonna be there to help out and does take him out. There's also a Dark Rift that was coming down to the bot lane, but that'll be cancelled. Can they make a play with this Earth Spirit down?
They're trying. They're shoving in the lanes. There is an opportunity top for Spider Boy.
It's a lot of damage out from HTW. Spider Boy, of course, doesn't have the Dark Rift. He did commit it earlier on, and that'll mean a pretty big pick-off there for YSIM. But look at this. The buyback is going to be there from Wasabi. They want to take a big team fight, and Short Potato, he ran into him, into the ice path. The vac, or rather wall, is on the AM, and now they jump straight in after the blink. Short Potato is very low and does end up dying. Wasabi now rejoining his team, going on to 9. And this Necrophos is almost certainly going to die, but Shifsa comes in for the Echo, but it only lands on 1. A great dissimulate out from Savior just in the nick of time, and Shifsa is also going to die. Another 4 heroes down for POF. And YSIM, I mean, the world's their oyster now. Do you want the Roshan? You want another tower? Apparently they just want some creeps.
Yeah, they're not in a rush. They've got the Spectre, they've got the scaling for late, power of friendship. Oh boy, like this pickup from HTW is massive. This is the Fusel Blades what's giving them these kills. This pierces through all that protection they've gotten from their Underlord. This just gives them the bonus damage they need. And now they go straight into the pit. They know they can take it. There's no buybacks to expend. There's just no opportunity for them to come in from the side of Power of Friendship. That's the first stage is going the way of YSIM, and it's so reminiscent of Game 1. They're just bouncing back in here.
Basher up now on the Spectre. Spider Boy, Smoke, gonna be broken. HTW, Dark Rift is gonna be spotted out now, but he should be just fine. They won't even bother. Back into the mid lane. They spot out the Gyrocopter. Ice Path with the Yule setup, and that's gonna be a very easy way to start off this fight. In fact, never mind a fight. It was just a solo pick off there, and YSIM, they might be willing to go for at least a tier 2 mid push, and that seems to be the case. Look at this, look at this Spectre.
Oh god. 806 move speed. Oh, that is not fair. Oh, that is not fair at all. 806.
It's... I don't know what to say about Darkseer right now. It's just... I mean, they nerf Vacuum over and over and over again. And then with one patch, they make Surge the most broken ability in Dota. Like, by far. Look at this.
806. Even Darkseer, even like Bloodseeker doesn't get that fast in most games. 806.
Unless he had a Darkseer, John.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean,
now I want to see that.
Yeah.
Whew. I mean, to be fair, that's a pretty spicy combo, right? Darkseer plus Bloodseeker, like a Vac wall with Blood right on top. That is scary.
Yeah,
maybe
Bloodseeker wasn't garbage. You know, if they didn't just
that's true.
They just casually destroyed Bloodseeker by not allowing you to cast Blood Rage on your allies or the enemy. It's just a bit of a yikes update from Ice Frog with that one.
Oh, smoke.
Oh, short potato. That's not the blink. Or maybe it is. Ice Path going to lock him down. Now the Lord will be dropping his silent stop, but he does get the Manta. Dark Rift is there from Spider Boy, and Vac was very, very close to pulling that gyro out. But it's not the case. And YSIM, I mean, it's just an Earthshaker kill, but they'll go for those bottom tower pushes.
Yeah, they know they've got the edge. They know they've got the momentum advantage, and Power of Friendship, all they can really do is kind of bail. Like that's what they're banking on. They're just banking in the Dark Rift to force a retreat favorably. And they need to find a way to actually turn that around. They need to find a way of being offensive. You can see Short Potato trying to split push top. He's got backdoor to it. It's not going to go fast enough. They do pop the Fortify from the side of Power of Friendship to give them some time, but that creep wave lives. So they're going to be able to take that objective, and the map continues to shrink for Power of Friendship. Their power spike, it feels like, is fading.
I mean, it's about that time. Short Potato obviously still very strong on the AM, but...
Oh.
Gyro. Macro drop. Do they have the control? Wasabi going a bit too far, but a great boulder smash. Still Reaper's Scythe. We'll take him out, and the rest of YSIM just out of there. So... Not the initiation you'd want, especially considering Wasabi doesn't have buyback available, so he's off the map for quite a while. Looks like they'll be all right anyway. It doesn't seem like there's going to be any kind of fight anytime soon. As I say that, F18 gets caught out. Surge should allow him to just get out of there, I imagine. Oh no, he gets first hit bashed by Short Potato.
Yeah,
fair enough. And no, they are going to go for a team fight, John. Savior is coming in. Aether Remnant does hold one down, but I don't know if this was the play, Savior.
What? What's happened in this game? Just really awkward back and forths. This time it's Power of Friendship just getting away with 3 kills for no good reason. They're going to take it. They're not going to ask questions, as that gives them the lead back. 3k advantage their end. They get to get a shove out. Remember, Power of Friendship, they've cleared out all these tier 2s. So the map is pretty naked right now for Your Soul Is Mine. At the least, Power Friendship still has their own top 2. So they have a little bit more leeway in terms of control on the map, and that's something Your Soul Is Mine has to be a bit cautious about. Excuse me.
And Malice gonna hold down HTW. Abyssal now up on the AM. Short Potato. A bit more lockdown on him. There's your tier 3 tower gone. They start on that mid-racks. Make matters worse, Aegis has just expired on HTW. He does not have the second life. He doesn't have buyback. Oh, how unlucky can you get with timing?
Oh.
It literally just expired as the Abyssal Blade came out from Short Potato. And that could actually be game.
Yeah, like, how do you stop Sam? You needed the spec.
Here we go, Short Potato, he'll jump in. There goes Haha, he'll buy back. Savior jumping in. So is F18, a great back wall into 4. Now the Jewel Breath out, Shifter, and the Gyro are gone. Spider Boy just trying to get him out of there with the Dark Rift, and he will. Oh, all right, well, apparently it doesn't matter if you don't have the Spectre, John.
Oh yeah, you just need that back wall, and the damage is still good. So they get the combination out before they lose the Darks here. That does save them their bot melee racks. They still lost the range. Still, now you've got the 11k lead back to the Power of Friendship. Like, this is the point they were at a while ago. They're right back at it. You can see so much threatening posturing from 9. Like, this Necrophos is just doing way too much work now. He's going to have his Ags up soon. So even more potency, even more sustain coming out from him. Just way more uptime, and that Ghost Shroud means that he is going to be harder to kill off. And that is something to watch out for. I think the one thing Your Soul Is Mine really needs now is to really just take care of their Spectacle, though.
Short Potato almost got Wasabi, but he popped the BKB in time. So the Mana Void couldn't come out. Nevertheless, I mean, this AM is still just great.
How do you do that? How do you farm the camp as an aim and get the Illusionist Cape as well at the same time as you finish up your Butterfly? Like, that is just the stars lining up.
He didn't take it, though. He's holding on to the Silver's Edge. Or the Slither Edge, excuse me. Is it? No, Titan Slither. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Like, the resist is great, and the raw damage is great. Magic resist on AM is... Yeah, it's hilarious because of how much you resist now. But look, it's just too much. Like, they've got the space to farm out these tier 4s. There's a smoke up from YSIM, though.
Roll in. Going to be out onto the Necrophos. He's falling low, but 9 is still alive. No, never mind. He is not. He's down. And now HTW gets in there with the Echo out from Shifter. It's not going to be enough. They're trying to rift out of there, and they do. That'll be it. This is the constant go in. Try to go high ground, and worst case scenario, we just Dark Rift out. But you're still losing 2 heroes every time.
It's a bit tricky now for Power of Friendship. This is when the Spectre really does kick into gear. So, you know, you've gone past the level 20 mark. I love that HTW went for the Dagger Slow bonus, just because it's so ridiculous with the Darks here. I can't even imagine how fast he goes with this. It's just sickening. And Power of Friendship, the big target they have to go for really has to be F18. It's this vac wall that's
Short Potato going on to Wasabi again, but he gets kicked back, and now they're going to try and roll, but a great dodge out from Short Potato. Back onto Savior. Shifts is going to be in with the roll back in from Wasabi. HGW now going to show up on the Spectre, but Short Potato wants to ignore them and go after the rest. They'll lose Shifter. There's Wasabi going down, and a Short Potato is also out of there. We'll see HGW. It looks like he was trying to maybe find the AM, but he knows there's no real point in even bothering. Just leave him be. Let him get out of there.
Yeah, it's again, small wins coming out for Your Soul Is Mine. I think they will happily take any sort of trade like that just to keep themselves in the game. There is a DD, though. Short Potato getting everything you could want.
He jumps in onto the Spectre. It's going to be a big pick-off with the Passions to come out and the Mana Void. Few fireworks at the end.
That's just on demand, dude. Like, he gets the tier 4 drops that he doesn't even care for. He gets a double damage on top right when he goes for the spec. Everything's just lining up for Power of Friendship. I guess the Power of Friendship really does stand the test of time, Mike.
I guess it does, John. I guess it does. Then again, you know, history does tend to repeat itself, so I wouldn't really drop my guard if I was POF quite yet.
For sure. Like, it's still a Spectre you're playing into. We've seen the effect of the VAC wall. You even have the Ags up on F18. We didn't even see that one, but you've got that upgraded VAC. Lower cooldown, you know?
Roll in, Wasabi. Not going to be able to connect. The repair kit, of course. One of the most balanced items in Dota 2. Doing its work. Ice Path going to be in with the roll in from Wasabi. Now a great boulder smash into the 3-man silence and the magnetized back wall. They've got all of them. Savior, he'll jump in with the Dissimulate and the Resonant Pulse. There's a lot of damage coming out. The Dark Rift is finally there, but they can't get him out. Spider Boy, he does die, and now Shifsa is also gone. Oh.
Oh, God.
Wasabi and F18.
Whew, they're keeping YSIM in this game, and the work they're getting done with those big VAC walls, with the initiation Wasabi's doing, it's too much. And Power of Friendship, they need to find a pickoff. They really need to find F18 first. Like, this Dark Seer is just such a massive issue. The VAC wall is just doing way too much.
Wasabi getting control. There's the Haunt from HTW. He bashes up the AM. This could be bad. Short Potato. He's going to blink out, but Wasabi is now on the chase. He does have vision. Short Potato looks like he'll be just fine. He got a nice little haste rune active, so could just run his way out. But with all these heroes down, there's a Roshan up.
Yeah, it's going to be a really quick take now. That is scanned out right at the end by Power of Friendship, so good on them, but they could try to contest. They don't really have their ults. This is going to be a big pickup for Your Soul Is Mine. Aegis and Cheese now going their way. If there's no contestation, Power of Friendship doesn't look keen to give this one away, though.
It's going to be a stun up onto F18. They're trying to get rid of this Darkseer, but he does have Surge, and he's making a run with the Guardian Greaves. There's the Aegis. Going to HTW, but the Darkseer is down. HTW may have just been left behind. In fact, no, Wasabi will jump in with the Earth Spirit, trying to catch somebody out. Short Potato blinking back towards Wasabi, wanting to control this ES.
Oh,
HTW going in with the bash. Savior gets a use off onto Shifsa. Aether Remnant going to lock him in. And it's an unfortunate pause time. But we have a bit of lag on the Necrophos. I believe Shifsa should basically guaranteed be dead. I mean, they have the silence up anyway. Just got no way to purge it.
Yeah, he should be gone, and this is a very awkward fight for Power of Friendship. Looks like they're going to try to work their way in. They don't have mana on Short Potato, so you don't really have anything to pop the Mana Void and have enough room for a blink. But he did swap in his mangoes. They're just wanting that back up and running. They might be able to trade for Wasabi. I don't know if you have enough to get the 2 lives of the Spectre down, unless you can really work that Reaper Sight towards the end on the second life. But we'll see. This is giving both of them time to think. This is going to affect how they react.
Definitely is. Again, what options do you have here? Shifsa probably has already accepted the fact that he's gone. Oh, no, he does get healed up. Yules is going to be there. And no, he's definitely gone. So the rest of Power of Friendship back to their own base. Apparently Haha's courier goes down with 2 sets of mangoes. 6 mangoes being removed from the game for a few minutes. It's not really too big of a deal or anything, but...
it's a waste of food. That's always something, Mike. It's not good to see still. Your Soul Is Mine. Hanging in there. They're 10k behind still, Power of Friendship, but that is all on Short Potato. Like, the farm distribution here for Power of Friendship is not looking great. This is all on the AM. And they need to somehow towards 9, towards Spider Boy. The issue is the scaling on a Necrophos and on an Underlord is very different. You know, it's not the same impact as you'd see from, you know, like a Void Spirit with this kind of farm, or even Darkseer with this kind of farm. So there needs to be something done here for Power of Friendship. I think at this point you've got to reel back your reliance on Short Potato. You need some more presence from your other cores. Maybe even consider transitioning our Gyrocopter into a pseudo core at this point. You know, you just need something more to stand out. Some way of dealing with those illusions that come out from that vac wall, because that is just deadly.
Nice little spell prism from Wasabi going to Savior. Might give that that timeless relic over to the Jakiro now. And yeah, haha. A pretty big boost to his magic damage. And well, they found an AM. Silence is there. He does Manta, but they have the control, I believe. Macro is also out. Yeah, shifts are. He echoed, but the blink was cancelled. And HTW just going to take him out. Savior is there with Wasabi controlling the rest. They're going to just focus down this Gyrocopter while Wasabi just continues to torture this Necrophos. 9 is going nowhere. The buybacks are coming in. Short Potato does blink back into this team fight, but there's the vac and the wall. It's a lot of damage out from F18. HTW is still surviving while all this is happening, but he is falling low. Can they kill off the Spectre? They're almost there, and they do get him, but that is only 1 life. Another pack onto the cliff. Spider Boy does get forced off down the cliff. Meanwhile, Reaper's Scythe is, well, they're going to get F18 in the end, but look at the control coming in from this Radiant side. Wasabi just going back into all of them. There's no buybacks left, at least for the Dire. And Short Potato, he's still trying. Aether Remnant, hold him down. Now the stun in from the Dissimulate. Spectral Dagger there from HTW. Short Potato, has he gone too far? The Abyssal Blade is there with the follow-up stuns, and now the Rolling Boulder is going to be in. That's a dieback on your anti-mage, and can they at least get the Void Spirit? They do. Savior does go down. He'll buy back. He wants to keep going, but Power of Friendship aren't done. Wasabi rolling back in with literally no HP. Does also die back. Now the Aether Remnant is in. They got HTW, but he does have buyback gold. He'll expend. It won't really matter. So I don't believe that POF can really afford to back off at this moment. They might just have to make the high ground play right here, right now. Ice Path, Macro, Savior, back in onto 9. Shifts up. Was that another Echo? It was another Echo Slam, John.
Oh,
yeah, it was. Dark Rift is there from Spider Boy. They'll get him out. That's... I know it's a very hard game for Shivsucks. There's so many things to cancel off that blink this game. But that's the second one in a row that we have seen whiffed, unfortunately, and you need that Echo in the team fights. You can't really fight without it.
Oh yeah, no two ways about it. You need that control, you need the damage. You need to be able to turn those illusions against the side of Your Soul Is Mine when that vac wall lands. They need that follow-up, and it's been falling a bit flat. This has given enough time for YSIM to really get some farm going on their other heroes. If you look at that Jakiro, he's got nags. So you've got this insane Mac coming out now on the Jack. They've got D-push for days with this Jakiro, and they can hold out as long as they want and keep getting bigger and bigger on their heroes. Their Spectre is still scaling well. Their Darkseer still has a little bit more room to grow. And even our Void Spirit has some slots left to itemize on. So this stalling out is helping YSIM. Power of Friendship, they still haven't been able to redistribute that wealth. You're still starved on your Gyrocopter and your Shaker. There's not much room for growth. It's still all getting funneled into Short Potato now. Mind you, Short Potato is going to hit level 30 a bit early. He's going to have that talent spike. He's going to have the additional illusions from his blinks. He's going to have more agi and more spell resist. So that's going to be helpful to a certain extent. Whether or not that really changes the pace of the game is a different question. But they'll have that advantage at the least for the Power of Friendship.
Roshan, still a while away. You see both teams going to be fighting over that, Roshan, as it is going to be quite important. Blink Dagger now up on F18. Going to help him with that initiation, and he's actually got the Ags up. It's a lot of damage. POF just going to take over that Radiant Triangle. You kind of question how much more farm they can obtain now on either side. Like, they're just... Everyone's so farmed up apart from those supports. But you're not really seeing those supports getting the farm priority.
No, definitely not. It's hurting Power Friendship just a bit more. Your Soul is mine again. They're comfy here. They've got a Spectre who also has a Minotaur Horn on top of the BKB. So you've got an insane amount of spell immunity in the middle of these fights. In fact, that BKB is still at the 10-second charge. So there's still more room for these fights to break out favorably for YSIM in terms of avoiding that control, although...
Mid lane, he has a DD on that AM, but it doesn't matter if you're stunned the whole time, and that's currently the case. He needs to get out of there. Short Potato will blink onto the Jack. He gets one. Reaper Scythe was also there. Short Potato back out with the blink, but now they are chasing. They really want the kill. Peter Malice holding them down, however, but the back wall again coming out from F18, dragging them back. They still kill off Wasabi. Savior jumping back in with the Astral Step. He has another. Silence is out, but the bashes again, not going to be enough. Savior is alright for now, but Short Potato with that DD. Mana Void will be blocked off by the Lincolns, and now the Fisher and the Ice Path. They jump back in HTW with the Pit of Malice out. Do they have enough Spider Boy? Everyone is so darn low. Savior, he'll be the one to drop. Your Gyro, almost there, but Guardian Greaves will keep him alive. Alright. This is the best chance the Power of Friendship have had all game.
Oh man, like knowing that wall is going to be down long enough for the push, this should give them the mega creeps they're looking for at least.
All down, back. HTW, can you work some magic? Who do you even aim? He just hasn't got really much damage at the moment. He'll go back to the back lines, back onto Short Potato, but he's been Pit of Malice up. It's a long duration. Another vac actually kills off Shifter. Short Potato back onto F18, does get the Darkseer kill. Ice Palm is on 3, but where's your damage output? It's just non-existent. So the tier 4 towers are now gone, the Ancient is exposed. They need to throw everything out right here, right now. They don't even have the wall. In fact, no, now they do. But they need to use it ASAP. HTW being bashed up. He needs to get out. There's the back wall with the Great Ice Path. It's huge, but is it big enough? The repair kit keeping the Ancient alive. The Gyro does go down. They might need to back out. The Dark Rift is there. They are definitely trying to escape. The Horn, Short Potato, he got left alone. The stuns, the silence, the vac, he's gone. Oh no! 9 has been left behind. There is no buybacks, John.
Oh, God.
Oh boy. 9. It's the ghost form. He's gone.
Oh,
there is
man, that
an
defense.
Underlord versus 4, John. How does he
That's
defend
not
this?
a good time. You just spam your Firestorm and hope for the best. You could perhaps go for a cheeky play with a split push, but he doesn't have the items for it. They do have a repair kit on that Underlord. So there's a way of mitigating that. So we're seeing that in play. Look at that Ancient of YSIM. It's back to full HP, and my god, that was quite defense. It looked like a really scary spot, but Power of Friendship overstayed her welcome still. Let's see if they can pull off a miraculous defense as well. They have to hold down for at least 40 seconds for their AM, 80 seconds for their Necrophos. That's a lot of time. And that's not time YSIM is going to be waiting around for.
Gonna go again. At high ground, they might just rush tier 4s, but the buybacks are now coming up for the Dire side. POF, can they defend this? The Unlord is falling low. No buybacks expended, and Spider Boy will die. He does have the buyback gold available. You've got 10 seconds for this anti-mage. A tier 3 tower, is that going to be it? Wasabi does TP back to the Ancient. He needs to defend. They don't have the damage. They can't even get a Rax.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a massive shame for Your Soul Is Mine. Like, this was the opportunity they were looking for. And
Roshan.
Yeah, you take what you can get. The pit's going to give them a little bit more leeway as they did expend some buybacks there as well. So they're going to have room to breathe. They're also going to have the Ag's Blessing dropping. So they've got an option to give that to someone now as well.
They're here. They're smoked up. Manta going to give vision, and is that Shifter that just jumped in? Yeah, it is. He got stunned up straight away, however. Shifter does get forced out of there. Savior on the chase. Meanwhile, Short Potato trying to chase down Haha. Not able to get him with that Glimmer Cape. Savior still just juking around. The Echo was committed, but it does nothing. He'll buy back. Back into this team fight. It's a lot of damage, but Haha just constantly locking everyone down. This Pit of Malice getting slightly annoying now, but Spider Boy needs to Dark Rift him out, and he does. And that Roshan is still just burning to the Macropire, and will be given in the way of HTW.
Oh, that's still a massive win going the way of Your Soul Is Mine. You take a look at who got the Ag's Blessing, Mike. That's on Wasabi. So he can pick himself.
Yeah, in a game like this where it's so close, I actually think it's kind of relevant though, right? Like it's...
Oh yeah.
I mean, it sounds so stupid to kick yourself, but it kind of works. Like he just keeps diving in. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's
3 seconds
very
of
low committal.
3 seconds of invulnerability.
Yeah, it's so easy to just get a nice opening there to force out for your team. Oh man, 56 minutes in, 54 to 39, a 6k lead for Your Soul Is Mine. I'm curious what Dota Plus is like. Dota Plus is just so confused, Mike. It just doesn't know. It gives Your Soul Is Mine a 30% chance to win. Just 30% after what they've shown. Yeah, it doesn't know what's going on. I mean, I guess on objectives, yeah, they're down a lot more racks, but they've turned the tide of the game towards their way. F18's vac wall, it's really such a big issue now. Power of Friendship, I think the one way they can do this is by distracting Your Soul Is Mine long enough to split push. Just go for the Ancient, go for the Jugular. I think that's something they're going to have to look into as their high ground is going to be started on.
Got the Darn AoE surge up on the Darkseer F18. Gotta give it to Haha with his Ice Path. He's been really on point throughout this whole game. And considering he has an almost 4-second stun with the Ice Path now, with that level 25 talent plus the Timeless Relic, it's tough for POF to actually get into these fights and not just be instantly disabled. So these BKB times are so much shorter now, but they jump in. Abyssal Blade straight on that Gyro again with the Macro and Ice Path dropped, and the Wall for that matter. They'll get one. The buyback's immediate. It's still a 5v5. Call down, gonna be there. HTW, excuse me, will be fine. They're going after F18. The Echo is there from Shifter. It just doesn't really do much. Reaper Scythe, gonna be committed, but F18 still alive. Meanwhile, Shifter did die back. Short Potato gets FTW's Aegis. Do they keep going? No, it's down the bot lane. F18 got caught out. Wasabi still going, but doesn't really have the I don't even know what you call it. The enchant remnant is what they call it. Doesn't have it, so he can't kick himself out. And so now we're back to this situation where they can go high ground. Now, John, with the Ancient exposed and no tier 4 towers to take out, this should be a surefire win. I mean, the Darkseer's dead.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about the vac wall, and that's the big opening for POF. They need to go in cleanly. It's a 3v4, possibly just a 4v4 with a buyback. So some caution still, but...
Savior gonna go in. HTW trying to focus down one, and it is gonna be Short Potato, but now a great Ice Path into a Macro, and they just Dark Rift out. Bit preemptive.
No.
Do they not
playing cautiously?
Do they not realize that F18's not got a buyback?
I don't think so. I think they might have gotten their timing a bit wrong. I would have preferred a sneaky play. Like there was a chance to
F18. I don't know what that means, but I agree, F18. I agree with you.
Yeah. I'd say if they Dark Rifted bot while that lane was shoved in, that would have been the sneaky play. because that was your school blowing everything they had for that. And ooh,
Divine Rapier up on Short Potato. He's had enough.
That's it. This is the all-in play. They've got half a minute until the Dark Seer's up. I don't know if they're going to find that opening. They're too scattered out, so...
There's no way you finish the game, though, John. There's tier 5 items coming in 25 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. They're going to hold out. That's going to be big. Let's see who gets the lucky roll of the dice for the big ones, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. But, you'd love that Deso, too, right now. I mean, there's not really a Deso holder, but even an Apex would be nice. Yeah, I don't really get the chance to pick up tier 5 items very often, John, so it's kind of hard to know what the what people like prefer these days, but let's see what they give. 60 minutes is upon us. They're rushing for that triangle YSIM, trying to go after that ancient. Book of the Dead is there for the AM. That'll help with the push, sort of. They are trying to invade the Radiant jungle, though, not wanting to give away these items. X-Machine is a nice one, is it not?
Yeah, that's item cooldowns refreshed. So, like a soft refresher just for items. It can be pretty useful, just to have a second BKB up if you wanted to. So, you've got that. Of course, a refreshed Hex is also pretty nice once you have that up.
Woodland Striders going to be dropping now for the Underlord, so you can make some trees while you walk. It's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, that is, I'd say, pretty darn good. If you can trap people in the pit and then just draw around them, that would be pretty sickening.
That is actually kind of... Well, Spider Boy's got them, so I mean, it's definitely possible. I'm sure... There's a Ballista as well, which, I mean, the Ballista, they're going to give it to 9, it seems like. No, they'll give him the Woodland Striders.
Huh.
Ballista's just going to be ignored, perhaps.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Still, I mean, this time to farm up also does mean they've got a Hex in their Gyro. So they've got additional control there on top of these tier 5s on side of POF. Yeah, they're just going to give the Ballista to their Gyro. It's like they don't really have a choice there. So our support Gyro is going to knock people back if he gets a hit in. Doesn't even hit that hard or fast. But it's there, I suppose. They'll take it. You don't really have the opportunity here from YSIM to find the same. They haven't completed it. They're still lacking 2. They really should take this time to just find it. Savior's trying. Oh.
A Sea Stone.
That's
pretty ugly, right? Like it's
cast range is nice. 350 cast range is nice. It's just it's not like a kaboom thing. For most heroes, it can be useful for, I don't know, maybe you give it to F-18 if you wanted to just have longer reach on the wall in the back, perhaps. Maybe. No, they're actually holding it onto Savior, so longer reach on the step, longer reach on the Remnant. No, he swaps out again. Okay. Just, yeah, no, it's under Darkseer. So, longer reach on that, which is what you'd want. Easier time to pull that off. They've left the Force Boots, Mike. This is irritating me. Why would you leave that?
That's a good question.
That's a pretty nice one, but it looks like they prefer the Timeless Relic on the Jack, which makes sense. And they do smoke up. They're trying to bait in a push here, YSIM.
Here we go, Wasabi. Gonna have his smoke broken by Spider-Boy 45. As your Necro units coming in from the ES. Divine Rapier, of course, still there for Short Potato. Going for that Axe build, but now Horn is on to that Earthshaker. They want to take down Shifter straight away, and it looks like they might just have their opportunity. Shifter is very, very low and is gone now after 9 on the Necrophos, but the buybacks are out. 9 also to go down. He'll buy back immediately, but that wall is making all kinds of havoc happen. Onto the Jakiro now. We'll just glimmer away. Wasabi will roll. They do at least kill off the Jakiro, but well, the buybacks are just coming out from these two. Roshan is also available.
Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. That's every single thing the Rosh could have. on the deck. So you've got a refresh shard on top of the Ag's Blessing. Let's see who they toss that blessing to. Perhaps they give it towards Shipta? They have, yeah, it should be Shipta because they just bought the Ags on. They've got the Ag's Blessing on Shipta. Alright. No, it's Spider Boy. Alright. So you've got the Ags on Underlord. You've got.
Oh, they jump in. Shipson just commits the Echo Slam. Savior gonna jump his way out. Now the macro to be dropped. They're still going with a nice back in, but Short Potato does kill off Haha. That's a dieback on your Jack. That'll be your Gyrocopter gone now. Wasabi still trying to fight with the Magnetize, but he does also go down, and now they got the Void Spirit. HTW. He's a man that's just fighting on his own. Reaper Scythe will take him out. He'll bite back. F18 blinks and TPs and will be alright. This game's not over yet, John. Two heroes down on each side without buyback.
It's not a very nice spot for YSIM though. Like this Ag's upgrade on Spider Boy does mean that your aim is going to hit so much harder with just that aura. They should be able to melt this Soldo.
Savior back, or rather wall is there. They're going to jump onto that anti-mage again, but he seems to be okay for now. More bashes coming out. Short Potato, he'll go after Savior on the Void Spirit. Now back onto F18, and they do get the Darkseer. He can buy back, and he will. But that Ancient is exposed and is going down fast. Short Potato will refresh with the Ex Machina. Now the Hawk back in. They just focus down the Ancient, perhaps. F18, again going to be focused down, but the Abyssal Blade, and now the back in from the Darkseer with all the Astral Steps out from Savior, but they're just focusing the Ancient. They have had enough. This game looks to be over, and it is. At 66 minutes. And that's all they needed, John. Just hit the Ancient. Heroes don't matter.
What a series. What a series, Mike. Like, a lot of back and forth in game 1, a lot of back and forth here in game 2. And Your Soul Is Mine and Power of Friendship just really a really close match. And we said they would play fairly close because they were both ranked at around the same mark, but that's a lot closer than I think even you and I expected to see both games go. So great showing from both sides. That does leave them both at the bottom still. I believe that still leaves them at 9-10, but that was just amazing plays from both sides. I don't know. That was just such a series to watch.
It was. It's good old fun. Still, we do have another series coming up, John. Is going to be Sees Better versus Shadownet. That should be an even more fun one to watch, I think. Hopefully it is. These guys were fantastic. But Sees Better versus Shadownet coming up in hopefully just a few minutes. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we'll see you all again very, very soon for our second BO2 of the night. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 1 of our second BO2 of the night between Shadownet and Seas Better. It is MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great after that first series, and that was a really explosive set between two very even teams that unfortunately aren't quite up there in terms of rankings. This time around, for our second series, I'd say is a bit more clear-cut, at least in terms of favorites. Seas Better up against Shadownet. Seas Better, of course, having a much better run so far, topping the groups as of yet, but Shadownet's not too far behind. Seas Better, 2 wins, 2 draws. Shadownet is 1 win, 2 draws, 1 loss. So on paper, it's actually not too far apart. I'd say Shadownet can give Seas Better a run for their money. And when you have a draft like this, Mike, when you get to start with Phoenix Mars, you can really start to bring that pain earlier on. It's such a potent combo that, again, we see slide through, but normally you see the Phoenix and Mars being banned out first.
That you do. Shadownet, they will take it off the hands of Seas Better. Seas, their second pick now. They want to go into. Alright, so we'll see the Void Spirit pop out. It's been a very popular hero today. I believe it's been in every single game so far, if I remember correctly.
I think, was it in game 1 of the last series? My memory's kind of failing me.
We're getting old.
Right.
Yeah.
We're getting up there, but still. It's potent. This is the exact same opening we saw last time from the last series from YSIM. And Seas Better, I think they can make it work. It's got the strengths we talked about. Long range reach, early timings, a lot of potency from the early game that scales nicely into late game. So Seas Better is looking pretty good. It doesn't quite counteract the team fight Shadownet has, but they can easily pop out of that arena with these two heroes. They only really need to worry about bursting that egg. So they're gonna have to find a solution for that Phoenix egg. You could maybe opt for the Snapfire. That's still in the rule. You could kind of make it work with the Earth Spirit, and there is enough room for that. So Seas Better could opt for that or something else to just deal with Phoenix.
All right. We'll have to wait out this ban phase for now. Shadownet looking for their 4th ban out. Plenty of reserve time, of course. Looking at the odds, John, Seas Better, clear favorites in this matchup, but I would question the odds again here. I don't think we should really be counting out Shadownet, especially because you do have Corrosive there, and he does tend to come up with some very unique kind of drafts and strategies, and I really look forward to what he's coming up with today.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it is hard to doubt Seas Better, though. Gotta say, with the players they have.
Yeah, they've been up there for a reason. You know, we've seen spectacular performances coming out of Buzzkin. Of course, you can't discount Tekler. They all look fabulous. You know, that's so far. So it's gonna be a close one. I want to say this one's a lot closer, even closer than the first series if that was somehow possible, because that was just a bloodbath between two teams. But this is gonna be a good one. On paper, the stats are a bit skewed. They've only played 4 series for Seas Better, 5 series for Shadownet, and the difference is 1 win. So I would say this is, again, the odds are a bit skewed, but that's from a very limited data set. You can't count Shadownet. And I like the way they're banning out here. Shadownet just not wanting to deal with a Spectre. They also take out the Necros with chops right through to Mars. So they've got their bases covered. They don't have to deal with that long farming core. And Seas Better is also banning out the AM. So the big course we saw in the last series not going to make an appearance here in the first game.
Thank God they banned the Arc Warden as well. Shadownet getting rid of it. Very, very nice to see. Seas Better. One more position 1 ban, I'm assuming. Of course, the Spectre was removed earlier, but you still got the Faceless Void. You've got the Sven available. Plenty of other options. 4 pos ones if they wish. Oh, yeah. I think you can probably see my dog in the background just walking around, by the way. Apologies for that. Yeah.
Snuck into the office, eh?
Yeah. So the Morphling is removed now for Seas Better. We'll go into the 3rd pick. What do you follow up with here? Like, you've got the 2 spirits. We saw this last game. What does Seas Better want to follow up with here?
When you ban the Morphling, you might be indicating something like the Terrorblade, just because we've seen Morphling into Terrorblade be really good. And you've already taken care of Spectre, you've taken care Of AM, Trebly doesn't look too bad. You'd have to deal with a Phoenix magic damage early on, but as the game goes on, Metamorphosis is going to be great to deal with a Phoenix Egg as long as you don't get hit by the Fire Spirits. You tend to go for a BKB or a Manta anyway. Sure, you're not going to care too much about that magic damage later down the line. Could potentially just be that, if they wanted to. There's still some ways for Shadownet to draft around that, though, besides a Morphling counter. They do go with the Silencer for Sees Better, so they've got that early aggression the Silencer can provide you as a support. You can really start to rack up the int if you really force the issue out early on. I love the pickup. I think it's going to be great to break out how Shadownet wants to go with these team fights. They want to go with Arena Egg. Global Silence means that at the least the Phoenix won't be able to get the egg off. You don't naturally go for a BKB that fast. You could opt for the Yules, but then you're just kind of taken out of the fight a bit too early. That's enough time for Sees Better to focus on something else.
Well, they'll go for the Void on the side of Shadownet. Of course, Void's been very, very popular. Seems like a decent enough game for him so far. I mean, there are quite a few silences, but apart from that, he seems okay. Maybe you get a Manta or a BKB, and suddenly it's not too much of an issue anymore. Sees better. How do you want to respond here? Like, Shadownet's got so much team fight with with these heroes that they've picked up.
Yeah, it's I'd say they're in a weird spot where Silencer's a bit of an answer already, but you would want that safety net just because you mentioned BKB is going to be able to work through that as long as Shadownet's the aggressors. So perhaps something to deal with Chrono. The thing is, they've got their supports unless they go with a core Silencer. You could maybe try to slot Avenge. Nah, they just go with a Venomancer. So they're building up their own team fight. They're building up their own aggression. I do love the Venom with a Silencer. I think if you do run a dual lane like that, you can find those early kills. You can rack in the int and get really big. You start to make mana issue be a real thing for Shadownet's draft because these guys don't have too much mana to begin with. So if you die too much to the Silencer, you're going to have a hard time sustaining yourself with spell spam, and that's an issue for something like the Faceless Void, because you do want to use a lot of those time walks, and you need to leave enough for a chrono down the line. So there is that for Sees Better. I think their laning is looking really strong here.
Well, Shadownet going to their fourth pickup. That Veno should be in the offlane, I'm assuming. I doubt we're going to see anything like a POS 1 Veno popping up. Probably is going to be Tekor on that. Shadownet, how do you respond here? You're still lacking one support and one core. We haven't really got a mid laner yet for Shadownet, but there it is. They'll go for the Invoker pickup. Ooh. Now, I don't know whether it's going to be the mid laner or the position 4 here for Shadownet. So I believe Corrosive has been practicing Invoker a bit recently, so I'm not 100% sure what they're up to, or whether POS 4 Invoker is even a thing anymore. Quite frankly, because I haven't seen it in a bit.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think you could make it work. Hey, if you can make a support jar work, you can make support Invoker. I think somehow. It ties nicely with a Faceless Void. It's a combination we've seen multiple times. So Alacrity gets a lot of value. Cataclysm is something you could justify going for the Ags for, just because you've got this amazing team fight. You have Phoenix Egg plus Chrono instead of Egg Arena to play with. There's a bit of a clash with Arena and Chrono though, so I guess lining those spells up is an issue, but the combinations beyond that is pretty fantastic. So Shadownet's going all in that team fight. They constrain themselves to Chronosphere timer, so they're going to have to be pretty on with using Chrono as it's up, but that's something you deal with when you draft a Void. That's just always going to be a thing, at least in the early game. You got to maximize that spell and not have it sitting around for too long.
Yeah. Final banouts now. We saw the PO and Undying being removed. Shadownet, their final ban with 17 seconds reserve time left. They are still looking to remove a position 1 here. Question is what it's going to be. They'll let that reserve time tick out a bit, and they go for the Alk ban. All right. That's fair.
Yeah, I think it slots in okay for C's if they did opt for it. Like we've seen, I believe we have seen that combination at least in this league, right? Where the Alchemist can just take over if you give it too much space on the pause one roll. You know, it's very forgiving in terms of how you can hit your power spikes, how you can hit your timings. You've already got the supports to enable something like that. So I can see why Shadownet would take care of it. And sees better takes out the Chikiro, so they don't seem to think there are any shenanigans with the Invoker pickup. They think it's a straightforward mid pick. We'll see if Shadownet does make it that way with the last pick.
Here we go. They'll go for the Mirana pickup as their final pickup here for Shadownet. Sees better. We'll move back to them, but that should be a pos for Mirana, and that should be an Invoker mid, I believe. Could be wrong, but it seems to be the more standard way to play it.
Yeah, that's a safer way. I think you could make an argument to flex those two heroes around. I don't see the need for it in this game. The one thing with Shadownet's draft is it doesn't have the best lockdown. Like you've got Arena, and that's it. Like Arrow is not reliable. Spear is a bit more reliable. So I guess you could combo off of the Mars Spear and build off of that. But they really do need to, again, play around Chrono. Maybe if you catch someone out with the Invoker combinations, that could be something you can work out. But the control is looking a lot better from C's, and they close out with the Ricky as well. Just the perfect kind of aggressive set of cores here from C's better. No waiting around. Their only real cooldown to watch out for is that Global Silence. I guess Poison Nova as well, but you don't necessarily need that in the Veno to win out these fights. And there's a lot of good timings here for Reverie to hit in that Ricky. So we're going to see how that does unfold. Have to say, the set for Shadownet, Mellow set in the Invoker is pretty swanky.
Wait, which one are you talking about? The Invoker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that the Dark Artistry or whatever they call it? That old school set?
Yeah, it's a pretty rare set if I recall right? Like that's
like $400, I think, right?
Oh yeah. So just showing off.
I remember. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing this set when it first came out. I just never bought it for some reason. Because I'm an idiot, John.
I mean, well, on the one hand, do you play Invoker, Mike?
I used to. Now, I was never good at the hero. But then again, I'm not good at any hero, so, it wasn't really anything special.
That's fair. Yeah, it's I don't know. For me, it never really stood out to me. It looked too edgy. He just looks like some guy stuck in 2006 listening to MCR or something. Like I mean, it's very seen. Look at that. He is jamming to MCR right now. You can see it, or Paramore or something.
Oh goodness me! Sees better. See the Ricky out from Reverie. I forgot to ask you, by the way, John. In terms of drafts, whose did you prefer?
I'd say C's better. He's got a lot of a better curve. They don't have to tie themselves up to these team fight combinations landing. Just run down against you, right? So you've got the Earth Spirit for control early on. You've got the Veno with great early damage to play with. You've got this infinite scaling Silencer, who again can just really build up with these kind of heroes. And you've got a Ricky. So they've got really good spikes that line up in the early game. And that's just so much easier to pull off. For Shadownet, I mean, the potency's there towards late game. Because again, you've got that Faceless Void. Chronosphere is just a spell that doesn't have a hard counter beyond just not letting it happen. But you have to ride out that point, and you have to line up these early team fights. So for C's, look at this. They're just going to run in. They're going to try to find these early kills. They are running under a ward, but this is just how they want to play. They just need to play really fast.
Yeah. Not going to find anybody. Of course, the Vision game is going to really allow Shadownet to just back off. Silvos just running around the mid lane. Placing a nice little sentry preemptively, and they may have assumed he may have put an obs there, but it is not the case. Secure the top bounties here, Shadownet. Of course, the bot bounties will go to the way of C's better. It's going to be a direct 2-for-2 trade, nothing too special.
It's a straightforward time runes. I think there's something you have to watch out here for Tien on the safe lane Void. Like, when you're laning as a Void up against a Venomancer, your plays with Time Walk aren't as clean because it's DOT damage. You might end up waiting too long to pop your Time Walk, or you pop it too early, then you get the DOT on again. So I love this response from Sees Better. I think there's a lot of potency to get that control up against the Face's Void on bot lane. It's just not going to be a good time, and they're just trying to give Tien that early start with EXP. They're not dragging support down for the Void just yet.
Also a Sunstrike and auto attack play there from Mellow, just getting that range creep in the mid lane. Imagine Buzzkin should have a pretty decent time here on the Void Spirit in this mid lane, up against that Invoker. We'll see what Mellow does do about it. Of course, he is going Quas Exhort, which is the preferable build to watch, as it tends to be a bit more entertaining than Quas Wex. Tien bot lane going to get rolled on, but of course he can just time walk that damage off. Thing is though, for Tien on this Void, it's a bit of a rough lane, especially up against this Veno, because you just have so much damage over time that you have to deal with, that you can't really time walk off. It's just a very ugly experience, especially as the levels go up on Tekel.
Yeah, they tried to mitigate that by having Corrosive camp mid for the Courier, which really disciplined play coming out from Buzzkin. He didn't let that happen. So you've got at least EXP on Tien to make up for it. He does have a slight EXP lead. He can play around a bit better, but you have to be careful. Once that Venomancer hits level 3, that's when it gets really scary, and you're not going to have a great time. Compare that to how Reverie's lane is going. Like, it's Ricky up against Mars. You've got this Silencer around as well. Like, there is potential for chain stunning with the Spear into Arrow, but for the most part, this Ricky should have no problem slipping in and out. Yeah, the Silencer is going to have enough fun just trading with the Glaives. You're not going to see early, though. Like, because you're not committing the hero, C's not going to stack up on the int. But you only really need Ricky to get this early farm, and then suddenly he's online at 6.
He's in a bit of danger here on that Phoenix. He'll get rolled on by Lon, and that... Oh, nice deny out from Tien. Very, very nice deny. I was about to say that was First Blood, but not the case. He denied off, and First Blood is still open for anyone to take.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It looked like a time lock proccing right there.
It did?
I'm not sure if that was just... Yeah, that's just... stars align and you get the perfect deny the way you'd want it to. So this is actually really good for Tien. He's at level 3 now. This extra space is giving the Voids a very much needed EXP lead just to maintain the lane. The impact of these two heroes aren't really seen yet from Lon and Tekor, just because of this very conservative start from Shadownet.
Looking back to that mid lane, Buzzkin's having a very good time, John. Almost doubling the CS of Mellow at the moment on the Invoker. Well, basically is now. So this Void Spirit, not struggling at all. Mellow unable to really apply too much pressure on this kind of hero. Perhaps as the levels go up, he might have a bit better of a chance, but I'd probably bet that that would not be the case.
Yeah, it's a hard time. You know, Invoker just has such a slow ramp on the laning phase. You go Quas Exhort as well, so your laning presence isn't as amazing. You might want to have a support rotation in, but it looks like it Sees Better that's ready to get Lon going. So they're starting to camp out for those first runes.
Lon will secure the bottom bounty rune, or rather the power rune. It will be a regen. Regen does essentially get denied off by the Forge Spirit anyway. Top lane, Maris in trouble here. Silver's just going to get some nice harassment out on the Silencer. Of course, he's not really able to slow down Reverie any further on the Ricky, without some help at least. Boomer's been trying to stay away and just give him XP priority in this top lane. It's probably going to be very important as well, as he is still just sitting at level 3 on this Mars.
Yeah, it's been rather slow going. I think that's really just going to be the name of the game. You're not seeing the committal to drag the needed numbers up. You are seeing Lon walk his way up. Maybe they want to get these early kills with Sylvos. Again, they want to maximize the Silencer's presence, so could be the play, but Mirana's not a very easy one to pin down.
Yeah, she's got the leap available. She should be right. Lon just going to take the bounty rune at that 5-minute mark, swipe it away from the side of Shadownet. In fact, Buzzkin's going to get the other 2, so that's going to be a 4 bounty runes going to the way of Sees Better. A lot of gold. at that 5-minute mark, and a Shadownet just get nothing.
Yeah, it's not the start they'd want. That's giving Seas Better a bit of a safe gold lead here, as they're also topping the last hits board with all for cores. Not by a massive amount, although.
Mello getting jumped on, silence and smashes there. Mello very, very low, but gets a nice tornado off, but Buzzkin is not done yet. Cold snap onto Buzzkin with the Sunray flying in. Mello, he's surviving. Buzzkin is the one that gets taken out, and he is the first blood. Lon is also probably just going to die. He does. Great turnaround there from the side of Shadownet.
I love that they immediately jump in to help their mid. No hesitation to break up that gank. And those 2 kills going the way of Mello balances out that slow start he had mid. This just helps him recover. It gives you some much needed boosts on the Invoker. And that gives you more presence. So Shadownet coming out with the first 2 sets of kills. Beautiful rotations from their supports. Seas Better, we expected this to be more successful. We've seen the effects of the Earth Spirit. It just doesn't line up. They didn't have enough damage, and the counterplay from Mello was just on point. They might need to drag additional bodies if they want to get that done. I'm surprised Silvos just camped up top. Might have just wanted to join that down.
You still got this problem of Reverie, who is just still freely farming up on that Ricky. Of course, bot lane, Chrono is going to be expended on Tekor, but Lon is going to roll in and try and help him out. Does get the silence off on Corrosive, but now the Icarus Dive is going to fly out, and Tekor still surviving. Corrosive is very low and does die. Now Tien in an awkward position will time walk onto Tekor and does take him out, but it might cost him his own life. He'll try for the TP play. He will not make it, and Tekor gives him the K. He's not satisfied with that time walk.
Yeah, it's a decent play. They lose more though. They did trade away to Ricky, and
Buzzkin gonna make the chase onto the Mirana. Boomer uses all his leaps up. Aether Emerald does latch on perfectly from Buzzkin, and now Maris does get a nice spear with the Sunray in from Corrosive. Buzzkin, he used all his astral steps. Oh no, there's the tips coming in. Poor old Buzzkin. Always cops the tips.
Oh yeah.
It's unfortunate.
A bit too keen. Keep him coming, boys. I mean, in the end, he wins out if you give him tips. You know, you're giving the guy levels. That's what he wants. You got to think twice there, boys. This is exactly going into Buzzkin's playbook, and just a bit of an overextension, trying to compensate for Reverie. He does have 6 under Ricky, but you can't afford to cop out with spears like this.
Yeah, the arrow going to be nice, but they didn't really have the detection for Reverie, so he'll just go invis and be fine. Mara's going to stick around here and see if he can set up for another kill once he does have that arena up, which now he does, but he just needs the mana. Meanwhile, bot lane. It's that point in the game where the Veno just kind of takes over this whole spot in the Radiant side jungle, and Lon, top lane, does actually kill off 6 Amaris.
I love that opportunity seeking from Seas. They know there was no mana, no way to counterplay, and they just find that easy kill. Silvos, though, trying to duel up against Boomer.
Gets sunstriked. Mello takes an easy kill. Now Lon going to try and clean up that Mirana. Boomer will leap one way and does have another, but Lon rolls in, doesn't quite connect, and Boomer turning back around for the arrow, but here comes Reverie. Arena going to be dropped. Spear actually landing on the Ricky. Reverie does die, but now Buzzkin is in there. Doesn't have the damage. We'll have to leave the Mars to just go back to farming.
Yeah, and that's a worthwhile trade for Shadownet. They got the first kill on the Silencer. They get the follow-up kill on the Ricky. You're trading your Mirana, but you don't really care. That's still a slight lead for Seas Better in terms of farm. They get a free tower bot. Tucker just has complete control in the bot lane. They are dragging more heroes in to mitigate this push. But at this point, Venomancer at 8, you can just dip back into the jungle and keep farming up. So there's a nice big spike there for Seas Better. They're forcing some movements onto other lanes, which does free up space for Reverie to farm on Ricky. He still needs items to fly out, and you need a response here from Shadownet.
Boom, it just ran straight into Silvos. Silvos could be in a spot of danger. Meanwhile, in the back lines, Tien had a Chrono out on Tekor. Tekor very, very low. Tien is very slow with that poison, but Time Walk gonna be out. No lucky bash. Tekor still surviving. Tien gonna continue the chase, and now Boomer does come in TN does get galed and might need to be denied off, and that wasn't it.
No! What?
Yeah, Boomer just a little bit early there, and Tekor does give Boomer the tip.
That's tragic, but I think Tekor's going to be pretty satisfied with at least finding the follow-up. And he's doing his job. He's dragging heroes down bot. You can see C's better starting to line up for mid. They want that key objective down mid to really reel that jungle into control.
Mid tier 1 being sieged down by Buzzkin. Tekor will join in. They are kind of prepping to defend here, Shadownet. Icarus dive, Tekor will be targeted. Lon rolling into the backlines, trying to control up this Invoker, and Mello is already gone. Reverie picks up that kill, and now Buzzkin back after Corrosive does take another. Six Samara's forced to drop the arena, but it does nothing, and he might just die anyway. Perfectly played here from C's better, and that'll be a tier 1 mid tower going down.
Yeah, I love it. I love this movement from C's. They're just lining up for these big objectives. They're making use of the space that Tekor buys them with Veno. And once they commit to a different lane, he comes in, they clear the tower, they find these kills. Shadownet have such tight timings to play with for their team fight. Whenever Chrono is down, their full force just can't really show up. They can play around arena, but it's all about Chrono with this kind of draft, with the Invoker, with the Phoenix. And when you don't have that Chrono, C's is just going to run at you. So Shadownet needs to pace themselves a bit better. They need to, if they want to fight, they need to line up the arena along with their Invoker spells and their Phoenix Egg drop. That has to come into play. It's just so difficult when you're always thinking about where Silvos is and whether or not he's going to pop the global silence before the fight fully breaks out. So it's just really hard for Shadownet to set the terms of engagement here.
We do have the go-ahead from C's better. We will go ahead. I'll just back off after that tier 1 mid. Back up towards that Radiant Triangle. He's going very well. 4C's better. Currently the 5k net worth lead. Shadownet just falling slightly behind. You look at Tien, he's still just trying to get a Morbid Mask up. He's really struggled on this Faceless Void. Just needs a bit more going for him.
He's really needing that Mask of Madness just to get some damage into Chrono and just to speed up farming in general. But this is the one issue when you do go with this Invoker Void combo. Like, you have to have Mellow rush the Ags, and that takes away a lot of your early presence here.
Samaras was smoked up with his team. They'll make the jump onto Silvos. Arrow landing with the Sun Strike, and it will be fine. Mello will take the kill. TP in from Lon. It was all too late. They won't really be able to capitalize on anything anymore. In fact, Shadownet, they might start to try and at least pressure the T1. Though a nice spear coming up from Maris. Lon trying to roll away, does not get away with it. The arrow did land and Lon will go down early on. Reverie unable to protect, but does blink in. Now 2 dust being expended. They're going to take the team fight. Buzzkin has rotated, but the Moonlight Shadow going to be enough to just allow them to walk out. And now with Tien here, they want to go back in. They still have that Phoenix Egg.
It's an awkward time for Cease to try to force something. They do actually just bail out Reverie. They're not going to hold this top lane. They know that they're in an awkward spot. And that's really down to just Lon kind of trying to hide in the trees. That was a very visible spot, although Tien's just looking for that Chrono now.
Yeah, would have been happy to just use it on Tekor and take the Pos 3 kill, but he couldn't quite get in range. And Tekor will be just fine. In fact, you have to be very careful about that Chrono usage with Tekor. Does have the Force Staff up, so could potentially dodge if you do throw it out. Buzzkin. Find Corrosive. Astral Step will be there, but Icarus dives straight into Lon. Yeah, Lon was already rolling as the Icarus dive was coming in, and now he's looking for a bit more. Now we're a bit too far away. Could go for the roll attempt, but I don't believe Buzzkin will be able to keep up on the Void Spirit. Tekor, chronoed up. He tried for the 4-staff, but didn't quite make it out. Still, do they have the damage up? But Tekor, still alive, throws out the Gale. Arrow won't land. Buzzkin just focusing down Maris and probably will get it, but they do lose Tekor in the process. They at least get out without losing any more bodies on Shadownet. The Sunray will come in from Corrosive. Boomer will end up dying. Now Corrosive goes for the Icarus dive. And Buzzkin wants to continue for this, but he doesn't have any more Astral Steps available. Still going, however. Does have the Yules up. Wants to try for the Phoenix. Buzzkin, got to be careful not to get bashed too many times. We'll go for the Dissimulate, and now Egg will be forced out, but Lon rolling in. Tien still going. Getting a bash on Sylvos. That should be it. In fact, never mind. Maris is here now with a great arena onto 2. It's called both supports, and Sylvos and Lon are both gone. And they just got a bit too greedy there. Sees better, sticking around way too long and did not pan out their way.
Punishment from Shadownet is lining up well. That is just 2 supports. You would want a bit more for your troubles, but that does allow them to push that top tier 1. So they might be able to get an objective for their troubles. You're not really in a position for Sees better to defend, but Buzzkin's gonna show himself.
He will. Yules out on 6 of Maris. Sylvos going to be there to try and help out. They do jump in. The Moonlight Shadow expended, but Maris seems to be dead. No, he's alive. They go after the Void. Tien just going to time walk out of there. Icarus dive out from Corrosive. Tien still in a bit of danger with that silence out. They will get him. And Lon knows Maris is still around here somewhere. Does he find him? He's rolling the wrong way. Looks like this Mars might just survive.
He unfortunately doesn't have a TP, but he has a smoke. I guess you could try to smoke yourself out of there if you wanted to. Still, Sees does use this chance to get a shove down the top tier 1 out themselves. They did have Tekor go away though, so they're not going to have the ward spam. He's just trying to farm up. They're still trying to widen this lead. They have bought time for Reverie to just freely farm up. He's got his Diffusal up on Ricky. So there's a major power spike there already for Seas if they do want to group up as 5 anytime soon.
T1 top slowly being ticked away at. Corrosive around the area, but there's not much he can do by himself. They'll let the T1 go down. Lon trying to roll in. They've spotted out Tien. They get a silence off with Reverie. Yules there from Buzzkin. Can they lock him down long enough? Tien is falling very, very low. The global silence will not be... Well, rather, it was enough because the Void did go down. And, that is a very, very sad Faceless Void. Still sitting at 5k net worth. So really starting to fall behind in this game number 1.
They've really put all their eggs onto the basket of the Invoker here for Shadownet. Like, Mello is the only hero to have any significant farm. The Ags is very close. Then you really have a lot of pressure to land a Chrono. So it's still on Tien to get the control out to maximize that Cataclysm combo that you're looking with. And we haven't even seen that full teamfight potential yet from Shadownet. You need to line it up at some point, because this gap is just widening. 7k now for Seas Better. They've got control on the map, and they're always the ones setting the pace in these fights.
Let the smoke go off, and it is going to be Shadownet. Tien, he does have the Chrono, they have the Arena, they have the Egg. It's time to go. Reverie going to run straight into them, but the Moonlight Shadow not going to reveal. Now a great Arena with a spear onto Reverie. That'll be 1 gone. Buzzkin falling very low. Lon will roll in to try and help out with the Magnetized. Buzzkin does get his way out. 6 of Maris still running. Lon won't land with the roll, but this Mars should be dead and will be. Now they actually turn back around trying to find some stragglers, and Buzzkin is actually... No, he's not going to run into Corrosive. Instead, they might just catch out this Boomer Mirana. Still has 1 leap left. Yules is going to be out from Buzzkin with the 8th of Remnant, but it won't actually lock him in, but it won't matter. Lon has the roll to stun him up. They can slowly start chipping away at this tier 2 mid tower if they wish.
Yeah, it looked good for Shadownet with the split up of that fight, but they didn't have enough damage to really focus down our Void Spirit, so Buzzkin just hanging on with no time locks, and they might go for Mellow. No detection. Oh.
Dust does connect, but Mellow seems to be just out of range of vision. Couldn't quite get there. With that, Shadownet, there's definitely still in this game, for sure. It's just need a bit more going on here for your Void. The problem is, C's better. They're not really slowing down at all. They just keep invading the Radiant jungle and keep pressuring these towers. There's just no downtime.
Yeah, and that's the strength of their lineup. They have no big ults to wait for besides Global. This is also how they have to play because they can lose this power spike fast. You're dealing with a Void, you're dealing with a Mars. These guys scale really well with the Invoker if you give them the space. You can't afford to have Shadownet grow that big. That's why Cease is just constantly forcing the issue as best as they can, because they don't want to drag this game out too long.
Bounties come up. Reverie using that bounty as bait for Maris to come in. And that should be a death on the Mars. Egg was expended, but Reverie wants to go for it. Do they have enough time? They do not. The egg will explode. Reverie will go down. And it was really Boomer who landed the arrow just at this last split second. They'll roll in again. Boomer, he's in a bit of danger, but now TNT being in. No chrono available for another 15. But they're trying to punish as much as possible. Silvos will get bashed and will go down to Corrosive. Now Bunskin still playing around with the Gale flying out and the Poison over from Tekor. And that should be a Dead Faces Void. He does Time Walk, but it's going to be no good. Does go down. Bunskin still looking for more. Aether Remnant won't lock on. Corrosive does have the Icarus Dive now. Arena from Maris not really going to land. Bunskin we'll let him know about it. That should be enough. The teams accepting the fight, how it ended, and do back off.
Yeah, it's again slightly better for C's. You did see some good counterplay from Shadownet. The next time a fight breaks out, though, they're gonna have Chrono, and I can't believe they fell into the bait of the egg. Like, Mellow was around. They not only was the arrow in play, but you also had the Deafening Blast with the disarm. So a little bit too overconfident still. Sees they hit some key item timings here for Buzzkin. The act up on our Void Spirit. So you've got the silence now. You've got a lot more presence on that hero. You can really reel into control. Tekor, he's got a Heaven's Halberd. This is going to be a nightmare for Tien if he does get disarmed in the Chrono. Like, you will have to guarantee you hit Tekor every time now in that spell. Otherwise, you're just not dealing damage to anyone.
True. He has got a BKB coming out relatively soon on that Faceless Void. Just needs the recipe now. Tekor gonna get spotted. Tier gets the Alacrity. Doesn't commit Chrono yet. Does eventually get it out with the Alacrity and the Cataclysm. It should be enough, and it will be. Lon, not going to be able to roll out, but they'll just go back in onto that Faceless Void. Tien does Time Walk away. Now the Deafening Blast out from Mellow. Maris does get the Arena, but does not connect with the Spirit. Now the Egg going to be dropped. Buzzkin rushing for it with Silvos, but they don't have the time. The Egg will explode. Silvos goes down, and now Buzzkin might just be a sitting duck. He'll make a run for it. The Icarus Dive is there from Corrosive. Tien gonna make the chase with the Time Walk and a great spear out from the Mars as he dances in front of him. As he's stunned up. Just a great team fight from Shadownet.
Yeah, they're finding the punishment. Like, it takes them a while to commit, but they get the big hero they want. And Tekor can't afford to be the bait anymore. Like, you can't have the Veno up in front when he's the guy. With Heaven, you need him outside of Chrono. You need to set up with someone else. You need to throw someone in front, and that's kind of the issue when you've got the Veno off. Like, he doesn't really want to be a frontliner per se when you do go with this build. You might want to just toss out your Silencer, take a chance there, but then you run the risk of not having the global silence while the fight breaks out. So it's a tricky choice for C's. They're going to have to temper themselves as they go into these engagements. You know, Shadownet is looking pretty darn fantastic. This investment into Mellow is starting to pay off. Like, he's got level 17 now on top of his Ags upgrade. So his spells are doing a lot more work. And you've got the BKB now in Tien. As you mentioned, it was coming up shortly. This is going to make all the difference. A lot of this damage early on from C's is magic. So now you don't really have the best of ways of stopping this Faceless Void from just being immense.
They just run right into each other. Meanwhile, Maris in the behind going after Buzzkin, but he does end up dying. Now Lon will also die by the tier 3 tower. Just didn't believe their eyes when they ran into each other.
Oh, that's a bigger win for Shadownet. They force out the use of GS, so you don't have that global in play. That could be an opening for Shadownet if they wanted to. They don't quite have Chrono.
Buzzkin. Ate the Remnant on Corrosive with the double silence, and Corrosive should tick out and does. Nice little play again from our Void Spirit. Back to that tier 2 bot tower.
Yeah. They do some decent damage. Like Tekor, once he drops his wards, of course, can really start melting that in. They still don't have any idea from Chen to come back home. So they're not going to have the opportunity to defend. They just give out that tier 2. No chance to trade any objectives as well. So that's an advantage for Seas. They hold on to their 5k lead really even on the board though. 20 to 20, 25 minutes in. We really haven't seen too much yet from Reverie. He's just been saving up for, I believe he was saving up for Battle Fury, but it looks like he's just about done. 2 parts off. Once you've got that, the farm kicks up and the damage. So the presence of this Ricky shoots up.
It's a very slow siege in this mid-tier 2 tower. Sveno wards being planted around the tree line, just watching every angle. Shadownet, of course, not willing to just give it up for free. They'll have TN up at the top lane, just split pushing on the Faceless Void. Must have sees better. Doing the exact same thing in the other lanes, just pushing them out. Keeping the pressure up on Shadownet, and there will be a smoke up from this Radiant side. Double damage, going to be bottled by Buzzkin. Be awkward timing for Shadownet. Tekor. Break the smoke of Corrosive. There's your Moonlight Shadow. Now the Icarus dive out, and Maris does go for the arena, but a great global silence from Silvos does not allow the spear. So Maris is gone, and now the Phoenix. Corrosive in trouble. Do we see a Chrono come out? The Void holding on for now. Does eventually go for it, and it's only onto Lon, but it seems that he wanted to protect that egg. And he does, but now Reverie jumps in. Gets an easy kill onto that Faceless Void, and Mello is also going to be in trouble. Buzzkin on a double, going after a triple. He's almost got Boomer, but Reverie will take the kill. It's still a 4-for-1 trade, and it's not really the Chrono you want to see, but just wanted to protect that egg. It doesn't really end up panning out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the effect for Seas when they do start to clump up. Reverie does a lot of damage at this point. The control for Shadownet was always an issue. We talked about it from draft, but their most reliable stun for something like the Ricky really was Chrono. And they're always forced to drop it on supports. It's never the big targets they'd want. The biggest one they catch out is Tekor, but even then, you know, just catching out the offlane Venom is not enough at this point. Tekor's presence is, his main power spike's gone. It's time for Buzzkin to be stepping up. It's time for Reverie to step up, and they have. Their heroes just do a lot more at this point. Shadownet, they need to line these teamfight spells. Like it's really down to Chrono use, and when you're forced to use it in the support, it just doesn't add up. And you have to admit as well, the timing from Silvos to get that early silence in that first arena, that was just clutch. Just stopping that spear and ensured that Seas had the number advantage there.
Dota Plus is actually currently sitting at 68% for Seas better. 32% the way of Shadownet. Great chances here for Shadownet. Roll. Lon gonna land. Now they do get the silence off. Reverie just chasing down this Mars. Chaos Meteor is gonna drop, but won't do much. Lon's already dead, but there goes 6 Amaris. 1 for 1. Of course, Seas better. Gonna be happy getting their Earth Spirit to die for the sake of a Mars kill. They'll just do the same thing, just slowly siege the other tier 2 tower that's left on the map, and that's the top one.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not many opportunities for Shadownet to fight back against this. Like, they need to use all of their spells in a really strong way. And look at the positioning of Chen. He's on the opposite side of the map. He's not ready to fight. He does have Chrono coming off now, But are you really going to commit that resource for a tier 2 that's already very low in HP? While the rest of Seas isn't showing on the map. It's just such a risky proposition.
TP's in. Shadownet want to fight. They get a Chrono off. It's going to be on Tekor again on that Benno, but he has an Aeon Disc this time. Arrow still going to land. Tekor in danger and does go. Silvos trying to get out of there. Egg going to be committed by Corrosive. Silvos might just die. And actually a very nice spear out from Maris. He caught Reverie. Smoke screen. Tricks to the trade, but Arena is dropped now. Maris has him locked in. Reverie still trying to juke them out, but will not be able to do so. It's a very nice smoke, but Buzzkin actually comes in and cleans up Corrosive. And Silvos, he does finally die to Corrosive's DPS, and Lon rolls in for the gem, but doesn't... Oh, he does actually get it, but looks like he is going to die to TN. And it's into the Roshan pit for Shadownet.
Yeah, they've got to maximize this window. They don't have any of their big team fight spells, but they know Seas is down too many people. So the first Aegis looks to go their way,
no,
unless...
Buskin. He got a DD rune. Boomer was trying to hold it for someone else and didn't realize Buzzkin was still there, so Buzzkin gonna go in with the silence. Now the dissimulate. Maris falling very low, so is TM, but he'll time walk with the deafening blast, but Aeon Disc from Buzzkin gonna save him for now. He's going back in. The Roshan still very, very low, but isn't down yet. They'll use him up. TN falling low again, will time walk. Dissimulate. TN, he does have the Aegis, but it will go straight away. Now, Astral Steps. They do get Boomer on the Mirana. TN back into this team fight. Gets a die back on the Silencer. Maris so low, but not gone yet. In fact, never mind. Buzzkin does kill him, but TN gonna try and avenge his teammate, and he does. Tekor almost down, not quite. He will finally go, and now Lon rolling back into this team fight does get Corrosive.
Oh, you know, this all stemmed from that gem on the deck. In the end, Lon has it. He wins that trade. So many heroes dead for that gem. And the Aegis, of course. But they win out. Seas better. They made Shadownet really work. And they do win out with those trades. They maintain their 9k lead, 29-30. We said this would be an even game. This is pretty much on the needle. As
Reverie
Dota Plus,
going after TN solo, forcing out the BKB charge. That was his 9-second charge being expended. Nice little play there from Reverie.
It's, you're at the scary spot with this Ricky. Like, he's still ahead of farm compared to our faces Void, which is really all that matters. It's the fact that Chen has not gotten as much space as he'd want to really start reeling in as much gold. I mean, look at this. He's holding the Philosopher's Stone on the Faceless Void. Like, he's taking away his own damage just to have consistent gold and to be able to escalate. That's not a great sign for a Pause 1 to be forced in that spot.
No, it is not. But sometimes you really have no choice in the matter. I mean, luckily the Mellow Invoker is doing quite well in terms of net worth. Just 1k behind Buzzkin on the Void Spirit at the moment. Plenty of damage coming out from this Invoker. But it is just so dependent on landing a big Chrono. If you did land a big Chrono into a Cataclysm, and they're all grouped up, it could be just disastrous for Seas better.
Yeah, it's, you don't really have anything to mitigate that. So that's really the key to success here for Shadownet. Just big team fights going their way. And as time goes on, you might be able to find out a bit more, because Seas is going to be forced to approach the high ground at some point. That's a really big choke spot that you can maximize, and looks like Shadownet might be going for the smoke. They do.
Maris and Boomer, with TN and Corrosive, going to make their way towards their own jungle. Lon and Reverie might be the ones to break this smoke. Maris gets a nice arena into a spear onto Reverie, and with that Cataclysm, it will be enough. Yuriki's gone. Chasing for more Mellow. Nice tornado onto Tekor, and with the arrow follow-up, no, Aeon Disc actually procced with that arrow. Doesn't really do much, but now Six Amaris gets the spear off. Egg will be committed. Lon in the middle of all this with his own Aeon Disc, but he might fall. He does get out. Silvos is gone. Lon will be able to TP. The only saving grace right now is Buzzkin is forcing in that mid lane. Does at least get Maris to TP back and push out that wave.
Yeah,
Buzzkin, Corrosive, Aether Remnant, but Spear is actually not going to connect onto a tree. So Buzzkin will be free to just walk his way away.
That's a really good win for Shadownet. Won that fight without the chrono. Chen didn't even have to use it, although...
Tien, Aether Remnant won't lock on. Lon didn't get the roll off in time. They still hold a 7k net worth lead on C's Better's end. But this game is so much closer than that, and as time goes on, I don't know if this Ricky's going to have as much influence as, say, the Faceless Void. I mean, I realize his farm's struggling, John, but eventually it's going to get to a point where it might be just way too high.
Yeah, that's the thing with Void. Like, it scales a lot better. You've got that inbuilt stun that's always going to be in play. Your level 25 talent is hilarious with the backtrack, if you wanted that. So there's a lot more scaling there for Shadownet. They are just constrained by chrono timing. The key thing for C's is to really play around that weakness.
Teko.
When you know these spells have been used to.
Arena, Maris has caught him in. He does use that Ghost Scepter. Tien still going to be there with a chrono being thrown out.
Oh.
Teko should just die. He tries to force staff, but does get stunned. A chrono trying to catch somebody TPing in, but they just cancel. I mean, you still get a great kill. You just kind of waste the chrono, and now Buzzkin. TP in, Tien getting silenced. Will get the BKB up. Mon will be chasing. Go after the Mars. Meanwhile, Mello caught out. He will BKB himself, and the egg will be dropped by Corrosive. Lon going in to try and burst it down, but there's just no way to get it. So Lon probably just going to die here on the Earth Spirit. But Buzzkin is not done. He wants to keep going. After Tien, Reverie jumps in with the Blink Strike. Tornado, gonna put him in the air. Cataclysm out. Reverie, he does drop. It's way too much damage. Buzzkin is still going, however, just like a madman. After Tien, and does actually kill him off. He wants to keep going. Silvos actually killing off Corrosive, and Buzzkin unable to find any more stragglers. We'll just have to leave it at that. John, I didn't realize Buzzkin actually has the Octarine Core plus the Quickening Charm. Just,
yeah, that's really balanced. I think that's why he was very keen to jump in, because he knew he had that edge. He also just has his 25 talent. Simulate stun on top. It's still a bit deep. Like, you don't have anything too defensive on your Ricky. That's really causing them to have so much value, just even tossing Cataclysm.
Boomer.
Oh.
He's caught. Buzzkin again. Aether Remnant does lock on. He does have leap charges. Does Guardian Greaves to get that silence off. Will be just fine. This Void Spirit being played by Buzzkin is becoming a real problem for Shadownet. Just doesn't seem to ever get old. Ice Path, arrow won't land. Buzzkin is able to Astral Step out of there.
Oh yeah, it would have been a big kill if they found it still. One thing for C is better right now on top of all of that, but Buzzkin, you look at Silvos, that scaling silencer, he's got 40 int.
Nice.
He's pretty big and... Ooh.
Poison Nova, but Gale does not connect. Boomer, Boulder Smash does actually land. Boomer force a TP out, but Guardian Greaves will be enough. Maybe. No, it will be. Shouldn't die to the Poison Nova. He'll just go to 0 HP.
Oh. That is pretty nice, though. They force the TP to be used, at least, so you're not going to have any way of going around. I mean, you don't have any points to go to anyway. But I guess you're fine with just giving a bit of a scare. Trying to scout around Roche, it's not going to be up, but right now, Shadownet actually has a chance to fight back. They've got Chrono, they've got Arena, they've got Egg, but they should have Cataclysm up in a bit, so they can try to get a jump out. It's just they don't have vision to really get that aggression going here for Shadownet.
Buzzkin move his way in. He actually got a Spell Prism as well? Are you kidding? Like, the Quickening Charm wasn't enough. Let's give him a Spell Prism. Wow.
It seems fair to me.
Some luck there. Corrosive. Buzzkin just going to TP out right next to Corrosive. They don't see each other. Now they might roll in. They'll spot out Silvos, but he'll force staff away. Corrosive. See Icarus dive off, but It's not going to lead to much. Shadownet. Oh, they do jump back in. Boomer. Gonna go down. Now they want more. Corrosive. Gotta be careful. Reverie's right behind him. Just waiting for that right moment to have the silence up, and now he does. That should mean Corrosive is unable to get the egg off in time. Do you go high ground now if your C's better? Like, it's a slow process, but they have some time. Buzzkin. EMP Tornado, and now the Chrono going to be out catching two of them. This could be huge with a Cataclysm from the Invoker. They'll get one on Reverie. Buzzkin out of there. Tekor pops the Poison Nova. Lon gets speared up to a tree. Silvos just turning around, stealing in off everybody. Mello is going to be just walking his way out with the Ghost Walk. It was a great Chrono, but the Aeon Discs are making it too hard to burst anyone down through it.
Oh yeah, I love that itemization from Z's better. It's just a genius play. Like Silvos, look at Silvos, 52 in. He's a genius as well. Standout genius. Like they can just play this for days. There's no defense now.
Buzzkin.
No Chrono, no egg.
Aether Remnant roll in from Lon is perfect, and they do take out the Mellow Invoker, but he buys back. Six Amaris now falling very, very low, but the EMP will protect still. Buzzkin is not done, and will take him out with the Dissimulate. Another buyback from the Mars. Spear gonna land nicely on Buzzkin. It'll be a big pick off, and they do get it. They get more. Tekor caught in the Tornado. Ice Path gonna be there, but Lon slowing them down with the Boulder Smash. Now Reverie jumping back in onto Boomer. Could be a dieback on the Mirana, and it is. Now Six Amara's dying back. Lon will go down, but Mello is currently alone. In fact, no, there'll be a Faceless Void buyback. But that's really all that's left right now. No other buybacks on the board for the side of Shadownet. Without that Chrono, it's hard to see how you fight into this team of C's better.
Yeah. You just can't. Like, you're so constrained to the team fight.
Aether Remnant going to be taken by the Void, but this could be dangerous. He got silenced up, and he might just go down. Tien with the BKB trying to get out. He'll be fine, but Mello will not. It's a 1v5 situation. Corrosive about to respawn on the Phoenix. Surprised they're not actually well, Reverie's trying for T4s. The rest of his team is going after the bot racks. Reverie will tip when.
Oh, Buzzkin.
There they go.
Yeah,
they call it GG. Shadownet. That'll be game one lost. Of course, C's better taking the first game, and luckily it is a best of two, John, so we will get another chance for Shadownet to try and pull off a game two victory.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really close match. Teams. Shadownet looked strong at some points. They had a very timing-dependent draft, execution-dependent draft, I think is a better word, and just kind of falls flat towards the end. C's better had so much more leeway to pull it off. We'll see if Shadownet does kind of ditch that playstyle for something more aggressive, or if they're just going to fine-tune this formula they worked on game one.
We'll find out very soon. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. See you again in about 5 to 10 minutes for that second game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for Game 2 of this Best of 2 series between Shadownet and Seas Better. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, some very exciting games tonight between pretty much every team that's played today, but how are you feeling, sir?
Now, I'm feeling great. It's been really even throughout each series. Game number 1 for this series as well was really close to the end. Just, I think it was down to the differences in what each draft wanted to do. Shadownet was really reliant on teamfight. They really needed the big Chronos to come into play. Every time they landed it, like the Cataclysm was just always going to be big burst. Although the Aeon Discs towards the end kind of messed that up. But Seas Better had so many more openings. They didn't rely on those team fight spells. They didn't rely on instantly bursting any single hero. They just needed to get in there, get their spells out, and that was it. So we'll see how Shadownet does change it out. They do get to start with a Void Spirit this time. They get to pick that up for themselves. But Seas Better, they do get to pick up the Earth Spirit, and we saw Lon really have a fantastic time in that hero. In fact, all of the players that have been playing Earth Spirit throughout the day have really made that hero shine, so I can't fault teams for going back.
No, neither can I. It's been fantastic performances all around. Shadownet, they do go back into the Tiny now. And whether it's going to be a POS 4 or not is still up in the air, but it's a flexible pick coming up from Shadownet. And Seas Better now to make their second pickup. Would you rather go for a core? Would you rather just go for a secondary support already? In last time around, they second picked the Void Spirit for Buzzkin. They probably already are aware that the Void Spirit is, arguably more than likely going to be mid. Might already know your mid matchup here for Seas Better. It's a matter of what you want to give, Buzz here. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing the Storm Spirit come out, but for now, they will take the Phoenix.
Interesting. They kind of swap heroes around here with Seas and Shadownet, so it's their turn to run the Phoenix. We'll see if they build up our alliance on landing the follow-up spells, if they go back to the Mars with the Arena, if they go back to the Faces Void with Chrono. I mean, we already know the faults of that kind of draft. That's something Shadownet now can choose to play around. So you have to be a bit cautious when working your draft into that point. But this could also be a curveball from Seas. They might be looking to perhaps run the Phoenix Core on the off lane for Tucker instead. Maybe they run something else under POS 4. Maybe they run an Earth Spirit Core, which, it's a little less orthodox, but we have seen teams elsewhere kind of pull it off. So it's still slightly open for Seas, not as open as Shadownet, but you've got options to play with it with this opening at least.
Yeah, definitely do. Seas going for their fourth ban out now. As usual, most teams just tend to focus on the position 1 ban outs in this second ban phase. Get rid of the AM, straight into the Mars ban from Shadownet. So he's better. Probably just going to keep with the position 1 bans here. You still have the Spectre, you still have the Void out there. You got plenty of position 1s that are very, very popular at the moment. Do you want to just ban the Spectre? Or do you just not care if your C's better?
5 seconds.
I think if you're C's, you could opt to pick the Spectre yourself at this point. It looks like with the AM ban, I'm actually expecting them to maybe consider the Spectre here for themselves. They banned the Juggernaut, so it looks like they don't want those faster cores or split pushing cores to come into play. Maybe it's a Spectre game for it. It's surprising that it has slid through here. It tends to be a very early ban out, but now it's time to see whether or not these teams will opt for it. If you do take the Spectre for C's, you won't have the Wombo combo with a Phoenix, not like you would with a Faceless Void. So that's something you're going to have to sacrifice. That setup for the egg. It's not going to be as clear-cut full duration egg out.
Well, C's. I can have a think about this third pick. About a minute reserve time left remaining, and Shadownet, I believe, haven't even used a second. Just being very, very confident with their pickups. But C's.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Okay.
Yep.
Expected. I mean, it was left, so you just take it for yourself. Your C's better. Shadownet must have known this was coming, though, surely. You know, leaving the Spectre like that, you might imagine that they will just go ahead and take it for themselves. It's just kind of like, what's the game plan now?
10 seconds.
They've got the counter picks on hand. They could go with the Necrophos if they wanted to get the Reaper's Sight in action. We've seen that be really reliable to deal with a Spectre. Could just easily opt for it. I think the one thing you worry about if you do pick Necrophos here is that Earth Spirit really does mess with you, as well as Phoenix. You know, like these constant magic damage coming out and constant control the Earth Spirit can bring out does make it a bit harder for the Necrophos to be as durable in these fights. So that's something Shadownet has to be cautious about if they go with a counter pick like that. Otherwise, it's on the table if they want to kind of chance it.
Oh.
Oh.
The Timber comes out. That's one way to deal with the spec, and well, it's going to be very, very intriguing. It's a third pick Timber. It is into a Phoenix as well, so you've got plenty of magic damage to kind of go through the Timber Saw, especially with the Sun Ray.
10 seconds.
C's better. They still have 2 picks to try and deal with this Timber
5
if they deem it to be a problem.
Yeah. It's like you could see maybe a mid laner to pierce through. Just some additional magic damage that can come out. I'm not sure how I feel about a Zeus kind of coming out with a Spectre just to make that work. It's decent against Timbersaw, but Timbersaw can also rip right through you if you don't stop Carnage into you. So it can be 50-50, but you could sort of make it work. I just like the potency when you have a Spectre. If you can pull the Spectre Zeus combo, Turner God's Rat with Haunt is just always scary. I think it just allows you to play a certain momentum that you can't really get from other Spectre combos. So that's something C's could consider if they wanted it.
Of course.
Go to
how can we
Darkseer.
forget? Yeah, another hero that was just kind of left in the pool. So now you have Darkseer Spectre.
Yeah.
It's
just dirty.
It is. It is very, very dirty. Shadownet. What do you pick into this? You've still got a support that you need to pick up for Shadownet. You still have one more core, but arguably they'll probably just go for the support pick.
I think in this case, you might want to consider something that can deal with illusions. That's really one thing that Darkseer builds up as the game goes on. His vac wall illusions just are way more durable than you'd expect. To kind of cope with that, if you are looking for support, this is one of the odd times where I'd say a Lion is decent. I think that instantaneous burst in control you can get out on the hero, just to say focus down the Darkseer before a fight breaks out, or maybe just keep away the other supports before anything else can happen. That can be valuable. And you've also got some form of illusion clearing with your mana drain, so that you can at least take care of one big illusion that gets created from your cores. If you are worried about the vac wall, I just think that's something a lot of drafts don't really compensate for too well. Although I guess in this case, when you have a Timber Saw, as long as it lives long enough, a couple of chakrams out should chop those illusions down.
It is Radiant's ban.
They go for the Morphling pick. It's not a bad pick at all, right? You got the got some pretty nice heroes to morph into. You got the Phoenix, you got the Darkseid. You take the Surge away, get yourself an Iron Shell, even the Vacuum for that matter, is quite nice for this this Morphling to just take. Final banouts now are coming up. Shadownet, they get rid of the puck. They are focusing on the mid laner of Seas Banner as they haven't really picked one up yet. I believe Shadownet are still lacking a support. Perhaps Corrosive in their own roster, or rather their own draft.
Yeah, it's, I'd say for Seas, they might be looking at maybe the Buzzkin Storm coming into play. Shadownet could easily ban it out, but they don't have the best of hold. Like, they've got the Remnant from Void Spirit, not reliable. They've got Tiny Avalanche, not the most reliable for something against the Storm. So you might see that Buzzkin special slide through if Shadownet just doesn't take it out. I think that's something you should consider. Like, the value of Storm with Darkseer is just insane. Iron Shell Zip In is scary enough. And then you get added value from Vac Wall plus an Ags on the Storm down the line. It's a lot to deal with. I don't think you want that true.
There's a Storm ban out. You're into the puck Storm. Sees better, removing the Undying so far. Both teams getting very low in reserve time. One final support ban out. It's going to be the position 5.
10 seconds.
And be the Shadow Demon being removed here. Another final pickup. They've left this support for so long now. You'd imagine it must be quite impactful.
Yeah, like
You'd
there's a
hope
lot
so.
in the line for it. Yeah, I'd say they need something to build off of this early aggression they can pump out with Tiny Void Spirit. Something that plays in the Nyx. I think that's fantastic. You can counteract the Earth Spirit initiation. You can counteract the Phoenix dives. You can even stop the Darkseer. Just, if an Iron Shell comes up next to you, you just pop your E. Suddenly the Darkseer is going to be stunned up in the middle. So, great combo breaker for Shadownet. It does play into the pace that they've got with the rest of their heroes. So they've got something to play around with. I think this is much easier to pull off compared to the Wombo combo they had to line up in Game 1. This is a lot sharper for draft, a lot faster for draft. So you should expect them to really kick that aggression up.
Oh,
Your hero. Make the ultimate
is that a Buzzkin Pango? Oh.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that's
I told a story last time I was casting. I was obviously joking, but
yeah.
Buzzkin Pango. I don't know what to say.
Not a fan? Or
Look, I had a game with Buzzkin, John. He was playing Pango. It was a rough game, but
I like it here. I have to tell you, in this case, I like it. Like, you see it with the Darkseer, Vac Wall with a Pango rolling around like a madman is pretty nice. The disarm's great. You still face the same issues against a Nyx, which is Spike Carapace is so much value. So you can kind of break that combo off really fast. On the other hand, once you're rolling around, you don't really have a stun for that from Shadownet. So there's a lot of room here for Buzzkin to actually get work done. We'll see if that's the case, or whether or not your pub experience will haunt him to this day.
Oh, Buzzkin's just out to prove everybody wrong now. I do love it, though. See how he does perform here up against Shadownet. Of course, they are one game ahead, so just looking to get a 2-0 victory if they can afford to, and Shadownet, well, the best they can do is just leave with a draw. Should note as well, Corrosive is on the Tiny, and Boomer will take the Nyx Assassin. But are you running I guess you're running the Tiny POS 5 here.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Like, in this case, the Tiny's still gonna have impact. It just needs levels. That's really something we've seen a lot of Tinys trend towards. Now, you do still need a decent blink timing, but with the Nyx around, I think you can kind of forgive that. The Nyx just is going to be your main setup tool. You have a nice combo with Toss on the Nyx. So you toss the Nyx in, you get a Impale off or an immediate Spike Carapace stun perhaps, and you can kind of combo off that. Of course, these supports rotate really strongly as well. Once you've got Six and Boomer, Vendetta, then you have the Avalanche Toss. It can all line up nicely.
He did it. He did it. Thank you, Buskin. I love you, Buskin. It was very... Look, you know, that game, I think he was just playing around. You know, he was on the Smurf. He was just... Oh, Buskin. Oh, nobody's off limits when it comes to Buskin.
Just 30 seconds now.
I mean, the guy was baiting in the tips, you know. He just wanted more levels for his battle pass. He's a shrewd one, this guy.
Oh. Props to Buskin last game, by the way. He was very, very good. I'm gonna say on that Void Spirit. Yeah.
He just made it dance. Like, that's one reason why I guess Shadownet wants it. It looked really good. Trying to try to show off still. Aggression around these runes.
Remember, the international spirit lives.
They'll get the bounties up top. In fact, 3 for 1. Corrosive was only able to get 1 down at the bot lane, I believe. No, in fact, it was the top. No, it was the bot lane. He did manage to swipe 1 away. So a 3 for 1 trade. Good start for C's better. And John, considering this hero is dedicated to me, I guess we've got to have a look at this mid lane. Buskin on the Pangolier up against Mellow on the Void Spirit. See how this one pans out. I mean, who do you favor between the Void Spirit Pangolier?
I'd honestly say Pango. I think Pango, once you hit your level 3 spike, is a lot more potent. Just because Disarm really messes up a lot of these heroes. Mellow's still Indiana melee hero that wants a last hit with right clicks. Once you've got Swashbuckle with a Disarm, you can't really right click too well. Although early levels should be easier for Mellow. He can spam out his spells a bit more, and he's got better base damage. There's at least that working for Mellow.
Well, so far he's doing just fine in terms of CS. Of course, looking at that bot lane, Lon going to be on the Earth Spirit again, with Tekor on the Darks here. And toss back from Corrosive into the tier 1 tower. Tekor's going to be just fine. Tower was aggroing creeps anyway, but he does get 1 tower hit in. Lon, meanwhile, having his role cancelled by the Avalanche, and Tekor going to go down to Tien as the first blood, and Lon is trying to get away, but Corrosive pops some mango, has the toss, does toss him just up, and Lon can't roll for another second, and Tien, a double kill on the Morphling.
That is not what you want to give out in this bot lane. Just giving this early start to the Morph. He's going to fly out an early Wraith Band recipe. He's going to have really early access to a Morbid Mask, and that's when your nightmares begin. And he's just going to be able to sustain through the early Ion Shell damage. And, you know, honestly, Tekor should still be able to recover, but you're not slowing this guy down as much.
That top lane as well. Reverie and Silvos going to be up against Six Amaris, and we do have Boomer there on the Nyx Assassin. Reverie might have a bit of a struggle in this laning matchup. See, the Timber can just spam Whirling Death the whole time. Probably just dominate the lane. You look at Silvos and the Phoenix, I mean, there's not really much he can do about this.
No. Yeah, it's not a dual lane that really does much for you. Like, you could try to go in... spam some Fire Spirits, but you mentioned it. It's Whirling Death spam is just all you need there, no?
Tien actually going down bot lane. Lon trading his life away for that, but it's well worth it. Always going to be a little bit careful about the roll with the Iron Shell. It's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that does kind of help Tekor recover that lane back. You're still having a good time on Tien in terms of overall farm, and he does get a slight reset.
Oh, no. Oh, Mellow. Gets a kill onto Buskin.
Oops.
There you go. There's a tip. There's another. Give him the tips, boys.
I mean,
$10.
Yeah, there you go. Buskin's just like, yeah, give me the levels. Still, you know, Buskin is not doing too bad in terms of last hits. There's that. Just watch your spacing, although Lon.
Corrosive is falling out of the Iron Shot, John. Lon, it will probably go down to TN. Just a 1-for-1. Lon doesn't seem to really mind too much about throwing his life away like that, as long as it does mean a kill in response.
Yeah. they're still forcing Tien to focus more on this aggression, so his last hits aren't as high up as you'd want, but it's still doing better than our Spectre. So despite this pressure from C's, Tien is finding farm. He just really needs to, I think, kind of reel in his support. Corrosive is just forced in these aggressive spots, but it's not quite paying off in the best way possible.
Melo has a haste rune. Bunskin could be in a bit of trouble here. Not really much spells for Melo to use. He's getting a lot of damage off Bunskin. Won't back off, but roll in from Lon will not land either. Melo just fine to get out of there. Swashbuckle, Melo going back in with the Aether Remnant, and Bunskin does go down. Lon trying to help out with the kick, but it does nothing. Still, he will roll back in onto the Void Spirit, but with that Resonant Pulse Shield, he'll be fine.
Ooh, this is starting to get a bit painful for Pango. You've got Melo at 6. Buzzkin's still about to hit 5. Not the best of spots for Pangolier and
Melo still fighting. Lon trying for the kickback. Corrosive is also there. Aether being taken by Buzzkin, who did swashbuckle in.
Ooh,
He's
God.
in danger once again, but there is no spells to throw out. The Pango will survive. It is a race for the bounty runes, and you got to be careful with Corrosive. He has tossed back up in a second. Swashbuckle up will be fine. Teko did also manage to get that bottom bounty rune away from Tien. In fact, is that every bounty rune going to the way of C's better again?
Yeah, it is, and that's a good amount of gold once more, kind of helping them to stay in the game in terms of net worth. There's still a slight lead here for Shadownet. You can see they're applying with all these kills, but so far, C's is still kind of hanging in there. They just need to hit their level spike. You might not see too much aggression because you're running a Spectre game, and of course the Darkseer doesn't really invest.
Oh, nice rotation in from Corrosive. More tips to fly out. Buskin happily accepting. It's not looking too good for them right now. Shadownet looking fantastic at 7-2 with a 1k net worth lead. It's a real struggle here for this dire side, John.
Yeah, it's slow going, and this is the nature of C's draft though. Like, they just don't really have too much early presence outside of an Earth Spirit rotation with the Darkseer Iron Shell, which has kind of faded off. Like, the aggression down bot isn't quite there because Lon's been forced to babysit mid. They rotate in though.
Lon, Avalanche is going to be there. Teko going down. Melo able to pick up the kill, and now Lon, bit of a sitting duck. Will roll, but it is going to be blocked off by Corrosive, and that should mean Lon is due to fall. Tien will be the one to take the kill on the Morphling. And this Corrosive Tiny, he's had a lot of impact already, John, being involved in 7 of the 9 kills for the side of Shadownet.
Yeah, and they're just really pumping up this early aggression. They understand what C's want. They understand what C's timings is. C's just wants to play it slow. They're not giving that opportunity. So all of this moving around space towards the supports to find levels as well.
Avalanche toss again from Corrosive, and the Aether Remnant will take down Buzzkin. That'll be the 4th kill for our Pangolier. This is looking very, very unfortunate. C's better. I don't know, they've got some catching up to do, John.
They've got a lot of catching up. Like, they're not even getting too much free space for Reverie because you're still laning against a Timb. Number 3 net worth is not too bad, but it's not comparable towards how Tien has been farming. So our Morphling still having a fantastic time. You're nowhere near ready for Buzzkin to start taking control in these fights, and he's at the 2-level disadvantage compared to Melo.
Tien going down bot lane, but top lane Reverie dies. So both position 1s dying just a second apart. Tekel was able to kill off the Morphling down at bot. In fact, he's just going to go skip the creep wave and start setting up for this tier 1 tower. Mid lane, Buzzkin going to go for the roll, but Avalanche is going to cancel it off, and now the Aether locks him in. He just can't catch a break, or maybe he can. Sunray will be there. He'll roll back around into Corrosive. He's actually going to go for this. The Tiny gets stunned up. Corrosive now back off. The Buzzkin will get a nice Arcane Rune for himself.
It's not quite lining up here for C's. Like, they're trying to find those openings, but it's not there. And even at the point where Tekra's forced to get the early wall, that's just not something you see too often. And now, Shadow, they know they're ahead. They're just invading that jungle now.
Avalanche toss out from on the Phoenix. Silvos goes for the Icarus dive, but a great spy carapace from Boomer. He'll go for the Sun Ray down the hill, and looks like he'll be Spectral Dagger. No, he'll be fine. The Spectral Dagger was on his side anyway. Roll in, Lon. Boulder Smash, slowing down Boomer. Mello gonna join in on the Void Spirit. Boomer, Impel gonna be out. Mello doing so much damage. Lon about to fall and does. Buzzkin gonna come back in. Avalanche toss out with the Astral Steps, and he's gonna go down. Reverie just being left on his own. For anyone that didn't believe me when I said this was gonna happen. It's been an unfortunate experience so far for Buzzkin, John. You know.
Oh, Buzzkin.
He's going strong, John. He'll catch up.
Yeah.
I believe in him.
Yeah, I think this is part of his game plan to get tips. I think that's it in the end. They're just banking on Reverie to get that to that point in the Spectre, and Buzzkin gets Drake and tips. What can I say? It's a big brain play.
It is.
And it's still not a good time though. Like 6er Maris, level 8 on the Tim is going to be finishing up his Hood of Defiance. This top lane is just gone. Like Buzz going to be trying to farm it up. As the mid laner, he's a level behind his off lane. This is just not it.
He's trying for the roll onto the Timber Saw. Does have a nice angle here between the two statues. Chain will be cancelled off, but he needs some help. He doesn't have the damage output. The Sunray doing a bit, but Maris is still going to be able to chain away. Now Boomer comes in. One GTN did go down at the bot lane, by the way, to Tekor. Buzzkin still going. Now Corrosive apparently dying to Lon. And nothing happens at this top lane. Maris is still great. He's just healthy. Maybe a bit low in mana, but he'll be fine to just walk out of there.
Oh.
Mello.
Mello?
He'll be fine. Nobody's going to follow him down.
Yeah, I'd say that play in the top jungle actually bought C's the space to find those kills. So Buzzkin's just doing his job, buying space to secure some bigger kills, bigger trades, and that's keeping C's in the game. Now, Reverie was around to find those kills. He used his haunt up as well. And Buzzkin's now the sacrificial core.
Boomer. Oh, he misses the Impale. And the Corrosive tosses Boomer in for the Impale setup, and he doesn't really land it. Not going to be too easy to land like that, though, when you're mid-air.
No. It's a tricky one. And, of course, look, that's 3 heroes for Buzzkin. Like, this is a Pangolier that's already behind by a huge margin. There's not much additional value in keeping him down. Like, at this point, you should start the Darkseer, start hunting down the Spectre even more just to prevent them from escalating. Now, Shadownet still has a momentum lead in Tekker. Should be able to run. Yeah, but this slow invasion of the jungle is what Shadownet needs to hammer in. They just can't afford to give too much space out. We've seen Spectres bounce back in around the 38-minute mark. So you just don't want to hit that point. And they're trying. They're going deep. They don't have any wards to plant out further, though. So they're going to have to wait for that vision game.
Sneaking up behind. They should have spotted him out there. Buzzkin may not give a crap, though. They do jump in onto the Pangolier. Avalanche is going to be out, and whew, that is another kill going to Corrosive on the Tiny. He's going to rotate around now through the Dire jungle, but Reverie did spot him out. Going for the Spectral Dagger. Silvos. We'll let the Tiny leave. In fact, Mello now going to join in.
Yeah,
that'll be it.
You know, the bad thing here for C's is the level gains has really tapered off. Look at Silvos on Phoenix. He's stuck at 4. But that's not what you want. You want to have at least the egg up and running by now, so you've got this potential to counterplay. Without that kit, without the full kit on our Phoenix, you don't have many options here to play around what Shadownet's trying to bring out. So all you can hope for is to sit back and farm. And Shadownet, they've got Boomer already roaming around with Vendetta. He's just scouting out.
Buzzkin going to try onto Maris. A nice cancellation on those chains, and with the Sunray flying in, Tekor also going to be there. They just group up and take him out. Nice rotation from the side of C's better. There's going to be no help coming in from Shadownet. In fact, Corrosive need to be a bit careful about his own life. The tips continue to fly out, but it looks like the side of Shadownet are ready to start pressuring that tier 1 mid tower a bit more. This is without their Timbersaw, mind you, but he'll be back up in 10. Still Tekor, getting caught by that Aether Remnant.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bot lane, TN. Let's get the bottom T1.
Oh. Buzzkin up top, though.
Is in danger again. They're going to just group up as 3, and, well, Aether Remnant locks him in. Be another kill for Mellow. In all fairness, though, John, pretty much every time he's died, there's been 3 heroes on top. So it's, you know.
It's space. It's space. It's just, you don't want your pause to be the one saying space created with these deaths, you know, but it is what it is. Like, again, they're not too far Seas. It's a 1k lead for Shadownet. The margin between Tien and Tucker is actually not that big. So it's not like our Morphling's completely unstoppable just yet. There's still a massive amount of opportunities here for Seas to kind of bounce back in. Reverie's just been patiently farming, working towards a Manta, and they can still try to play around hot if they really felt the need to, if they really felt the need to find a pick-off.
Tekor. Chase down Corrosive. That's a lot of damage. He's got a double damage rune active, but Corrosive just going to turn around with an avalanche toss, and they just burst down Tekor, but Horn is there from Reverie. He'll chase down the Tiny. Lon going in for the Magnetize. They commit the egg, but the egg is going to be focused by Tien and Mellow. This looks bad for the side of the Dire. Rolling Thunder is going to be out. Maris, no, he jukes out that Rolling Thunder. Just takes the second hit. He just doesn't care. Roll back in from Tien with the Boulder Smash. It's a lot of damage out on Buzzkin. Tien will morph back in with the Aether Remnant flying out from Mellow, and they do get the Pangolier. Reverie just unable to help out. That's 4 heroes going down for Seas better.
Oh yeah, and that just hammers in the lead for Shadownet now. They take a 4k lead at this game. Just really starting to get active, and this is the effect of the Morphling. Like, they just spent so much time with Tien farming up. Now he's kind of ready to show himself really potent when you do turn into that Earth Spirit. There's just so much control.
Reverie. Be fine, Mellow. Just walk his way out. There's a regen rune being picked up by 6 Amaris.
The big thing for Seas when these fights break out, they can't afford to lose Tekor first. Like, he didn't get to drop the wall. And that's the key for Seas to take any of these fights. They need a wall combo. You know, Vac into wall, into the Earth Spirit, Rock Toss.
Oh, Reverie. Ooh. Getting caught out. Mellow again on the Void Spirit with Boomer. Nice kill. Now Maris. On this Timbersaw, they just can't deal with him. Like, he's sitting in the mid lane, just pushing out waves, and there is no response.
No. It's just the Timbersaw at 16 minutes in, you know. You've got that Hood of Defiance. You're going to have a Eul's for even more mana. There's just no way you pierce through this guy. You don't have the burst. You don't have anything. So you've just got to surrender the lane he's at, and that just opens so many avenues for Shadownet to run around the map. They've taken control of this dire jungle. This dire triangle, they've got a nice, beautiful ward out. They've kind of stopped Seas from playing around their top jungle as well. So they really just aren't farming efficiently anymore on Seaside.
Tien just controlling that bot lane. Does have the Manta up. Going to go into the shotgun build. Very locked in. Maris again just fearless here in this, excuse me, this mid lane. Tekor, he gets spotted. Chakra him out, he'll just surge. You got real problems now though. Corrosive, he does have the blink coming out. And this Tiny's already been such an impactful hero this game. He has the blink up now, so you've got another form of initiation for the side of Shadownet.
Backs off. It's a scary spot. They just have nowhere to safely farm. Like, they wrangle control back of their triangle, but their cores aren't there to farm up. So Reverie's just forced to waste time walking down once more. And Shadownet just kind of play around them like puppets on a string. Just making them dance right now. And just dictating this game. Like, there's no opportunities here for C's. They just need to hope for the best.
Lon gonna roll in onto Boomer. He's trying to get out of there, but it looks pretty bad. The Spectre not able to finish him yet. The Impel is out, but Buzzkin does come in and cleans him up. While that was happening, the top tier 2 tower does melt Tien. Looks like they're not interested in any form of an engagement here on Shadownet. They just want to get themselves out of there, and that's exactly what they'll do. Lon is still trying to see if he can find somebody. Looks like he'll just settle for taking his outpost back until Mello does get the Aether Remnant. But I doubt they jump in to try and go after Lon. Should be just fine.
Now it's fortunate for C's, they do finally manage to finish that Maelstrom and Buzzkin. So he's got damage out now. Just gotta be careful when you tag with a Timbersaw. Maris is still looking pretty darn big. 2-level advantage there. Not the kind of target you'd want to play poke with, although...
Lon trying to go on to Mello. Doesn't really get the role he wanted. Maybe Mello walking out, and Corrosive looking to go back in. I mean, you're at that 20-minute mark soon. They want to try and control the outpost, but no, they don't get it in time. Rather, they didn't get the avalanche off in time. Tien, however, only killing off Reverie, and now they do jump onto Lon. Aether not going to lock him in. They've dropped the wall there from Tekor, but Maris is just happily walking through it. Rolling Thunder, going to keep him stunned up. Chains will be cancelled off. Now the Swashbuckle, they do have the damage. Lon, he'll roll back in with the vac out from Tekor back into the wall, and now the egg's been committed. Mello going to find his way out, but the egg is about to explode, and Lon is just so on target with these rolls. Great team fight from Shadownet. Or excuse me, from C's Better.
Oh yeah, they managed to make a turnaround. They forced Shadownet in an awkward position where they get a bit too overconfident. They get punished hard for it. C's Better does kind of reel it back in just a tad. Now they did sacrifice a tier 2 bot for that. I think Shadownet's still going to be fairly satisfied with how that came out. They're just buying time here for Chen to actually finish up his entire it's real blade, it's E-blade. So you're gonna have the E-blade up and running, you're gonna have the shotgun. He's already had a pretty easy time in bursting down some of these heroes. That's gonna be even easier now once he has that. So you have to be careful with C's. They do have a mech on Tekor. They've got more sustain on the Darkseer, but they have to play perfectly around wall. That is the way they win these fights.
Avalanche toss out onto Silvos, and he cannot sustain the damage. Tien is very close to the shotgun now. It's going to be even more problematic for this dire side. As you look at Reverie's farm, it's been such a struggle for this Spectre this game. He hasn't really had a decent farming tool to really be able to utilize. Still falling very, very far behind the net worth.
Yeah, it's we've seen C's kind of fall away from playing around Haunt. They've just always had it off cooldown for a while, and that's something we've seen a lot of teams be really disciplined about, right? Like they always go ganking around Haunt time. It's just when your Spectre is sitting behind so many heroes, way behind that Morphling, there's just not many chances to really maximize that. And there's that E-blade for Tien. That's straight into the Roche as well. It is scanned out, so they could try. Now it's just they need to make a play fast because this Roche doesn't really last for long.
It's gone. Less than half HP. They smoked up. How do you make your way in? You've constantly got Boomer that's just going to be watching the way. They get rid of an illusion. Roshan, way too low now. They tried, but they are not going to make it still. They'll start the team fight. Rolling Thunder, Egg all being committed. They're trying to just burst down Mello. That's a great vacuum out from Tekor. Right into the role of Buzzkin. They'll get the Aegis. Corrosive also going down, and now the respawning Morphling probably not going to last for very long. Tien trying to get out, but Lon has the control with the ES. Still, Ethereal Blade. What an impel coming out onto 4 heroes from Boomer. But it is just not going to be enough. Tien still walking, but he does go down to Buzzkin, and now Boomer trying to juke out the Swashbuckle, but it is going to be no good. Buzzkin does connect still. Impel is there. Sunray healing up the Pangolier, but Corrosive with the Avalanche toss does take him out, but it may cost him his own life. Corrosive does get dived underneath his own tier 3 tower. Maris uses up Tekor on the darks here. They got their way in, but then now they need to get their way out. Lon just going to do it the old-fashioned way and roll his way back to his side of the river. Tekor going to have to run. Aether Remnant, though, going to lock him in, and Tekor should probably just be dead, but he will surge. That chains went right through those trees. Tekor.
Oh, yeah.
Still going, has the surge back up. Aether Remnant, though, going to lock him in, and that'll be it. Do at least get 2 kills for their trouble. But you are starting to see moments of brilliance out from C's better.
Yeah, they're just playing around that wall when it's up perfectly. They're finding angles to engage in. The follow-up's just beautiful. Buzzkin is doing enough damage now. Like, he has bounced back beautifully on this Pango. Maelstrom up, the Fusel Blade up. The damage he has in that swashbuckle, it's really scary. And the control they get in the places they force fights, it's always spots where he can get a good Pachinko bounce going, although...
Here we go, Buzzkin. Aether Remnant going to lock him in, and he does get bursted down. I'd love to know how many Battle Pass levels this guy gets after this game.
He says it $10 every time, dude. $10 for it every time. Just topping up like that.
Just a value
Still,
play.
Oh yeah. Really awkward right when I was praising Buzzkin, but you overextend just a bit, you get punished, and that's all outer towers gone now from C's. So, space to farm shrinks. More aggression from Shadownet. They widen their lead to 9k. They must still feel roughed up about losing that Aegis that way, but they know they've still got a huge advantage. They know the Spectre's nowhere near online. They do have to watch out for that Vac wall. That is basically it. They don't really have defensive items to help them sustain through that. So, no BKBs, nothing to really stop the damage, and that is what C's has been abusing, but Shadownet still have a lot on their plate. C's has to pull off that perfect team fight multiple times to really close that gap out.
Lon. Roll onto Mellow, but they don't have the vision. Go for a smoke attempt with Sylvos and Tekor. Buzzkin perhaps baiting in the mid lane. Maris the closest target, and the pings are coming out. But he will chain away in time, and he actually breaks the smoke as he's chaining out. Smoke's just going to be wasted for C's better. Now with that, you might see Shadownet slowly start to close in on the location of C's better. The line being drawn out. You got that Ags up as well, John. So the double silence from Mellow. It's going to be very, very problematic.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Boomer looking at Tekor. The Spike Carapace and the Impale out. It's going to be maybe an easy kill, but Lon does roll in to help out. Mellow still being controlled up now. The Magnetize to be used. He does use. Roll in from Tien with the Haunt from Reverie. He's going to go straight after Boomer, but the Impale really not going to affect too much. Tekor does die, but Tien is so darn low, he does go down. Maris trying to run away, but probably is not going very far. He'll chain. The rolls are everywhere. Lon and Buzzkin following up, and this Timbersaw is gone. Corrosive needs to get out of vision. Lon rolling past Corrosive. He doesn't even know he's there yet. He's just following a courier. Eventually misses out on both.
Oh, that was just really awkward for Shadow. Like, I get why they're trying to aim down the Darkseer. It's taking them too long. And that is an issue. Like, they understand the Vac wall is how C's plays around, but they dropped like flies one by one. They didn't have their full lineup really ready to go. And for some reason, Boomer didn't finish up his Yules. Like, his courier was right next to him. He didn't finish his... He could have maybe got a couple of plays there, gotten some control out, or purged off himself for a bit to kind of last longer in the fight. But C's, they bounce back in. They kind of take away a bit of that lead. If they keep finding trades like that, you are dealing with a Spectre. You are stalling this game out. We're at 28 minutes in. We're not too far off from the major spike. Reverie's very close to his level 20. You know, this is all lining up. There's a timer here on C's, and once it goes off, they are pretty scary. So you have to be cautious there, Shadownet. Don't jump the gun too hard, because that can jump back and bite you.
Shadownet are just sitting back and enjoying themselves for a while. Especially after that last team fight. Might just want to wait for a couple more core items to be up, and you've got Tien. He does have the BKB coming. They might feel a bit more confident now, knowing they just can't stun lock him the whole team fight. Varus, they show himself mid. Chain forward onto Buzzkin. The rest of the team just behind him. Just waiting for someone on the side of Seas better to just try and initiate onto this Timbersaw. Clumsy net, gonna be out onto Lon. We'll try for the easy kill, but Lon's gonna roll straight into Corrosive, kicks him back into Tekor. Tekor, they won't have the damage, not quite yet, but here comes the Pangolier. Avalanche toss out from Corrosive, but they do lose the Tiny.
Oh yeah, it's again, these small pickups are building up for Seas. Like this is helping them really stay in this game. Now, that lead Shadownet has, majority of that's just on Tien. So that's just one hero. You've actually fallen behind on Melo's Void Spirit now. And that's not where you want to be. You need a bit more farm distribution here. You'd really want this Void Spirit to overtake at least your Timbersaw at some point. You don't want it lagging behind too much, and well, Seas, they've got Fate. That Fate is paying off. Like you look at Reverie, Diffusal, Manta, it's been enough for him to dish that damage out. And there's still so much room to grow, so many slots left on his items. So they're just waiting, they're just taking it slow, and it feels like Shadownet does need to play faster. Like they should have revealed this BKB on Tien a lot faster. Like force a fight out, pop it, take a couple of kills, and go from there. But they've been way more conservative with these few losses. They just need to clump up his team and just fight.
Boomer going to be in danger down at the bot lane. Does get a very nice spike Carapace off, but Lon is still going to roll perfectly onto the Nyx Assassin. Reverie going to be there with the follow-up, but here comes the cavalry. Corrosive and Tien trying to get in there and help out. Avalanche is going to land nicely. Boomer going back onto Lon, and Lon does go down to Tien. Now the haunt out from Reverie. He's trying to rejoin his team, but he goes into Melo. In fact, Melo just melts to the damage. Silvos' egg disappears. But Corrosive in the middle of all this with Tien, the Rolling Thunder hitting really nobody. It doesn't matter. They are still falling on the side of Shadownet. They'll follow down the Timbersaw. The Six Amaris just try and chain his way out. They have the Spectral Dagger, they have the slows, and even the Diffusal Blade to drain the mana. That'll be an ultra kill for Reverie. Tien, the only one to get out of there alive.
Yeah, that's not the best way for the BKB reveal. It still works out a bit better for Shadownet. I mean, in the sense that they don't lose Tien, but I'm sure Seas are very happy with how this game is going. They've stalled it out to the 32-minute mark. Oh, Tien is out of mana.
Tien's gonna... Tien, be careful. He's got a bash him. He'll start strength morphing.
No.
Buzzkin, how far are you willing to go? But oh, he pops the mangoes. He'll be right. Buzzkin, he wants to go for this. Swashbuckle will not connect. He gets the defuse off with the Spectral Dagger. That'll be it. Boomer does TP in. And now Melo going after Reverie. Now this will be a hard pick-off to go for, but he is halfway there. Corrosive TPing in. They do just waveform, and Reverie does go down. Now Silvos. Avalanche toss. Buzzkin will just roll TP. It's a huge pick-off to get, though, for Shadownet.
Oh, yeah. They just managed to take the wind out of the sails of Reverie. Reverie still managed to finish out the Basher, though. So at least they have got that item progression on the spec. But this opens up the Roche for Shadownet. No buyback in the spec for a while. Just no gold. So you're going to have to wait the full minute. That's going to be enough time for Shadownet to secure the second Roche. Aegis, she's going their way. So Tien has a little bit more room to play with on this Morphling in the front lines, and that's going to be key. They just need to line it up, Shadownet. Their fights have been less than ideal. Their initiation has been split up. It's something Seas has really, really abused quite well. But with this Aegis, they should start to set their sights on perhaps considering a high ground. Because again, they're dragging this game so long. Look at Tekor. He's got that Ags on the Darkseer. Just that cooldown on Vac is going to be so obnoxious to play against.
Yes, it is. Nice 12 seconds there on the Darks here. Of course, Tekko has been very effective with those vacuums. Now with such a low cooldown, should be much more so. She looked at Tien on that Morphling. He's just working towards that Eye of Skadi now on the Morphling, and once he's got that up, I feel a lot more confident within these team fights to just be able to survive and dish out the damage onto Reverie. Lon. Still being chased by Maris.
That's a really long chase from the side of Shadownet, but they waste a bit of time. Buzzkin, though.
Where is Buzzkin? Oh, Rolling Thunder. Corrosive gonna get himself stunned up with that blink. Boomer just trying to keep tabs on this Pangolier, but the roll TP will be just fine. No real way for Boomer to cancel that one off. Shadownet, I mean, they just hold a 9k lead, but you look at that win probability, John. It's 48 to 52. The YFC is better, by the way. They have the advantage.
Yeah, it's the Spectre effect. Like, we're reaching 35 minutes now, and this is when Spectre's just done. Reverie's got the level 20 talent, of course. It's been a while up there, but that's a massive spike for him. Has to be careful, though. Boomer.
Get the Impale off, and he just melts. So much damage flying out so quick.
Yeah, you can't afford to be that far forward, although Tien
is also pretty far forward. He'll lose the Aegis. Can they get him a second time? Corrosive's around, he does drop the Avalanche, but now the wall, and that is a very long wall. Tien trying to roll out, but gets blocked off. He'll waveform instead. But Buzzkin, again on the chase, gets a bash off with the roll in from Lon, and now the Rolling Thunder.
What?
They kill him off twice. Corrosive. He'll BKB and just run away, but Buzzkin just going for the backlines instead. Will try and go onto Boomer and Maris. Tekor has that low CD vac up. Roll in onto Boomer. Boomer, nice impale, but the vac is going to be there. Still just trying to run away, but Buzzkin is on the chase now. Avalanche toss out from Corrosive. They are still just trying to taste this Nyx Assassin, but he is well and truly within safety. Just run the complete opposite way. Lon going to be chased down by the Void Spirit. Egg to be committed out. Bounty's being left. They just want to survive here, but Mello not catching a break. The surge onto Buzzkin allows him to chase. We'll be right.
Oh man, I don't understand how Chen let that happen. He had his BKB. He just never popped it. Like, it's such a massive loss there for Shadownet, even if they found a Spectre. Like, that's still a net win for C's.
Tekor, oh, great cancellation on the TP. Boomer does pop the Vendetta, but Lon had the dust, and oh, they just dive in. They will be able to secure a very nice Nyx Assassin kill for themselves. That's 80 seconds on the deck for Boomer. Darcy's better. They don't really have any objectives to go for apart from just towers right now. I guess it's really the only option. Like, there's no Roshan. There's no nothing. Just got to go after these top towers.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Just reeling back some of these tier 1s is enough, although they're going hunting instead. They want a straggler. Looks like they see Sixer.
Maris. Be fine.
It's at this point where C's should actually prioritize for those T1s, though. Just take some of these objectives just so that if you do win a fight, you can transition to bigger stuff. Like, they only have one tier 2 open for the taken down bot. They haven't had easy access to the bot lane in a while. They do get some really helpful tier 4 items, though. Like, just having a leveler around can really speed up a push after a good fight. So that is going to pause for C's as they just take it slow. They're fine. We're just waiting around. It's Shadownet that's hurting from these decisions. Like, the Morphling just... it can't fully keep up. Like, there's a certain point where Spectre is just gigantic, and Chen needs to watch out. Now, he does have a Scotty. So there's more stats there, and more ways of at least stopping the sustain. You just need to find that opening. They just need to actually get an objective now.
Just gonna wait around that die jungle. You can tell they want to approach the high ground, but not feeling quite confident enough for that yet, and all the waves have been pushed out regardless. Buzzkin, swashbuckle in, feeling confident. Shadownet, they get out of there. Oh, Corrosive, he BKB'd, but he gets bashed through the TP, and with that, I don't believe there's really much way out for the Tiny. Just get chased down slowly but surely. Reverie will be able to pick up the kill. Bit of a swashbuckle at the end, just in case. But I think Reverie probably would prefer the kill on the Spectre.
Oh yeah. Still, oh god, this is just not ideal for Shadownet. Like, the biggest thing is, again, they maintain the 7k lead, but it's not good balance. Like, it's all in Tien, who...
Oh, 4-10. They're going onto the Timber. Roll from Lon does connect with the Spirit Vessel. They should have plenty of damage now. And they do. Tekor, the one to take that kill on the Darks here.
Oh, this is a scary point now. You've got 25 up on your spec. You've got the Abyssal up as well. They're just taking over. And that lead from Shadownet, it's just not relevant. This 6k lead just does nothing when you can't find any openings. And a refresh for Tekor. You can't fight into the double wall vac. That is too much damage coming out. Too much control from Seas. Shadownet, their windows of opportunity are starting to close in. Need to really be cautious as to how the next few fights break out.
So if you're Tekor and you've gone for this refresher orb, right? Do you bother going for the AoE surge now, or would you rather just the parallel wall and just get full walls going on?
Oh, that's a tricky one. There's value for the surge, but
Avalanche onto Lon. They still have to take this tier 1 mid tower out. It is still standing here for Shadownet, so if we go.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, right? Like, 41 minutes in, they have to deal with tier 1s first. They just, unfortunately don't have a Roche's wall, so options are limited for objectives, but...
They spotted out Boomer. Roll, Lon perfect with the dust, but they can't get the kill, and Corrosive actually kills off Sylvos. Lon still chasing the Nyx Assassin, but nobody's following. Here comes Reverie. Boomer. Hey, Abyssal's going to be there, Reverie.
Oh.
Might survive, gets the Yules off in time, but no, he actually blinks out of there. Boomer's fine for now. Lon is still trying with the Spirit Vessel, but now the Impel comes out. Boomer will finally go down to Buzzkin. They also got Mellow on the Void Spirit. Corrosive, Avalanche with the BKB just trying to run, but with the bashes out from Reverie, he can't go anywhere. Does go down, and that'll be a 3-for-0 trade. Roshan's still going to take another 2 minutes to be up. You may as well go for another tower.
Yeah, and you know what? Tekor is that question for you, Mike. He went with parallel wall.
Nice.
There you go. 4 walls, and that is a system crasher. Hopefully, it doesn't fry our PCs, but you never know. This could be a bit of a downside if you're not ready. You know, just burn yourself out.
True.
Still, that's a massive spike now for Tekor. They've been winning these fights without the back wall mine.
Well, mid lane, they haunt in straight on Samaras, and this is that point where you can't necessarily show so confidently anymore, but he's going to try and chain away. They have the control with the clumsy net, and now the Sunray to fly in. He tries to flicker, but it's not going to work out in his favor. That'll be the tier 2 mid tower, under siege now from Seas Better.
Yeah, they've clawed their way back in. They have the definite net worth lead now. They've got the momentum in their end. They've got the Spectre at 43 minutes in. This is just high ground. They've still got back wall. Like, what do you have from Shadownet now? You need something, and you're not finding those opportunities anymore.
Very, very hard game. Dota Plus now at 84% for Seas Better. You know, John, earlier on you said that, never mind that for a second, Boomer. Tried for the Impale. Vacuum going to be there from TN. Now Avalanche toss and everyone just jumps in. It's complete chaos for Tekor. Does die first. Now Silvos will be targeted, but a nice Abyssal Blade out from Buzzkin. Controlling up the Morphling. TN does go down. He has buyback, but he will not commit yet. Lon, meanwhile, trying to chase down Corrosive on the Tiny, is almost there. Gets another Spirit Vessel charge off. Swashbuckle not going to land. The roll in. Corrosive still just trying to run his way out, and he does actually blink out. Now the buybacks come in. They want to keep fighting. Morris in trouble. Getting low. The Flicker again, throwing him back, but now the Impale coming out. There's those parallel walls. Tekor, he brought back, and there's 4 walls on the map with the Refresher Orb, and they just melt. TN's gone without buyback. And so is the Void Spirit. And that's what I was about to say, John. You told me before Dota Plus is staying at 50% for the Spectre effect, but I think it was the Buzzkin effect. It was the Buzzkin effect.
Of course it was.
Right? Maris,
100%.
Gonna go down one last time. Chains away, trying to delay things. The GG has not been called yet. There he goes. Now the Haunted back onto the Nyx Assassin. Boomer in huge trouble. We're not going to be able to get back to his base, and he'll go down. It's only Corrosive left, and speaking of, where is Corrosive? Just in the fountain. And there you have it.
X Music is triggered. He's triggered, I swear. Oh, goodness. Shadownet, a good showing, but Seas, man, they just... Spectre, Darkseer, Mike. Very balanced combo.
How dare you? Spectre and Darkseer. I told you, John, it's the Buzzkin effect. Look at this Pangolier. 8, 10, and 19. He had like 5. He was 0-5 in the first like 10 minutes and still managed to win the game. I think that's a talent, John. That's a skill right there.
Oh, definitely. And he got all the tips he could ask for. So Buzzkin's the real winner tonight. I have to say, dude, Tien, unfortunately in this game too, he's had that BKB forever.
Yeah.
8 seconds. At the end, he still had 8 seconds. He just wasn't able to use it. I know. There were a lot of opportunities there for Shadownet, but again, sees better, they play better, they take it. It was a very close series, but Sees Better does show up for today, Mike.
Well, with that is it for us tonight. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Of course, don't forget to vote for your MVP. The link is below the stream, so if you did want to vote, please do. Apart from that, we'll see you guys next time. Thanks for tuning in.